Book. Chapter 5. The Legend of Artegall, or of Justice. So oft as I with state of present time the image of the antique world compare, when as man's age was in his freshest prime, and the first blossom of fair virtue bare, such oddities I find twixt those, and these which are, as that, through long continuance of his course, meseems the world is run quite out of square, from the first point of his appointed source, and being once amiss grows daily worse and worse. For from the golden age, that first was named, it's now at erst become a stony one, and men themselves, the which at first were framed of earthly mould, and formed of flesh and bone, are now transformed into hardest stone, such as behind their backs, so backward bred, were thrown by Pyrrha and Deucalion. And if then those may any worse be read, they into that ere long will be degendered. Let none then blame me, if in discipline of virtue and of civil uses lore, I do not for me them to the common line of present days, which are corrupted sore, but to the antique use which was of yore, when good was onely for itself desired, and all men sought their own, and none no more. When justice was not for most mete out hired, but simple truth did reign, and was of all admired. For that which all men then did virtue call, is now called vice. And that which vice was height, is now height virtue, and so ust of all. Right now is wrong, and wrong that was is right. As all things else in time are chonged quite. No wonder. For the heavens' revolution is wandred far from where it first was pight. And so do make contrary constitution of all this lower world, toward his dissolution. For whoso list into the heavens' luke, and search the courses of the rolling spheres, shall find that from the point where they first took their setting forth, in these few thousand years, they all are wandred much. That plain appears. For that same golden fleecy ram, which bore Phrixus and Helle from their stepdames' fears, hath now forgot where he was plast of yore, and should read hath the bull which fair Europa bore, and eke the bull hath with his bow-bent horn so hardly butted those two twins of Jove, that they have crushed the crab, and quite him borne into the great Nemean lion's grove. So now all range, and do at random rove out of their proper places far away, and all this world with them amiss do move, and all his creatures from their course astray, till they arrive at their last ruinous decay. Na is that same great glorious lampy of light, that doth illumine all these lesser fires. In better case, any keeps his course more right, but is miscarried with the other spheres. For since the term of 1400 years, that learned Ptolemy his height did take, he is declined from that mark of theirs, nigh 30 minutes to the southern lake. That makes me fear in time he will us quite forsake. And if to those Egyptian wizards old, which in star-read were wont have best insight, faith may be given, it is by them told, that since the time they first took the sun's height, 4 times his place he shifted hath in sight, and twice hath risen where he now doth west, and west twice where he ought rise aright. But most is Mars amiss of all the rest, and next to him old Saturn, that was wont be best. For during Saturn's ancient reign it said, that all the world with goodness did abound. All loved virtue, no man was afraid of force. Any fraud in white was to be found. No war was known, no dreadful trumpet sound. Peace universal reigned mongst men and beasts, and all things freely grew out of the ground. Justice sate high audared with solemn feasts, and to all people did divide her dread behests. Most sacred virtue she of all the rest, resembling God in his imperial might, whose sovereign power is herein most expressed, that both to good and bad he dealeth right, and all his works with justice hath bedight. That power he also doth to princes lend, and makes them like himself in glorious sight, to sit in his own seat, his cause to end, and rule his people right, as he doth recommend. Dread sovereign goddess, that doest highest sit in seat of judgment in Th Almighty's stead, and with magnific might and wondrous wit, doest to thy people righteous dom ariad, that furthest nations feas with awful dread. Pardon the boldness of thy basest thrall, that dare discourse of so divine a reed, as thy great justice, praised over all, the instrument whereof lo, hear thy Artegall. Canto. Chapter 1. Artegall trained in justice lore. Irene's quest persuade. He doth avenge on Sanglier his lady's bloud embrood. Though virtue then were held in highest price, in those old times of which I do entreat, yet then likewise the wicked seed of vice began to spring, which shortly grew full great, and with their boughs the gentle plants did beat. But evermore some of the virtuous race rose up, inspired with heroic heat, that cropped the branches of the scient base, and with strong hand their fruitful rankings did deface. Such first was Bacchus, that with furious might all Th East, before untamed, did overon, and wrong repressed, and established right, which lawless men had formerly fordone. Their justice first her princely rule begon. Next Hercules his like ensample shewed, who all the West with equal conquest won, and monstrous tyrants with his club subdued. The club of justice dread with kingly power endued. And such was he of whom I have to tell, the champion of true justice, Artegall, whom, as ye lately mote remember well, an hard adventure, which did then befall, into redoubt peril forth did call. That was to succor a distressed dame, whom a strong tyrant did unjustly thrall, and from the heritage, which she did claim, did with strong hand withhold. Grantorto was his name. Wherefore the lady, which Irene hight, did to the Faerie Queene her way address, to whom complaining her afflicted plight, she her besought of gracious redress. That sovereign queen, that mighty empress, whose glory is to aid all suppliants poor, and of weak princes to be patroness, chose Artegall to right her to restore. For that to her he seemed best skilled in righteous lore. For Artegall in justice was upbrought, even from the cradle of his infancy, and all the depth of rightful dom was taught by fair Astrea with great industry. Whilst here on earth she lived mortally, for till the world from his perfection fell into all filth and foule iniquity, Astrea here mongst earthly men did dwell, and in the rules of justice them instructed well. Whiles through the world she walked in this sort, upon a day she found this gentle child amongst his pares playing his childish sport, whom seeing fit, and with no crime defilda, she did allure with gifts and speeches mild, to wend with her. So thence him Faerie she brought into a cave from company Exilda, in which she nourseled him till years he rout, and all the discipline of justice there him taught. There she him taught to weigh both right and wrong, in equal balance with due recompense, and equity to measure out along, according to the line of conscience, when so it needs with rigor to dispense. Of all the which, for want there of mankind, she caused him to make experience upon wild beasts, which she in woods did find, with wrongful power oppressing others of their kind. Thus she him trained, and thus she him taught, in all the skill of deeming wrong and right, until the ripeness of man's years he rout, that even wild beasts did fear his awful sight. And men admired his overruling might. Ne any lived on ground that durst withstand his dreadful heast, much less him match in fight, or bide the horror of his wreakful hand. When so he list in wrath lift up his steely brand, which steely brand, to make him dreaded more, she gave unto him, gotten by her sleight and earnest search, where it was kept in store, in Jove's eternal house, unwist of wight, since he himself it used in that great fight against the Titans, that whilome rebelled gainst highest heaven, Chrysor it was hight, Chrysor, that all other swords excelled, well proved in that same day when Jove those giants quelled. For of most perfect metal it was made, tempered with adamant amongst the same, and garnished all with gold upon the blade, in goodly wise, whereof it took his name, and was of no less virtue than of fame. For there no substance was so firme and hard, but it would pierce or cleave, whereso it came. Ne any armor could his dint outward, but wheresoever it did light, it throughly shard. Now, when the world with sin gone to abound, astray a loathing lenger here to space, mongst wicked men, in whom no truth she found, returned to heaven, whence she derived her race, where she hath now an everlasting place, mongst those 12 signas, which nightly we do see, the heaven's bright shining baudric to enchase, and is the Virgin, sixth in her degree, and next herself her righteous balance hanging be. But when she parted hence she left her groom, an iron man, which did on her attend, always to execute her steadfast doom, and willed him with Artegall to wend, and do whatever thing he did intend. His name was Talus, made of iron mold, immovable, resistless, without end, who in his hand a iron flail did hood, with which he threshed out falsehood, and did truth unfold. He now went with him in this new inquest, him for to aid, if aid he chanced to need, against that cruel tyrant, which oppressed the fair Irena with his foule misdeed, and kept the crown in which she should succeed. And now together on their way they been, when as they saw a squire in squalid weed, lamenting sore his sorrowful sad tine, with many bitter tears shed from his blood-red eyne, to whom as they approached, they espied a sorry sight as ever seen with eye, an headless lady lying him beside, in her own blood all wallowed woefully, that her gay clothes did in discolour dye. Much was he moved at that rueful sight, and flammed with zeal of vengeance inwardly. He asked who had that dame so foully dight, or whether his own hand, or whether other wight. Ah! Woe is me, and well away, quoth he, bursting forth tears like springs out of a bank, that ever I this dismal day did see. Full faray was I from thinking such a prank, yet little loss it were, and mickle thank, if I should grunt that I have done the same, that I mote drink the cup whereof she drank, but that I should die guilty of the blame, the which another did, who now is fled with shame. Who was it then, said Artegall, that wrought? And why? Do it declare unto me true. A knight, said he, if knight he may be thought, that did his hand in lady's bloud embrew, and for no cause, but as I shall you shew, this day as I in solace sate hereby, with a fair love, whose loss I now do rue. There came this knight, having in company this luckless lady which now here doth headless lie. He, whether mine seemed fairer in his eye, or that he waxed weary of his own, would change with me, but I did it deny. So did the ladies both, as may be known. But he, whose spirit was with pride upblown, would not so rest contented with his right, but, having from his courser her down thrown, fro me reft mine away by lawless might, and on his steed her set to bear her out of sight. Which when his lady saw, she followed fast, And on him catching hold gone loud to cree. Not so to leave her, nor away to cast. But rather of his hand besought to die. With that his sword he drew all wrathfully. And at one stroke cropped off her head with scorn. In that same place whereas it now doth lie. So he my love away with him hath borne. And left me here both his and mine own love to mourn. Ariad, said he, which way then did he make? And by what marks may he be known again? To hope, quoth he, him soon to overtake. That hence so long departed, is but vain. But yet he pricked over yonder plain. And, as I marked, bore upon his shield. By which it's easy him to know again. A broken sword within a bloody field. Expressing well his nature which the same did wield. No sooner said, but straight he after sent his iron page, who him pursued so light, as that it seemed above the ground he went. For he was swift as swallow in her flight, and strong as lion in his lordly might. It was not long before he overtook Sir Sanglier, so cleaped was that knight, whom at the first he guessed by his luke, and by the other marks which of his shield he took. He bade him stay, and back with him retire. Who, full of scorn to be commanded so, the lady to alight did eft require. Whilst he reformed that uncivil fo, and straight at him with all his force did go. Who moved no more therewith, than when a rock is lightly stricken with some stone's throw. But to him leaping lent him such a knock, that on the ground he laid him like a senseless block. But, ere he could himself recure again, him in his iron paw he seized had, that when he whacked out of his wareless pain, he found himself unwist so ill bestad, that limb he could not wag, thence he him lad, bound like a beast appointed to the stall, the sight whereof the lady sore adrad, and feigned to fly for fear of being thrall. But he her quickly stayed, and forced to wend withal. When to the place they came, where Artegall by that same careful squire did then abide, he gently gone him to demand of all that did betwixt him and that squire betide, who with stern countenance and indignant pride did onswear, that of all he guiltless stood, and his accuser thereupon deride. For neither he did shed that lady's blood, nor took away his love, but his own proper good. Well did the squire perceive himself too weak to onswear his defiance in the field, and rather chose his challenge off to break, than to approve his right with spear and shield, and rather guilty chose himself to yield. But Artegall by signs perceiving plain, that he it was not which that lady killed, but that strange knight, the fairer love to gain, did cast about by sleight the truth thereout to strain, and said, now sure this doubtful cause is right, can hardly but by sacrament be tried, or else by ordeal, or by bloody fight. That ill perhaps mote fall to either side. But if ye please that I your cause decide, perhaps I may all further quarrel end. So ye will swear my judgment to abide. Thereto they both did frankly condescend, and to his doom with listful ears did both attend. Sith then, said he, ye both the dead deny, and both the living lady claim your right. Let both the dead and living equally dead be betwixt you here in sight, and each of either take his share aright. But Luke, who does dissent from this my rede, he for a 12 months day shall in despite bear for his penance that same lady's head, to witness to the world that she by him is dead. Well pleased with that doom was Sanglier, and off read straight the lady to be slain. But that same squire, to whom she was more dear, when as he saw she should be cut in twain, did yield she rather should with him remain alive, than to himself be shared dead, and rather than his love should suffer pain, he chose with shame to bear that lady's head. True love despiseth shame, when life is called in dread. Whom when so willing Artegall perceived. Not so, thou squire, he said, but thine I deem the living lady, which from thee he reaved. For worthy thou of her doest rightly see me. And you, sir knight, that love so light esteem, as that ye would for little leave the same. Take here your own, that doth you best beseem. And with it bear the burden of defame. Your own dead lady's head, to tell abroad your shame. But Sanglier disdained much his doom, and sternly gone repine at his behest. No would for aught obey, as did become, to bear that lady's head before his breast, until that Talus had his pride repressed, and forced him, maulger, it up to rear. Who when he saw it bootless to resist, he took it up, and thence with him did bear. As rated spaniel takes his burden up for fear. Much did that squire Sir Artegall adore, for his great justice, held in high regard. And as his squire him off-read evermore, to serve, for want of other meet reward, and wend with him on his adventure hard. But he thereto would by no means consent, but leaving him forth on his journey fard. No wight with him but onely Talus went. They two enough to encounter an whole regiment. Canto. Chapter 2. Artegall hears of Florimel. Does with the pagan fight. Him slays, drowns Lady Munera. Does race her castle quite. Naught is more honorable to a knight. Ne better doth beseem brave chivalry, than to defend the feeble in their right, and wrong redress in such as wend awry. Whilome those great heroes got thereby their greatest glory for their rightful deeds, and place deserved with the gods on high. Herein the noblesse of this knight exceeds, who now to perils great for justice' sake proceeds, to which as he now was upon the way, he chanced to meet a dwarf in hasty course, whom he required his forward hast to stay, till he of tidings mote with him discourse. Loath was the dwarf, yet did he stay perforce, and gone of sundry news his store to tell. As to his memory they had recourse, but chiefly of the fairest Florimel, how she was found again, and spoused to Marinell. For this was Dunny, Florimel's own dwarf, whom having lost, as ye have heard whilier, and finding in the way the scattered scarf, the fortune of her life long time did fear, but of her health when Artegall did hear, and safe return, he was full inly glad, and asked him where and when her bredale chayar should be solemnized. For, if time he had, he would be there, and honor to her spousal add. Within 3 days, quoth he, as I do hear, it will be at the castle of the Strand. What time, if not me let, I will be there, to do her service so as I am bond. But in my way, a little here beyond, a cursed cruel Saracen doth one, that keeps a bridge's passage by strong hond, and many errant knights hath therefore done, that makes all men for fear that passage for to shun. What Mr. White, quoth he, and how far hence is he, that doth to travellers such harms? He is, said he, a man of great defence, expert in battle and in deeds of arms, and more emboldened by the wicked charms with which his daughter doth him still support, having great lordships got and goodly farms, through strong oppression of his power extort, by which he still them holds, and keeps with strong effort. And daily he his wrongs increaseth more, for never wight he lets to passe that way over his bridge, all be he rich or poor, but he him makes his passage penny pay, else he doth hold him back or beat away. Thereto he hath a groom of evil guise, whose scalp is bare, that bondage doth bewray, which palls and pills the poor in piteous wise, but he himself upon the rich doth tyrannize. His name is hight Polenti, rightly so, for that he is so puissant and strong, that with his power he all doth overgo. and makes them subject to his mighty wrong. And some by sleight he eke doth underfong. For on a bridge he custometh to fight, which is but narrow, but exceeding long. And in the same are many trapfowls pight, through which the rider down doth fall through oversight. And underneath the same a river flows, that is both swift and dangerous deep withal, into the which whomso he overthrows, all destitute of help doth headlong fall. But he himself through practice usual leaps forth into the floud, and there essays his foe confused through his sodane fall. That horse and man he equally dismays, and either both them drowns, or traitorously slays. Then doth he take the spoil of them at will, and to his daughter brings, that dwells thereby, who all that comes doth take, and therewith fill the coffers of her wicked treasury, which she with wrongs hath heaped up so high, that many princes she in wealth exceeds, and purchased all the Count Ray lying New York, with the revenue of her plenteous meeds. Her name is Munera, agreeing with her deeds. Thereto she is full fair, and rich attired, with golden hands and silver feet beside. That man's lords have her to wife desired, but she them all despiseth for great pride. Now by my life, said he, and God to guide, none other way will I this day betake, but by that bridge whereas he doth abide. Therefore me thither lead. No more he spake, but thitherward forthright his ready way did make. Unto the place he came within a while, where on the bridge he ready armed saw the Saracen, awaiting for some spoil. When as they to the passage gone to draw, a villain to them came with skull all raw. That passage money did of them require, according to the custom of their law. To whom he answered wroth, Lo, there thy hire. And with that word him strook, that straight he did expire. Which when the pagan saw he waxed wroth, and straight himself unto the fight addressed. No was Sir Artegall behind, so both together ran with ready spears in rest, right in the midst, whereas they breast to breast should meet, a trap was let 10 down to fall into the floud. Straight leapt the carle unblessed, well weening that his foe was fall'n withal. But he was well aware, and leapt before his fall. There being both together in the floud, they each at other tyrannously flew. Not the water cooled their what blowed, but rather in them kindled choler new. But there the paynim, who that use well knew, to fight in water, great advantage had, that oftentimes him nigh he overthrew. And eke the courser whereupon he rad, could swim like to a fish, whiles he his back best rad. Which oddies when as Sir Artegall espied, he saw no way but close with him in hast, and to him driving strongly down the tide, upon his iron collar griped fast, that with the straint his wessen nigh he brast. There they together strove and struggled long, either the other from his steed to cast. Ne ever Artegall his gripple strong, for anything wold slack, but still upon him hung, as when a dolphin and a seal are met in the wide champion of the ocean plain. With cruel shoaf their courages they whet, the maesterdom of each by force to gain, and dreadful bataille twixt them do darraign. They snuff, they snort, they bounce, they rage, they roar, that all the sea, disturbed with their train, doth free with foam above the surge's hoar. Such was betwixt these two the troublesome uproar. So Artegall at length him forced forsake his horse's back for dread of being drowned, and to his handy swimming him betake. Eftsoons himself he from his hold unbound, and then no odies at all in him he found. For Artegall in swimming skillful was, and durst the depth of any water sound. So ought each knight, that use of peril has, in swimming be expert, through water's force to paw. Then very doubtful was the war's event, uncertain whether had the better side. For both were skilled in that experiment. And both in arms well trained, and throughly tried. But Artegall was better breathed beside. And towards th end grew greater in his might. That his faint foe no longer could abide. His puissance, any bear himself upright. But from the water to the land betook his flight. But Artegall pursued him still so near. With bright Chrysor in his cruel hand. That as his head he gone a little rear. Above the brink to tread upon the land. He smote it off. That tumbling on the strand. It bit the earth for very fell despite. And gnashed with his teeth, as if he banned. High God, whose goodness he despaired quite. Or cursed the hand which did that vengeance on him dight. His core was carried down along the lee. Whose waters with his filthy bloud it stained. But his blasphemous head, that all might see, he pitched upon a pole on high ordained. Where many years it afterwards remained. To be a mirror to all mighty men. In whose right hands great power is contained. That none of them the feeble overrun. But always do their power within just compass pen. That done, unto the castle he did wend. In which the Paynim's daughter did abide. Guarded of many which did her defend. Of whom he entrance sought, but was denied. And with reproachful blasphemy defied. Beaten with stones down from the battlement. That he was forced to withdraw aside. And bade his servant Talus to invent. Which way he enter might without endangerment. Eftsoons his page drew to the castle gate. And with his iron flail at it let fly. That all the warders it did sore amadi. The which erewhile spake so reproachfully. And made them stoop that looked erst so high. Yet still he bet and bounced upon the door. And thundered strokes thereon so hideous lie. That all the piece he shaked from the floor. And filled all the house with fear and great uproar. With noise whereof the lady forth appeared. Upon the castle wall, and, when she saw the dongerous state in which she stood, she feared the sad effect of her near overthrow. And gone entreat that iron man below. To cease his outrage, and him fair besought. Sith neither force of stones which they did throw. Nor power of charms, which she against him wrought. Might otherwise prevail, or make him cease for aught. But, when as yet she saw him to proceed. Unmoved with prayers or with piteous thought. She meant him to corrupt with goodly meed. And caused great sacks with endless riches fraught. Unto the battlement to be upbrought. And powered forth over the castle wall. That she might win some time, though dearly bought. Whilst he to gathering of the gold did fall. But he was nothing moved nor tempted therewithal. But still continued his assault the more. And laid on load with his huge iron flail. That at the length he has urent the door. And made way for his maester to assail. Who being entreed, not did then avail. For white against his power themselves to rear. Each one did fly. Their hearts began to fail. And hid themselves in corners here and there. And eke their dame half dead did hide herself for fear. Long they her sought, yet nowhere could they find her. That sure they weened she was escaped away. But Talus, that could like a limehound wind her. And all things secrete wisely could bewray. At length found out whereas she hidden lay. Under an heap of gold. Thence he her drew. By the fair locks, and foully did array. Withouten pity of her goodly hew. That Artegall himself her seamless plight did rue. Yet for no pity would he change the course of justice, which in Talus' hand did lie. Who rudely haled her forth without remorse. Still holding up her suppliant hands on high. And kneeling at his feet submissively. But he her suppliant hands, those hands of gold. And eke her feet, those feet of silver try. Which sought unrighteousness, and justice sold. chopped off, and nailed on high that all might them behold. Herself then took he by the splendor wast, in vain loud crying, and into the flood, over the castle wall adown her cast, and there her drowned in the dirty mud. But the stream washed away her guilty blood. Thereafter all that mucky pelf he took, the spoil of people's evil gotten good, the which her sire had scrapped by hook and crook, and burning all to ashes poured it down the brook. And lastly all that castle quite he raced, even from the sole of his foundation, and all the hohen stones thereof defaced, that there mote be no hope of reparation, nor memory thereof to any nation. All which when Talus throughly had performed, Sir Artegall undid the evil fashion, and wicked customs of that bridge reformed, which done, unto his former journey he returned, in which they measured mickle weary way, till that at length nigh to the sea they drew, by which as they did travel on a day, they saw before them, far as they could view, full many people gathered in a crew, whose great assembly they did much admire, for never there the like resort they knew. So towards them they coasted, to inquire what things so many nations met did their desire. There they beheld a mighty giant stand upon a rock, and holding forth on high an huge great pair of balance in his hand, with which he boasted, in his circuitry, that all the world he would weigh equal lie, if aught he had the same to counterpoise, for want whereof he weighed vanity, and filed his balance full of idle toys, yet was admired much of fools, women, and boys. He said that he would all the earth uptake, and all the sea, divided each from either. So would he of the fire one balance make, and one of air, without or wind or weather. Then would he balance heaven and hell together, and all that did within them all contain, of all whose weight he would not miss a feather. And Luke what surplus did of each remain, he would to his own part restore the same again. For why, he said, they all unequal were, and had encroached upon others' share. Like as the sea, which plain he shewed there, had worn the earth, so did the fire the air. So all the rest did others' parts impair. And so were realmies and nations run awry, all which he undertook for to repair, in sort as they were formed anciently, and all things would reduce unto equality. Therefore the vulgar did about him flock, and cluster thick unto his leasings vain, like foolish flies about an honeycrock, in hope by him great benefit to gain, and uncontrolled freedom to obtain. All which when Artegall did see and hear, how he misled the simple people's train, in stainful wise he drew unto him near, and thus unto him spake, without regard or fear. Thou that presum'st to weigh the world anew, and all things to an equal to restore, instead of right me see me's great wrong dost shew, and far above thy forces pitched to soar. For ere thou limit what is less or more, in every thing, thou oughtest first to know what was the poise of every part of your, and look then how much it doth overflow, or fail thereof, so much is more than just a trow. For at the first they all created were, in goodly measure by their Maker's might, and weighed out in balances so near, that not a dram was missing of their right. The earth was in the middle centre pight, in which it doth immovable abide, hemmed in with waters like a wall in sight, and they with air, that not a drop can slide, all which the heavens contain, and in their courses guide. Such heavenly justice doth among them reign, that every one do know their certain bound, in which they do these many years remain. And mongst them all no change hath yet been found. But if thou now shouldst weigh them new in pound, we are not sure they would so long remain. All change is perilous, and all chance unsound. Therefore leave off to weigh them all again. till we may be assured they shall their course retain. Thou foolish Elfie, said then the giant wroth. Sayest not how badly all things present be, and each estate quite out of order goth? The sea itself doest thou not plainly see, encroach upon the land there under thee? And earth itself how daily it's increased, by all that dying to it turned be. Were it not good that wrong were then surceased, and from the most that some were given to the least? Therefore I will throw down these mountains high, and make them level with the lowly plain. These towering rocks, which reach unto the ski, I will thrust down into the deepest main, and, as they were, them equalize again. Tyrants, that make men subject to their law, I will suppress, that they no more may reign. And lordings curb that commons overawe, and all the wealth of rich men to the poor will draw. Of things unseen how canst thou deem aright? Then answered the righteous Artegall. Sith thou misdeem'st so much of things in sight? What though the sea with waves continual do eat the earth, it is no more at all. Ne is the earth the less, or lesseth aught. For whatsoever from one place doth fall, is with the tide unto another brought. For there is nothing lost, that may be found if sought. Likewise the earth is not augmented more, by all that dying into it do fade. For of the earth they formed were of yore, however gay their blossom or their blade, do flourish now, they into dust shall vade. What wrong then is it, if that when they die, they turn to that whereof they first were made? All in the power of their great Maker lie. All creatures must obey the voice of the Most High. They live, they die, like as he doth ordain. Ne ever any asketh reason why. The hills do not the lowly dales disdain. The dales do not the lofty hills envy. He mocketh kings to sit in sovereignty. He mocketh subjects to their power obey. He pulleth down, he setteth up on high. He gives to this, from that he takes away. For all we have is his, what he list do, he may. Whatever thing is done by him is done. Ne any may his mighty will withstand. Ne any may his sovereign power shun. Ne loose that he hath bound with steadfast band. In vain therefore doest thou now take in hand, to call to count, or weigh his works anew, whose counsel's depth thou canst not understand. Sith of things subject to thy daily view, thou doest not know the causes, nor their courses due. For take thy balance, if thou be so wise, and weigh the wind that under heaven doth blow, or weigh the light that in the east doth rise, or weigh the thought that from man's mind doth flow. But if the weight of these thou canst not show, weigh but one word which from thy lips doth fall. For how canst thou those greater secrets know, that doest not know the least thing of them all? Ill can he rule the great that cannot reach the small. Therewith the giant much abashed said, that he of little things made reckoning light. Yet the least word that ever could be laid within his balance he could weigh aright. Which is, said he, more heavy than in weight, the right or wrong, the false or else the true? He answered that he would try it straight. So he the words into his balance threw, but straight the winged words out of his balance flew. Wroth wcxt he then, and said that words were light. No would within his balance well abide, but he could justly weigh the wrong or right. Well then, said Artegall, let it be tried. First in one balance set the true aside. He did so first, and then the false he laid in other scale. But still it down did slide, and by no mean could in the weight be stayed. For by no means the false will with the truth be weighed. Now take the right likewise, said Artegall, and counterpise the same with so much wrong. So first the right he put into one scale, and then the giant strove with puissance strong, to fill the other scale with so much wrong. But all the wrongs that he therein could lay, might not it pace? Yet did he labour long, and swat, and chaffed and proved every way. Yet all the wrongs could not a little right down weigh. Which when he saw he greatly grew in rage, and almost would his balances have broken. But Artegall him fairly gone assuage, and said, Be not upon thy balance roken. For they do not but right or wrong betoken. But in the mind the doom of right must be. And so likewise of words, the which be spoken. The ear must be the balance, to decree and judge, whether with truth or falsehood they agree. But set the truth and set the right aside. For they with wrong or falsehood will not fare. And put two wrongs together to be tendy. Or else two falses, of each equal share. And then together do them both compare. For truth is one, and right is ever one. So did he, and then plain it did appear, whether of them the greater were a tone. But right sate in the midst of the beam alone. But he the fight from thence did thrust away. For it was not the right which he did seek, but rather strove extremities to weigh. One to diminish, other for to eke. For of the mean he greatly did misleek. Whom when so lewdly minded Talus found, approaching nigh unto him, cheek by cheek, he shouldered him from off the higher ground, and, down the rock him throwing, in the sea him drowned. Like as a ship, whom cruel tempest drives upon a rock with horrible dismay, her shattered ribs in thousand pieces rives, and spoiling all her gears and goodly ray, does make herself misfortune's piteous prey. So down the cliff the wretched giant tumbled. His battered balances in pieces lay. His timbered bones all broken rudely rumbled. So was the high aspiring with huge ruin humbled. That when the people, which had thereabout long wait, saw his sudden desolation, they gone to gather in tumultuous rout, and mutinying to stir up civil faction, for certain loss of so great expectation. For well they hoped to have got great good, and wondrous riches by his innovation. Therefore resolving to revenge his blood, they rose in arms, and all in battle order stood. Which lawless multitude him coming to, in warlike wise when Artegall did view, he much was troubled, and he wist what to do. For loath he was his noble hands embrow in the base blood of such a rascal crew. And otherwise, if that he should retire, he feared least they with shame would him perso. Therefore he Talus to them sent to inquire the cause of their array, and truce for to desire. But soon as they him nigh approaching spied, they gone with all their weapons him assay, and rudely stroke at him on every side. Yet not they could him hurt, any aught dismay. But when at them he with his flail gone lay, he like a swarm of flies them overthrew. Ne any of them durst come in his way, but here and there before his presence flew, and hid themselves in holes and bushes from his view. As when a falcon hath with nimble flight flown at a flush of ducks forby the brook, the trembling foule dismayed with dreadful sight of death, the which them almost overtook, go hide themselves from her astonying look, amongst the flags and covert round about. When Talus saw they all the field forsook, and none appeared of all that rascal rout, to Artegall he turned and went with him throughout. Canto. Chapter 3. The Spousals of Fair Florimel. Where tourney many knights, their braggadocio is unkissed in all the ladies' sights. After long storms and tempests overblown, the sun at length his joyous face doth clear. So when as fortune all her spite hath shown, some blissful hours at last must needs appear, else should afflicted wights ofttimes despair. So comes it now to Florimel by torn, after long sorrows suffered whilier, in which captive she many moneths did mourn, to taste of joy, and to wont pleasures to return. Who being freed from Proteus' cruel band, by Marinell was unto him affied, and by him brought again to Faerie Land, where he her spoused, and made his joyous bride. The time and place was blazed far and wide, and solemn feasts and giasts ordained therefore, to which there did resort from every side, of lords and ladies infinite great store. Ne any knight was absent that brave courage bore, to tell the glory of the feast that day, the goodly service, the device full sights, the bridegroom's state, the bride's most rich array, the pride of ladies, and the worth of knights, the royal banquets, and the rare delights, were work fit for an herald, not for me, but for so much as to my lot here lights, that with this present treatise doth agree. True virtue to advance, shall here recounted be. When all men had with full satiety of meats and drinks their appetites suffised, to deeds of arms and proof of chivalry, they gone themselves address, full rich aguized, as each one had his furnitures devised. And first of all issued Sir Marinell, and with him 6 knights more, which enterprised to challenge all in right of Florimell, and to maintain that she all others did excel. The first of them was hight Sir Orimont, a noble knight, and tried in hard assays. The second had to name Sir Bellicent, but second unto none in prowess praise. The third was Brunel, famous in his days. The fourth a Castor, of exceeding might. The fifth armed Dan, skilled in lovely lays. The sixth was Lonsac, a redoubt knight. All 6 well seen in arms, and proved in many a fight. And them against came all that list to just, from every coast and country under sun. None was debarred, but all had leave that lust. The trumpet sound, then all together ron. Full many deeds of arms that day were done, and many knights unhorsed, and many wounded, as fortune fell. Yet little lost or won, but all that day the greatest praise redounded to Marinell, whose name the heralds loud resounded. The second day, so soon as morrow light appeared in heaven, into the field they came, and there all day continued cruel fight, with divers fortune fit for such a game, in which all strove with peril to win fame. Yet whether side was vicler note be guessed, but at the last the trumpets did proclaim that Marinell that day deserved best. So they dispart were, and all men went to rest. The third day came, that should do trial lend of all the rest, and then this warlike crew together met of all to make an end. There Marinell great deeds of arms did shew, and through the thickest like a lion flew, rashing off helms, and reeving plates asunder, that every one his donger did eschew. So terribly his dreadful strokes did thunder, that all men stood amazed, and at his might did wonder. But what on earth can always happy stand? The greater prowess greater perils find. So Faerie he passed amongst his enemies' band, that they have him enclosed so behind, as by no means he can himself outwind. And now perforce they have him prisoner taken, and now they do with captive bands him bind, and now they lead him thence, of all forsaken, unless some succor had in time him overtaken. It fortuned, whilst they were thus ill beset, Sir Artegall into the tilt-yard came, with braggadocio, whom he lately met upon the way with that his snowy dame, where when he understood by common fame what evil hap to Marinell betid, he much was moved at so unworthy shame, and straight that boaster prayed, with whom he rid, to change his shield with him, to be the better hid. So forth he went, and soon them overhent, where they were leading Marinell away, whom he assailed with dreadless hardiment, and forced the burden of their prize to stay. They were 100 knights of that array, Of which one half upon himself did set. The other stayed behind to guard the prey. But he ere long the former 50 bet. And from the other 50 soon the prisoner fet. So back he brought Sir Marinell again. Whom having quickly armed again anew, they both together joined might and main, to set afresh on all the other crew. Whom with sore havocy soon they overthrew, and chased quite out of the field, that none against them durst his head to peril shew. So were they left lords of the field alone. So Marinell by him was rescued from his phone, which when he had performed, then back again to Braggadocio did his shield restore. Who all this while behind him did remain, keeping their close with him in precious store. That his false lady, as ye heard afore. Then did the trumpets sound, and judges rose. And all these knights, which that day armor bore, came to the open hall to listen whose the honor of the prize should be adjudged by those. And thither also came in open sight fair Florimell, into the common hall, to greet his guerdon unto every knight, and best to him to whom the best should fall. Then for that stranger knight they loud did call, to whom that day they should the girland yield, who came not forth, but for Sir Artegall. Came Braggadocio, and did shew his shield, which bore the sun broad blazed in a golden field, the sight whereof did all with gladness fill. So unto him they did adeem the prize of all that triumph. Then the trumpets shrill, Don Braggadocio's name resounded thrice. So courage lent a cloak to cowardize. And then to him came fairest Florimell, and goodly gone to greet his brave emprise. And thousand thanks him yield, that had so well approved that day that she all others did excel. To whom the boaster, that all knights did blot, with proud disdain did scornful answer make, that what he did that day, he did it not for her, but for his own dear lady's sake, whom on his peril he did undertake, both her and eke all others to excel. And further did uncomely speeches crake. Much did his words the gentle lady quell, and turned aside for shame to hear what he did tell. Then forth he brought his snowy Florimell, whom Trompart had in keeping there beside, covered from people's gazement with a vele, whom when discovered they had throughly eyed. With great amazement they were stupefied, and said, that surely Florimell it was. Or if it were not Florimell so tried, that Florimell herself she then did paw. So feeble skill of perfect things the vulgar has, which when as Marinell beheld likewise, he was therewith exceedingly dismayed. Ne wist he what to think, or to devise. But, like as one whom fiends had made afraid, he long astonished stood, any aught he said. No aught he did, but with fast fixed eyes he gazed still upon that snowy maid, whom ever as he did the more eyes, the more to be true Florimell he did surmise. As when two suns appear in the azure sky, mounted in Phoebus' chariot fiery bright, both darting forth fair beams to each man's eye, and both adorned with lampies of flaming light. All that behold so strange prodigious sight, not knowing nature's work, nor what to ween, are rapt with wonder and with rare affright. So stood Sir Marinell, when he had seen the semblant of this false by his fair beauty's queen. All which when Artegall, who all this while stood in the priest close covered, well adviewed, and saw that boaster's pride and graceless guile, he could no longer bear, but forth iswed, and unto all himself there open shewed, and to the boaster said, Thou losel base, that hast with borrowed plumes thyself endued, and others' worth with leasings doest deface. When they are all restored thou shalt rest in disgrace. That shield, which thou doest bear, was it indeed, which this day's honor saved to Marinell. But not that arm, nor thou the man, I read, which didst that service unto Florimel. For proof shew forth thy sword, and let it tell what strokes, what dreadful stour, it stirred this day. Or shew the wounds which unto thee befell. Or shew the sweat with which thou didst sway. So sharp a battle, that so many did dismay. But this the sword which wrought those cruel stowns. And this the arm the which that shield did bear. And these the signs, so shewed forth his wounds, by which that glory gotten doth appear. As for this lady, which he sheweth here, is not, I wager, Florimel at all, but some fair Franion, fit for such a fear, that by misfortune in his hand did fall. For proof whereof he bade them Florimel forth call. So forth the noble lady was I brought, adorned with honor and all comely grace, whereto her bashful shamefastness wrought a great increase in her fair blushing face, as roses did with lilies interlace. For of those words, the which that boaster threw, she inly yet conceived great disgrace. Whom when as all the people such did view, they shouted loud, and signas of gladness all did shew. Then did he set her by that snowy one, like the true saint beside the image set, of both their beauties to make paragon, and trial, whether should the honor get. Straightway, so soon as both together met, th enchanted damsel vanished into naught. Her snowy substance melted as with heat. None of that goodly hew remained aught, but th empty girdle which about her wast was wrought, as when the daughter of Thamantes fair hath in a watery cloud displayed wide her goodly bow, which paints the liquid air, that all men wonder at her colour's pride. All suddenly, ere one can look aside, the glorious picture vanisheth away, ne any token doth thereof abide. So did this lady's goodly form decay, and into nothing go, ere one could it bewray. Which when as all that present were beheld, they stricken were with great astonishment, and their faint hearts with senseless horror quelled, to see the thing that seemed so excellent, so stolen from their fancy's wonderment, that what of it became none understood. And braggadocio self with drariment, so daunted was in his despairing mood, that like a lifeless corse immovable he stood. But Artegall that golden belt uptook, the which of all her spoil was onely left, which was not hers, as many it mistook, but Florimel's own girdle, from her reft, while she was flying, like a weary weft, from that foule monster which did her compel to perils great, which he unbuckling eft, presented to the fairest Florimel, who round about her tender wast it fitted well. Full many ladies often had essayed about their middles that fair belt to knit, and many a one suppository to be a maid, yet it to none of all their loins would fit, till Florimel about her fast net it. Such power it had, that to no woman's wast, by any skill or labor it would sit, unless that she were continent and chaste. But it would lose or break, that many had disgraced. Whilst thus they busied were bout Florimel, and boastful braggadocio, to defame Sir Guyon, as by fortune then befell. Forth from the thickest press of people came his own good steed, which he had stolen, to claim. And one hand seizing on his golden bit, with other drew his sword. For with the same he meant the their deadly to have smit. And, had he not been held, he not had failed of it. Thereof great hurly-burly moved was throughout the hall for that same warlike horse. For braggadocio would not let him paw, and Guyon would him algates have perforce, or it approve upon his carrion course. Which troublous stir when Artegall perceived, he nigh them drew to stay Avengers' force, and gone inquire how was that steed bereaved. whether by might extort, or else by sleight deceived, who all that piteous story, which befell, about that woeful couple which were slain, and their young bloody babe to him gone tell, with whom whiles he did in the wood remain. His horse purloined was by subtil train, for which he challenged the TF to fight, but he for naught could him thereto constrain, for as the death he hated such despite, and rather had to lose than tree in arms his right, which Artegall well hearing, though no more, by law of arms there need one's right to tree, as was the wont of warlike knights of yore, then that his foe should him the field denny, yet, further right by tokens to descry. He asked what privy tokens he did bear. If that, said Guyon, may you satisfy, within his mouth a black spot doth appear, shapt like a horse's shoe, who list to seek it there, whereof to make due trial, one did take the horse in hand within his mouth to look, but with his heels so sorely he him strake, that all his ribs he quite in pieces broke, that never word from that day forth he spoke. Another, that would see me to have more wit, him by the bright embroidered headstall took, but by the shoulder him so sore he bit, that he him maimed quite, and all his shoulder split. Ne he his mouth would open unto white, until that Guyon self unto him spake, and called Brigador, so was he hight, whose voice so soon as he did undertake, eftsoons he stood as still as any stake, and suffered all his secret mark to see, and, when as he him nommed, for joy he brake his bands, and followed him with glad full glee, and frisked, and flung aloft, and louted low on knee. Thereby Sir Artegall did plain arid, that unto him the horse belonged, and said, Lo there, Sir Guyon, take to you the steed, as he with golden saddle is arrayed, and let that losel, plainly now displayed, hence fare on foot, till he and horse have gained. But the proud boaster gone his doom upbraid, and him revelled, and rated, and disdained, that judgment so unjust against him had ordained. Much was the knight incensed with his lewd word, to have revenged that his villainy, and thrice did lay his hand upon his sword, to have him slain, or dearly done aby. But Guyon did his choler pacify, saying, Sir Knight, it would dishonour be to you that are our judge of equity, to wreak your wrath on such a carle as he. It's punishment enough that all his shame do see. So did he mitigate Sir Artegall. But Talus by the back the boaster hent, and drawing him out of the open hall, upon him did inflict this punishment. First he his beard did shave, and foully shent. Then from him reft his shield, and it renversed, and blotted out his arms with falsehood blent, and himself baffled, and his arms unhearsed, and broke his sword in twain, and all his armor spursed. The whiles his guileful groom was fled away, but vain it was to think from him to fly, who overtaking him did disarray, and all his face deformed with infamy, and out of court him scourged openly. So ought all faitours that true knighthood shame, and arms dishonour with base villainy, from all brave knights be banished with defame. For oft their loudons blotteth good deserts with blame. Now when these counterfeits were thus unkissed, out of the foreside of their forgery, and in the sight of all men clean disgraced, all gone to jest and gibe full merrily, at the remembrance of their knavery. Ladies can laugh at ladies, knights at knights, to think with how great vaunt of bravery he them abused through his subtil sleights, and what a glorious shew he made in all their sights. There leave we them in pleasure and repast, spending their joyous days and glad full nights, and taking usury of time forepast, with all dear dailies and rare delights, fit for such ladies and such lovely knights. And turn we here to this fair furrow's end, our weary yokes, to gather fresher sprites. That, when as time to Artegall shall tend, we on his first adventure may him forward send. Canto. Chapter 4. Artegall dealeth right betwixt two brethren that do strive. Saves Turpine from the gallow tree, and doth from death reprieve whoso upon himself will take the skill. True justice unto people to divide, had need have mighty hands for to fulfill that which he doth with righteous doom decide, and for to master wrong and puissant pride. For vain it is to deem of things aright, and makes wrong-doers justice to deride, unless it be performed with dreadless might. For power is the right hand of justice truly hight. Therefore whilome to knights of great emprise the charge of justice given was in trust, that they might execute her judgments wise, and with their might beat down licentious lust, which proudly did impugn her sentence just. Whereof no braver president this day remains on earth, preserved from iron rust, of rude oblivion and long time's decay, than this of Artegall, which here we have to say. Who having lately left that lovely pair, enlinked fast in wedlock's loyal bond, bold Marinell with Florimell the fair, with whom great feast and goodly glee he fond, departed from the castle of the Strand, to follow his adventure's first intent, which long ago he taken had in hand. No wight with him for his assistance went, but that great Iron groom, his guard and government, with whom, as he did passe by the sea shore, he chanced to come whereas two comely squires, both brethren, whom one womb together bore, but stirred up with different desires, together strove, and kindled wrathful fires. And them beside two seemly damsels stood, by all means seeking to assuage their ires. Now with fair words, but words did little good. Now with sharp threats, but threats the more increased their mood. And there before them stood a coffer strong, fast bound on every side with iron bands, but seeming to have suffered mickle wrong, either by being wrecked upon the sands, or being carried far from foreign lands. Seemed that for it these squires at Od's did fall, and bent against themselves their cruel hands. But evermore those damsels did forestall their furious encounter, and their fierceness pall. But firmly fixed they were with dint of sword, and batails doubtful proof their rights to try. No other end their fury would afford, but what to them fortune would justify. So stood they both in readiness thereby, to join the comate with cruel intent. When Artegall, arriving happily, did stay a while their greedy bickerment, till he had questioned the cause of their dissent. To whom the elder did this answer frame: Then weet ye, sir, that we two brethren be, to whom our sire, Milesio by name, did equally bequeath his lands in fee. 2 hands, which ye there before you see, not far in sea, of which the one appears but like a little mount of small degree, yet was as great and wide, ere many years, as that same other isle, that greater breadth now bears. But tract of time, that all things doth decay, and this devouring sea, that naught doth spare, the most part of my land hath washed away, and thrown it up unto my brother's share. So his increased, but mine did impair. Before which time I loved, as was my lot, that further made, hight Philterra the fair, with whom a goodly doer I should have got, and should have joined Bene to her in wedlock's knot. Then did my younger brother, Amadas, love that same other damsel, Lucy bright, to whom but little dower allotted was. Her virtue was the dower that did delight. What better dower can to a dame be hight? But now, when Philtra saw my lands decay, and former livelihood fail, she left me quite, and to my brother did elope straightway. who, taking her from me, his own love left astray. She, seeing then herself forsaken so, through dolorous despair which she conceived, into the sea herself did headlong throw, thinking to have her grief by death bereaved. But see how much her purpose was deceived. Whilst thus, amidst the billows beating of her, twixt life and death long to and fro she weaved, she chanced unwares to light upon this coffer, which to her in that donger hope of life did offer. The wretched maid, that erst deserved to die, when as the pain of death she tasted had, and but half seen his ugly visnomy, gone to repent that she had been so mad, for any death to change life, though most bad. And catching hold of this sea-beaten chest, the lucky pilot of her passage sad, after long tossing in the seas distressed, her weary bark at last upon mine isle did rest, where I by chance then wandering on the shore, did her espy, and through my good endeavour, from dreadful mouth of death, which threatened sore, her to have swallowed up, did help to save her. She then, in recompense of that great favour, which I on her bestowed on me, the portion of that good which fortune gave her, together with herself in dowry free, both goodly portions, but of both the better she. Yet in this coffer which she with her brought, great treasure sit hence we did find contained, which as our own we took, and so it thought. But this same other damsel since hath feigned, that to herself that treasure appertained, and that she did transport the same by sea, to bring it to her husband new ordained, but suffered cruel shipwreck by the way. But whether it be so or no, I cannot say. But, whether it indeed be so or no, this do I say, that what so good or ill, or God or fortune unto me did throw, not wronging any other by my will, I hold mine own, and so will hold it still. And though my land he first did win away, and then my love, though now at little skill, yet my good Lucy he shall not likewise pray, but I will it defend whilst ever that I may. So having said, the younger did and so. Full true it is what's so about our land, my brother here declared hath to you. But not for it this odies twixt us doth stand, but for this treasure thrown upon his strand, which well I prove, as shall appear by trial, to be this maid's with whom I fastned hand, known by good marks and perfect good espial. Therefore it ought be rendered her without denial. When they thus ended had, the knight began. Certes, your strife were easy to accord. Would ye remit it to some righteous man? Unto yourself, said they, we give our word, to bide that judgment ye shall us afford. Then for assurance to my doom to stand, under my foot let each lay down his sword, and then you shall my sentence understand. So each of them laid down his sword out of his hand. Then Artegall thus to the younger said, Now tell me, Amadas, if that ye may, your brother's land the which the sea hath laid unto your part, and plucked from his away, by what good right do you withhold this day? What other right, quoth he, should you esteem, but that the sea it to my share did lay? Your right is good, said he, and so I deem, that what the sea unto you sent your own should see me. Then turning to the elder thus he said, Now, Brasidas, let this likewise be shown. Your brother's treasure, which from him is strayed, being the dowry of his wife well known, by what right do you claim to be your own? What other right, quoth he, should you esteem, but that the sea hath it unto me thrown? Your right is good, said he, and so I deem, that what the sea unto you sent your own should see me. For equal right in equal things doth stand. For what the mighty sea hath once possessed, and plucked quite from all possessor's hand, whether by rage of waves that never rest, or else by wrack that wretches hath distressed, he may dispose by his imperial might, as thing at random left, to whom he list. So, Amadas, the land was yours first height. And so the treasure yours is, Brasidas, by right. When he his sentence thus pronounced had, both Amadas and Philtra were displeased. But Brasidas and Lucy were right glad. And on the treasure by that judgment ceased. So was their discord by this doom appeased. And each one had his right. Then Artegall, when as their sharp contention he had ceased, departed on his way, as did befall, to follow his old quest, the which him forth did call. So as he travelled upon the way, he chanced to come, where happily he spied a rout of many people far away, to whom his course he hastily applied, to weet the cause of their assemblance wide. To whom when he approached near in sight, an uncouth sight, he plainly then descried, to be a troop of women, warlike dight, with weapons in their hands as ready for to fight. And in the midst of them he saw a knight, with both his hands behind him pinnowed hard, and round about his neck an halter tight, and ready for the gallowtree prepared. His face was covered, and his head was barred, that who he was uneath was to descry. And with full heavy heart with them he fared, grieved to the soul, and groaning inwardly, that he of women's hands so base a death should die. But they, like tyrants merciless, the more rejoiced at his miserable case, and him reviled, and reproached sore, with bitter taunts and terms of vile disgrace. Now when as Artegall, arrived in place, did ask what cause brought that man to decay, they round about him gone to swarm apace, meaning on him their cruel hands to lay, and to have wrought unwares some villainous assay. But he was soon aware of their ill mind, and drawing back deceived their intent. Yet, though himself did shame on womankind, his mighty hand to shend, he Talus sent, to wreak on them their folly's hardiment, who with few souses of his iron flail, dispersed all their troop incontinent, and sent them home to tell a piteous tale, of their vain prowess turned to their proper bale. But that same wretched man, ordained to die, they left behind them, glad to be so quit. Him Talus took out of perplexity, and horror of foul death for night unfit, who more than loss of life I dreaded it, and, him restoring unto living light, so brought unto his lord, where he did sit, beholding all that womanish weak fight, whom soon as he beheld he knew, and thus behight. Sir Turpine, hapless man, what make you here? Or have you lost yourself and your discretion, that ever in this wretched case ye were? Or have ye yielded you to proud oppression of women's power, that boast of men's subjection? Or else what other deadly dismal day is fallen on you by heaven's hard direction, that ye were run so fondly far astray, as for to lead yourself unto your own decay? Much was the man confounded in his mind, partly with shame, and partly with dismay, that all astonished he himself did find, and little had for his excuse to say. But onely thus, most hapless well ye may me justly term, that to this shame am brought, and made the scorn of knighthood this same day. But who can scape what his own fate hath wrought? The work of heavens will surpasseth humane thought. Right true, but faulty men use oftentimes to attribute their folly unto fate, and lay on heaven the guilt of their own crimes. But tell, Sir Turpin, and let you Amati, your misery, how fell ye in this state? Then sith ye needs, quoth he, will know my shame, and all the ill which chanced to me of late. I shortly will to you rehearse the same, in hope ye will not turn misfortune to my blame. Being desirous, as all knights are wont, through hard adventures deeds of arms to try, and after fame and honor for to hunt, I heard report that Faerie abroad did fly, that a proud Amazon did late defy all the brave knights that hold of Maidenhead, and unto them wrought all the villainy that she could forge in her malicious head, which some hath put to shame, and many done be dead. The cause, they say, of this her cruel hate, is for the sake of Belladant the bold, to whom she bore most fervent love of late, and wooed him by all the ways she could. But when she saw at last that he any would, for aught or not be won unto her will, she turned her love to hatred manifold, and for his sake vowed to do all the ill which she could do to knights, which now she doth fulfill. For all those knights, the which by force or guile she doth subdue, she foully doth entreat. First, she doth them of warlike arms despoil, and cloth in women's weeds, and then with threat doth them compel to work, to earn their meat, to spin, to card, to sew, to wash, to wring. Ne doth she give them other thing to eat, but bread and water or like feeble thing, them to disable from revenge adventuring. But if through stout disdain of manly mind, any her proud observance will withstand, upon that gibbet, which is there behind, she causeth them be hanged up out of hand. In which condition I right now did stand. For, being overcome by her in fight, and put to that base service of her band, I rather chose to die in lives despite, than lead that shameful life, unworthy of a knight. How hight that Amazon? Said Artegall. And where and how far hence does she abide? Her name, quoth he, they Radagon do call. A princess of great power and greater pride, and queen of Amazons, in arms well tried, and sundry battles, which she hath achieved, with great success, that her hath glorified, and made her famous, more than is believed. No would I it have weened, had I not laid it preeved. Now sure, said he, and by the faith that I to maidenhead and noble knighthood owe, I will not rest till I her might do tree, and venge the shame that she to knights doth show. Therefore, Sir Turpin, from you lightly throw this squalid weed, the pattern of despair, and wend with me, that ye may see and know how fortune will your ruined name repair, and knights of Maidenhead, whose praise she would impair. With that, like one that hopeless was deprived from death's door at which he lately lay, those iron fetters wherewith he was gyved, the badges of reproch, he threw away, and nimbly did him dight to guide the way unto the dwelling of that Amazon, which was from thence not past a mile or tway, a goodly city and a mighty one, the which of her own name she called Radgon, where they arriving by the watchmen were descried straight, who all the city warned how that three warlike persons did appear, of which the one him seemed a knight all armed, and t'each other too well likely to have harmed. Eftsoons the people all to harness ran, and like a sort of bees in clusters swarmed. Ere long their queen herself, half like a man, came forth into the rout, and them t'array began. And now the knights, being arrived near, did beat upon the gates to enter in. And at the porter, scorning them so few, through many threats, if they the town did win, to tear his flesh in pieces for his sin. Which when as Radagon their coming heard, her heart for rage did grate, and teeth did grin. She bade that straight the gates should be unbarred, and to them way to make with weapons well prepared. Soon as the gates were open to them set, they pressed forward, in trance to have made. But in the middle way they were emet with a sharp shore of arrows, which them stayed, and better bad advise, ere they assayed unknown peril of bold women's pride. Then all that rout upon them rudely laid, and heaped strokes so fast on every side, and arrows hailed so thick, that they could not abide. But Radegund herself, when she espied Sir Turpin, from her dire full dumb acquit. So cruel dole amongst her maids divide. T'avenge that shame they did on him commit. All so dainly inflammed with furious fit. Like a fell lioness at him she flew. And on his headpiece him so fiercely smit, that to the ground him quite she overthrew. Dismayed so with the stroke that he no colours knew. Soon as she saw him on the ground to grovel, she lightly to him leapt, and in his neck her proud foot setting, at his head did level, weening at once her wrath on him to wreak, and his contempt, that did her judgment break. As when a bear hath seized her cruel claws upon the carcass of some beast too weak, proudly stands over, and a while doth pause, to hear the piteous beast pleading her plaintive cause. Whom when as Artegall in that distress by chance beheld, he left the bloody slaughter, in which he swam, and ran to his redress. There her assailing fiercely fresh, he rout her. Such an huge stroke, that it of sense distraught her. And had she not it warded warily, it had deprived her mother of a daughter. Nathless for all the power she did apply, it made her stagger oft, and stare with ghastly eye, like to an eagle, in his kingly pride, soaring through his wide empire of the air, to weather his broad sails, by chance hath spied a goshawk, which hath seized for her share upon some fowl that should her feast prepare. With dreadful force he flies at her bylive, that with his souse, which none enduren dare, her from the quarry he away doth drive, and from her griping pounce the greedy prey doth rive. But, soon as she her sense recovered had, she fiercely towards him herself gone dight, through vengeful wrath and stainful pride half mad. For never had she suffered such despite, but ere she could join hand with him to fight, her warlike maids about her flocked so fast, that they disparred them, maugre their might, and with their troops did far asunder cast. But mongst the rest the fight did until evening last, and every while that mighty Iron man, with his strange weapon, never wont in war, them sorely vexed, and coursed, and overran, and broke their bows, and did their shooting mar, that none of all the many once did dare him to assault, nor once approach him nie. But like a sort of sheep dispersed far for dread of their devouring enemy, through all the fields and valleys did before him fly. But when as dale's fair shiny beam, clouded with fearful shadows of deformed night, warned man and beast in quiet rest be shrouded, bold Radegund with sound of trump on height, caused all her people to surcease from fight, and gathering them unto her city's gate, made them all enter in before her sight, and all the wounded, and the weak in state, to be conveyed in, ere she would once retrate. When thus the field was voided all away, and all things quieted, the elfin knight, weary of toil and travel of that day, caused his pavilion to be richly pight, before the city gate, in open sight, where he himself did rest in safety, together with Sir Turpin all that night. But Talus usty, in times of jeopardy, to keep a nightly watch for dread of treachery. But Radegund, full of heart-gnawing grief, for the rebuke which she sustained that day, could take no rest, any would receive relief, but tossed in her troublous mind what way she mote revenge that blot which on her lay. There she resolved herself in single fight, to try her fortune, and his force assay, rather than see her people spoiled quite, as she had seen that day, a disaventurous sight. She called forth to her a trusty maid, whom she thought fittest for that business. Her name was Clarin, and thus to her said, Go, damsel, quickly, do thyself address to the message which I shall express. Go thou unto that stranger Faerie knight, who yesterday drove us to such distress. Tell, that tomorrow I with him will fight, and try in equal field whether hath greater might. But these conditions do to him propound, that if I vanquish him, he shall obey my law, and ever to my lore be bound. And so will I, if me he vanquish may, whatever he shall like to do or say. Go straight, and take with thee to witness it 6 of thy fellows of the best array, and bear with you both wine and juncates fit, and bid him eat, henceforth he oft shall hungry sit. The damsel straight obeyed, and putting all in readiness, forth to the town gate went, where, sounding loud a trumpet from the wall, unto those warlike knights she warning sent. Then Talus forth issuing from the tent, unto the wall his way did fearless take, to weten what that trumpet sounding meant, where that same damsel loudly him bespake, and shewed that with his lord she would imparlance make. So he them straight conducted to his lord, who, as he could, them goodly well did greet, till they had told their message word by word, which he accepting well, as he could weet, them fairly entertained with courtesies meet, and gave them gifts and things of dear delight. So back again they homeward turned their feet. But Artegall himself to rest did dight, that he mote fresher be against the next day's fight. Canto. Chapter 5. Artegall fights with Radegund, and is subdued by guile. He is by her imprisoned, but wrought by Claren's wile. So soon as day forth dawning from the east, night's humid curtain from the heavens withdrew, and eeriely calling forth both man and beast, commanded them their daily works renew. These noble warriors, mindful to pursue the last day's purpose of their vowed fight, themselves thereto prepared in order due. The night, as best was seeming for a night, and Amazon, as best it licked herself to dight, all in a camise light of purple silka, woven upon with silver, subtly wrought, and quilted upon satin white as milk, trailed with ribbands diversely distraught, like as the workmen had their courses taught, which was short tucked for light motion, up to her ham. But, when she list, it rout down to her lowest heel, and thereupon she wore for her defence a mailed habergeon, and on her legs she painted buskins wore, basted with bends of gold on every side, and mails between, and laced close afore. Upon her thigh her scimitar was tied, with an embroidered belt of mythical pride, and on her shoulder hung her shield, bedecked upon the boss with stones that shined wide, as the fair moon in her most full aspect, that to the moon it mote be like in each respect. So forth she came out of the city gate, with stately port and proud magnificence, guarded with many damsels that did wait upon her person for her sure defence, playing on shomes and trumpets, that from hence their sound did reach unto the heaven's height. So forth into the field she marched thence, where was a rich pavilion ready pight, her to receive, till time they should begin the fight. Then forth came Artegall out of his tent, all armed to point, and first the lists did enter. Soon after eke came she, with fell intent, and countenance fierce, as having fully bent her, that betells utmost trial to adventure. The lists were closed fast, to bark the rout, from rudely pressing to the middle centre, which in great heaps them circled all about, waiting how fortune would resolve that dongerous doubt. The trumpet sounded, and the field began. With bitter strokes it both began and ended. She at the first encounter on him ran, with furious rage, as if she had intended out of his breast the very heart have rend. But he, that had like tempests often tried, from that first flaw himself right well defended. The more she ragged, the more he did abide. She hewed, she foined, she lashed, she laid on every side. Yet still her blows he bore, and her forbore, weening at last to win advantage new. Yet still her cruelty increased more. And, though power failed, her courage did accrue. Which failing, he gone fiercely her perso. Like as a smith that to his cunning feat the stub-born metal seeketh to subdue. Soon as he feels it mollified with heat, with his great iron sledge doth strongly on it beat. So did Sir Artegall upon her lay, as if she had an iron anvil been, that flakes of fire, bright as the sunny ray, out of her steely arms were flashing seen, that all on fire ye would her surely ween. But with her shield so well herself she warded from the dread donger of his weapon keen, that all that while her life she safely guard. But he that help from her against her will discarded, for with his trenchant blade at the next blow, half of her shield he shared quite away, that half her side itself did naked show, and thenceforth unto donger opened way. Much was she moved with the mighty sway of that sad stroke, that half enragged she grew, and, like a greedy bear unto her prey, with her sharp scimitar at him she flew, that glancing down his thigh the purple blood forth drew. Thereat she gone to triumph with great boast, and to upbraid that chance which him misfell, as if the prize she gotten had almost, with spiteful speeches, fitting with her well, that his great heart gone inwardly to swell, with indignation at her vaunting vain, and at her stroke with puissance fearful fell. Yet with her shield she warded it again, that shattered all to pieces round about the plain. Having her thus disarmed of her shield, upon her helmet he again her strook, that down she fell upon the grassy field, in senseless swoon, as if her life forsook, and pangs of death her spirit overtook. Whom when he saw before his foot prostrated, he to her leapt with deadly dreadful look, and her sunshiny helmet soon unlaced, thinking at once both head and helmet to have raced. But, when as he discovered had her face, he saw, his senses' strong astonishment, a miracle of nature's goodly grace, in her fair visage void of ornament, but bathed in blood and sweat together meant, which in the rudeness of that evil plight, bewrayed the signes of feature excellent, like as the moon in foggy winter's night, doth see me to be herself, though dark Ned be her light. At sight thereof his cruel-minded heart empierced was with pitiful regard, that his sharp sword he threw from him apart, cursing his hand that had that visage marred. No hand so cruel, nor no heart so hard, but ruth of bow tie will it mollify. By this, upstarting from her swoon, she starred a while about her with confused eye, like one that from his dream is waked suddenly. Soon as the night she there by her did spy, standing with empty hands all weaponless, with fresh assault upon him she did fly, and gone renew her former cruelness. And though he still returned, yet nathless, with huge redoubled strokes she on him laid, and more increased her outrage merciless, the more that he with meek entreaty prayed, her wrathful hand from greedy vengeance to have stayed. Like as a puddock having spied in sight a gentle falcon sitting on an hill, whose other wing, now made unmeet for flight, was lately broken by some fortune ill. The foolish kite, led with licentious will, doth beat upon the gentle bird in vain, with many idle stoops her troubling still. Even so did Radegund with bootless pain annoy this noble knight, and sorely him constrain. Naught could he do but shun the dread despite of her fierce wrath, and backward still retire, and with his single shield, well as he might, bear off the burden of her raging ire. And evermore he gently did desire to stay her strokes, and he himself would yield. Yet nude she hark, and he let him once respire. Till he to her delivered had his shield. And to her mercy him submitted in plain field. So was he overcome. Not overcome. But to her yielded of his own accord. Yet was he justly damned by the doom of his own mouth, that spake so wareless word. To be her thrall and service her afford. For though that he first victory obtained, yet after, by abandoning his sword, he wilful lost that he before attained. No fairer conquest than that with goodwill is gained. Though with her sword on him she flatling strook, insignia of true subjection to her power, and as her vassal him to thraldom took. But Turpine, born to a more unhappy hour, as he on whom the luckless stars did lower, she caused to be attached, and forthwith led unto the crook, to abide the baleful store, from which he lately had through rescue fled, where he full shamefully was hanged by the head. But when they thought on Talus hands to lay, he with his iron flail amongst them thundered, that they were fain to let him scape away, glad from his company to be so saundred, whose presence all their troops so much encumbered, that heaps of those which he did wound and slay, besides the rest dismayed, might not be numbered. Yet all that while he would not once essay to rescue his own lord, but thought it just to obey. Then took the Amazon this noble knight, left to her will by his own wilful blame, and caused him to be disarmed quite of all the ornaments of knightly name, with which whilome he gotten had great fame. Instead whereof she made him to be dight in woman's weeds, that is to manhood shame, and put before his lap a napron white, instead of curates and bases fit for fight. So being clad she brought him from the field, in which he had been trained many a day, into a long large chamber, which was sealed with monuments of many nights' decay, by her subdued in victorious fray, amongst the which she caused his warlike arms be hanged on high, that mote his shame bewray, and broke his sword, for fear of further harms, with which he wont to stir up battailous alarms. There entreed and he round about him saw many brave knights, whose names right well he knew. There bound to obey that Amazon's proud law, spinning and carding all in comely rue, that his biggy heart loathed so uncomely view. But they were forced, through penury and pine, to do those works to them appointed due. For naught was given them to sup or dine, but what their hands could earn by twisting linen twine. Amongst them all she placed him most low, and in his hand a distaff to him gave, that he thereon should spin both flax and tow. A sordid office for a mind so brave. So hard it is to be a woman's slave. Yet he it took in his own self's despite, and thereto did himself right well behave. Her to obey, sith he his faith had plight. Her vassal to become, if she him won in fight. Who had him seen imagine mote thereby? That whilome hath of Hercules been told, how for Lola's sake he did apply his mighty hands the distaff vile to hold, for his huge club, which had subdued of old so many monsters which the world annoyed. His lion's skin chonged to a pall of gold, in which, forgetting wars, he onely joyed in combats of sweet love, and with his mistress toyed. Such is the cruelty of womankind, when they have shaken off the shamefast band, with which wise nature did them strongly bind, t'obey the heasts of man's well-ruling hand, that then all rule and reason they withstand, to purchase a licentious liberty. But virtuous women wisely understand that they were born to base humility, unless the heavens them lift to lawful sovereignty. Thus there long while continued Artegall, serving proud Radegund with true subjection, however it his noble heart did gall. T'obey a woman's tyrannous direction. That might have had of life or death election. But, having chosen, now he might not change. During which time the warlike Amazon, whose wandering fancy after lust did wrong, gone cast a secret liking to this captive strange, which long concealing in her covert breast, she chawed the cud of lover's careful plight. Yet could it not so thoroughly digest, being fast fixed in her wounded sprite. But it tormented her both day and night. Yet would she not thereto yield free accord, to serve the lowly vassal of her might, and of her servant make her sovereign lord. So great her pride that she such baseness much abhorred. So much the greater still her anguish grew, through stub-born handling of her love-sick heart. And still the more she strove it to subdue, the more she still augmented her own smart, and wider made the wound of hidden dart. At last, when long she struggled had in vain, she gone to stoop, and her proud mind convert to meek obeisance of love's mighty reign, and him entreat for grace that had procured her pain. Unto herself in secret she did call her nearest handmaid, whom she most did trust, and to her said, Clorinda, whom of all I trust alive, sith I thee fostered first. Now is the time that I untimely must thereof make trial in my greatest need. It is so hapned that the heavens unjust, spiting my happy freedom, have agreed to thrall my looser life, or my last bale to breed. With that she turned her head, as half abashed, to hide the blush which in her visage rose, and through her eyes like sudden lightning flashed, decking her cheek with a vermilion rose. But soon she did her countenance compose, and to her turning thus began again. This grief's deep wound I would to thee disclose, thereto compelled through heart-murdering pain. But dread of shame my doubtful lips doth still restrain. Ah! My dear dread, said then the faithful maid, can dread of aught your dreadless heart withhold? That many hath with dread of death dismayed, and dare even death's most dreadful face behold? Say on, my sovereign lady, and be bold. Doth not your handmaid's life at your foot lie? Therewith much comforted she gone unfold the cause of her conceived malady, as one that would confess, yet fain would it deny. Clarin, said she, thou sayest yond fairy knight, whom not my valor, but his own brave mind, subjected hath to my unequal might. What right is it, that he should thraldom find, for lending life to me, a wretch unkind, that for such good him recompense with ill? Therefore I cast how I may him unbind, and by his freedom get his free goodwill. Yet so, as bound to me he may continue still, bound unto me but not with such hard bands, of strong compulsion and strait violence, as now in miserable state he stands, but with sweet love and sure benevolence, void of malicious mind or foul offense, to which if thou canst win him any way, without discovery of my thoughts' pretense, both goodly meed of him it purchase may, and eke with grateful service me right well apay, which that thou mayst the better bring to paw. Lo! Here this ring, which shall thy warrant be, and token true to old Eumenia's, from time to time, when thou it best shall see, that in and out thou mayst have passage free. Go now, Clorinda, well thy wits advise, and all thy forces gather unto thee, armies of lovely looks, and speeches wise, with which thou canst even Jove himself to love entice. The trusty maid, conceiving her intent, did with sure promise of her good endeavour give her great comfort and some heart's content. So, from her parting, she thenceforth did labour, by all the means she might to curry favour with elfin knight, her lady's best beloved, with daily shew of courteous kind behaviour. Even at the mark white of his heart she roved, And with wide glancing words one day she thus him proved. Unhappy knight! Upon whose hopeless state Fortune, envying good, hath felly frowned, and cruel heavens have heaped in heavy fate. I rue that thus thy better days are drowned in sad despair, and all thy senses swooned in stupid sorrow. Sith thy juster merit might else have with felicity been crowned. Look up at last, and wake thy dulled spirit, to think how this long death thou mightest disinherit. Much did he marvel at her uncouth speech, whose hidden drift he could not well perceive, and gone to doubt lest she him sought a peach of treason, or some guileful train did weave, through which she might his wretched life bereave. Both which to bar he with this answer met her. Fair damsel, that with ruth, as I perceive, of my mishaps art moved to wish me better. For such your kind regard I can but rest your debtor. Yet, weet ye well, that to a courage great, it is no less beseeming well to bear the storm of fortune's frown or heaven's threat, than in the sunshine of her countenance clear, timely to joy and carry comely cheer. For though this cloud have now me overcast, yet do I not of better times despair. And though, unlike, they should for ever last, yet in my truth's assurance I rest fixed fast. But what so stony mind, she then replied. But if in his own power occasion lay, would to his hope a window open wide, and to his fortune's help make ready way? Unworthy sure, quoth he, of better day, that will not take the offer of good hope. And eke perso, if he attain it may. Which speeches she applying to the scope of her intent, this further purpose to him shope. Then why doest not, thou ill-advised man, make means to win thy liberty forlorn, and try if thou by fair entreaty can move Radegund, who, though she still have worn her days in war, yet, weet thou, was not born of bears and tigers, nor so salvage-minded as that, all love of men she scorn. She yet forgets that she of men was kinded, and sooth oft seen, that proudest heart's base love hath blinded. Certes, Clorinda, not of cankered will, said he, nor obstinate disdainful mind, I have forbore this duty to fulfill. For well I may this ween by that I fwnd, that she a queen, and come of princely kwnd. Both worthy is for to be sowed unto, chiefly by him whose life her law doth bind, and eke of power her own doom to undo, and als of princely grace to be inclined thereto. But want of means hath been a mine onely let from seeking favor where it doth abound, which if I might by your good office get, I to yourself should rest for ever bound, and ready to deserve what grace I found. She feeling him thus bite upon the bait, yet doubting lest his hold was but unsound, and not well fastened, would not strike him straight, but drew him on with hope fit leisure to await. But, foolish maid, whiles heedless of the hook, she thus oft times was beating off and on, through slippery footing fell into the brook, and there was caught to her confusion. For, seeking thus to salve the Amazon, she wounded was with her deceit's own dart, and gone thenceforth to cast affection, conceived close in her beguiled heart, to Artegall, through pity of his causeless smart. Yet durst she not disclose her fancies wound, ne to himself, for doubt of being stained, ne yet to any other wight on ground, for fear her mistress should have knowledge gained, but to herself it secretly retained, within the closet of her covert breast. The more thereby her tender heart was pained, yet to await fit time she weened best, and fairly did dissemble her sad thoughts' unrest. One day her ladle, calling her apart, gone to demand of her some tidings good, touching her love's success, her lingering smart. Therewith she gone at first to change her mood. As one adawed, and half confused stood. But quickly she it overpassed, so soon as she her face had wiped to fresh her blood. Though gone she tell her all that she had done, and all the ways she sought his love for to have won. But said that he was obstinate and stern, scorning her offers and conditions vain. No would be taught with any terms to learn so fond a lesson as to love again. Die rather would he in penurious pain, and his abridged days in dolour wast, than his foes' love or liking entertain. His resolution was, both first and last. His body was her thrall, his heart was freely plast. Which when the cruel Amazon perceived, she gone to storm, and rage, and rend her gall. For very fell despite which she conceived, to be so scorned of a base-born thrall, whose life did lie in her least eyelid's fall. Of which she vowed, with many a cursed threat, that she therefore would him ere long forestall. Nathless, when calmed was her furious heat, she chonged that threatful mood, and mildly gone entreat. What now is left, Clorinda? What remains? That we may compass this our enterprise? Great shame to lose so long employed pains, and greater shame to abide so great misprise, with which he dares our offers thus despise. Yet that his guilt the greater may appear, and more my gracious mercy by this wise. I will a while with his first folly bear, till thou have tried again, and tempted him more near. Say and do all that may thereto prevail. Leave not unpromised that may him persuade. Life, freedom, grace, and gifts of great avail, with which the gods themselves are milder made. Thereto add a art, even women's witty trade, the art of mighty words that men can charm, with which in case thou canst him not invade, let him feel hardness of thy heave-I arm. Who will not stoop with good shall be made stoop with harm. Some of his diet dough from him withdraw, for I him find to be too proudly fed. Give him more labor, and with straighter law, that he with work may be forwearied. Let him lodge hard, and lie in straw and bed, that may pull down the courage of his pride, and lay upon him, for his greater dread, cold iron shens with which let him be tied, and let whatever he desires be him denied. When thou hast all this done, then bring me news of his demean, thenceforth not like a lover, but like a rebel stout, I will him use. For I resolve this siege not to give over, till I the conquest of my will recover. So she departed full of grief and stain, which inly did to great impatience move her. But the false maiden shortly turned again unto the prison, where her heart did thrall remain. There all her subtle nets she did unfold, and all the engines of her wit display, in which she meant him wareless to enfold, and of his innocence to make her prey. So cunningly she wrought her craft's essay, that both her lady, and herself withal, and eke the knight attaunt she did betray. But most the knight, whom she with guileful call did cast for to allure into her trap to fall. As a bad nurse, which, feigning to receive in her own mouth the food meant for her child, withholds it to herself, and doeth deceive the infant, so for want of nurture spoiled. Even so Clorinda her own dame beguiled, and turned the trust which was in her affied, to feeding of her private fire, which boiled her inward breast, and in her entrails fried, the more that she had sought to cover and to hide. For, coming to this night, she purpose feigned how earnest suit she erst for him had made, unto her queen, his freedom to have gained. But by no means could her thereto persuade, but that instead thereof she sternly bade his misery to be augmented more, and many iron bands on him to laid, all which nathless she for his love forbore. So praying him to accept her service evermore. And, more than that, she promised that she would, in case she might find favor in his eye, devise how to enlarge him out of hood. The fairy, glad to gain his liberty, can yield great thanks for such her courtesy. And with fair words, fit for the time and place, to feed the humor of her malady, promised, if she would free him from that case, he wold, by all good means he might deserve such grace. So daily he fair semblant did her shew, yet never meant he in his noble mind to his own absent love to be untrue. Ne ever did deceitful Clarin find in her false heart his bondage to unbind, but rather how she mote him faster tie. Therefore unto her mistress most unkind, she daily told her love he did defy, and him she told her dame his freedom did deny. Yet thus much friendship she to him did show, that his scarce diet somewhat was amended, and his work lessened, that his love mote grow. Yet to her dame him still she discommended, that she with him mote be the more offended. Thus he long while in thraldom there remained, of both beloved well, but little friend, until his own true love his freedom gained, which in another canto will be best contained. Canto. Chapter 6. Talus brings news to Britomart of Artegall's mishap. She goes to seek him, Dolan meets, who seeks her to entrap. Some men, I wot, will deem in Artegall great weakness, and report of him much ill, for yielding so himself a wretched thrall to th insolent command of women's will, that all his former praise doth foully spill. But he the man, that say or do so dare, be well advised that he stand steadfast still, for never yet was wight so well aware, but he, at first or last, was trapped in women's snare. Yet in the straitness of that captive state, this gentle knight himself so well behaved, that notwithstanding all the subtle bait with which those Amazons his love still craved, to his own love his loyalty he saved, whose character in th adamantine mold of his true heart so firmly was engraved, that no new love's impression ever could bereave it thence, such blot his honor blemish should. Yet his own love, the noble Britomart, scarce so conceived in her jealous thought, what time sad tidings of his baleful smart in woman's bondage Talus to her brought in untimely hour, ere it was sought. For, after that the utmost data Cindy for his return she waited had for naught. She gone to cast in her misdoubtful mind 1,000 fears, that love-sick fancies fain to find. Sometime she feared least some hard mishap had him misfallen in his adventurous quest. Sometime least his false foe did him entrap in traitorous train, or had unwares oppressed. But most she did her troubled mynd molest, and secretly afflict with jealous fear, least some new love had him from her posseest. Yet loath she was, since she no ill did hear, to think of him so ill. Yet could she not forbear. One while she blamed herself, another while she him condemned as trustless and untrue. And then, her grief with error to beguile, she feigned to count the time again anew, as if before she had not counted true. 4 hours, but dakes, for weeks that past were. She told but moneths, to make them see me more few. Yet when she reckoned them, still drawing near, each hour did see me a moneth, and every moneth a year. But when as yet she saw him not return, she thought to send some one to seek him out. But none she found so fit to serve that turn as her own self, to ease herself of doubt. Now she devised, amongst the warlike rout of errant knights, to seek her errant knight, and then again resolved to hunt him out amongst loose ladies lapped in delight. And then both knights envied, and ladies eke did spite One day when as she long had sought for ease, in every place, and every place thought best, yet found no place that could her liking please, she to a window came that opened west, towards which coast her love his way addressed. There looking forth, she in her heart did find many vain fancies working her unrest, and sent her winged thoughts, more swift than wind, to bear unto her love the message of her mind. There as she looked long, at last she spied one coming towards her with hasty speed. Well weened she then, ere him she plain descried, that it was one sent from her love indeed, who when he nigh approached, she mote a reed, that it was Talus, Artegall his groom, whereat her heart was filled with hope and dread. No would she stay till he in place could come, but ran to meet him forth to know his tidings psalm. Even in the Dunham meeting, she begun. And where is he thy lord, and how far hence? Declare at once, and hath he lost or won? The Iron man, Alba he wanted sense, and sorrows feeling, yet, with conscience of his ill news, did inly chill and quake, and stood still mute, as one in great suspense, as if that by his silence he would make her rather read his meaning than himself it spake. Till she again thus said, Talus, be bold, and tell whatever it be, good or bad, that from thy tongue thy heart's intent doth hold. To whom he thus at length, the tidings sad, that I would hide, will needs, I see, be rad. My lord, your love, by hard mishap doth lie in wretched bondage, woefully bestad. Ay me, quoth she, what wicked destiny! And is he vanquished by his tyrant enemy? Not by that tyrant, his intended foe, but by a tyrantess, he then replied, that him captive hath in hapless woe. Cease, thou bad newsman. Badly doest thou hide thy master's shame, in harlot's bondage tied. The rest myself too readily can spell. With that in rage she turned from him aside, forcing in vain the rest to her to tell, and to her chamber went like solitary cell. There she began to make her mournful plaint against her knight for being so untrue, and him to touch with falsehood's foul adient, that all his other honor overthrew. Oft did she blame herself, and often rue, for yielding to a stronger's love so light, whose life and manners strange she never knew. And evermore she did him sharply twite, for breach of faith to her, which he had fearmally plight. And then she in her wrathful will did cast how to revenge that blood of honor blent, to fight with him, and goodly die her last. And then again she did herself torment, inflicting on herself his punishment. A while she walked, and chafed. A while she threw herself upon her bed, and did lament. Yet did she not lament with loud allure, as women wont, but with deep sighs and singlets few, like as a wayward child, whose sounder sleep is broken with some fearful dreams of fright. With froward will doth set himself to weep, ne can be stilled for all his nurse's might, but kicks, and squalls, and shrieks for fell despite. Now scratching her, and her loose locks misusing, now seeking darkness, and now seeking light, then craving suck, and then the suck refusing. Such was this lady's fit in her love's fond accusing. But when she had with such unquiet fits herself there close afflicted long in vain, yet found no easement in her troubled wits, she unto Talus forth returned again, by change of place seeking to ease her pain, and gone inquire of him with milder mood the certain cause of Artegall's detain, and what he did, and in what state he stood, and whether he did woo, or whether he were wooed. Ah, well away, said then the Iron man, that he is not the while in state to woo, but lies in wretched thraldom, weak and wan, not by strong hand compelled thereunto. But his own doom, that none can now undo. Said I not then, quoth she, erewhile aright, that this is things compact betwixt you two, me to deceive of faith unto me plight, since that he was not forced, nor overcome in fight? With that he gone at large to her dilate the whole discourse of his captivant sad, in sort as ye have heard the same of late. All which when she with hard endurance had heard to the end, she was right sore bestad, with sodaine stounds of wrath and grief atone. No would abide, till she had on swear made, but straight herself did dight, and armor don, and mounting to her steed bade Talus guide her on. So forth she rode upon her ready way, to seek her knight, as Talus her did guide. Sadly she rode, and never word did say, nor good nor bad, any ever looked aside, but still right down, and in her thought did hide the fellness of her heart, right fully bent to fierce avengement of that woman's pride, which had her lord in her base prison pent, and so great honor with so foul reproach had blent. So as she thus melancholic did ride, chawing the cud of grief and inward pain, she chanced to meet, toward the eventide, a knight that softly paced on the plain, as if himself to solace he were fain. Well shot in years he seemed, and rather bent to peace than needless trouble to constrain, as well by view of that his vestiment, as by his modest semblant that no evil meant. He coming near gone gently her salute, with courteous words, in the most comely wise, who though desirous rather to rest mute, than terms to entertain of common guise, yet rather than she kindness would despise, she would herself displease, so him requite. Then gone the other further to devise of things abroad, as next to hand did light, and many things demand, to which she answered light. For little lust had she to talk of aught, or aught to hear that mote delightful be. Her mind was whole possessed of one thought, that gave none other place, which when as he, by outward signas, as well he might, did see, he list no lenger to use lothful speech, but her besought to take it well in gree, sith shady damp had dimmed the heavens' reach, to lodge with him that night, Unnell's good cause impeach. The championess, now seeing night at door, was glad to yield unto his good request, and with him went without gainsaying more. Not far away, but little wide by west, his dwelling was, to which he him addressed, where soon arriving they received were, in seemly wise, as them beseemed best. For he, their host, them goodly well did cheer, and talked of pleasant things the night away to wear. Thus passing th evening well, till time of rest. Then Britomart unto a bower was brought, where grooms awaited her to have undressed. But she any would undressed be for aught, ne doff her arms, though he her much besought. For she had vowed, she said, not to forego those warlike weeds, till she revenge had wrought of a late wrong upon a mortal foe, which she would sure perform, betide her weal or woe. Which when their host perceived, right discontent in mind he grew, for fear least by that art he should his purpose miss, which close he meant. Yet taking leave of her he did depart. There all that night remained Britomart, restless, recomfortless, with heart deep grieved, nor suffering the least twinkling sleep to start into her eye, which heart mote have relieved. But if the least appeared, her eyes she straight reprieved. Ye guilty eyes, said she, the which with guile my heart at first betrayed, will ye betray my life now too? For which a little while ye will not watch? False watches, well away! I wot when ye did watch both night and day, unto your loss, and now needs will ye sleep? Now ye have made my heart to wake alway. now will ye sleep? Ah! Wake, and rather weep. To think of your night's want, that should ye waking keep. Thus did she watch, and wear the weary night, in wailful plaints that none was to appease. Now walking soft, now sitting still upright, as sundry change her seemed best to ease. No less did Talus suffer sleep to seize his eyelid sad, but watched continually, lying without her door in great disease, like to a spaniel waiting carefully, lest any should betray his lady treacherously. What time the native bellman of the night, the bird that warned Peter of his fall, first rings his silver bell to each sleepy wight, that should their mindies up to devotion call. She heard a wondrous noise below the hall. Also dainly the bed, where she should lie, by a false trap was let adown to fall into a lower room. And by, the loft was raised again, that no man could it spy, with sight whereof she was dismayed right sore, perceiving well the treason which was meant, yet stirred not at all for doubt of more, but kept her place with courage confident, waiting what would ensue of that event. It was not long before she heard the sound of armed men coming with close intent towards her chamber, at which dreadful sound she quickly caught her sword, and shield about her bound. With that there came unto her chamber door 2 knights all armed ready for to fight, and after them full many other more, a rascal rout, with weapons rudely dight, whom soon as Talus spied by glims of night, he started up, there where on ground he lay, and in his hand his thresher ready cate. They seeing that let drive at him straightway, and round about him preace in riotous array. But, soon as he began to lay about, with his rude iron flail, they gone to fly, both armed knights and eke unarmed rout. Yet Talus after them apace did ply, wherever in the dark he could them spy, that here and there like scattered sheep they lay. Then, back returning where his dame did lie, he to her told the story of that fray, and all that treason their intended did bewray, wherewith though wondrous wroth, and inly burning, to be avenged for so foul a deed, yet being forced to abide the day's returning, she there remained, but with right wary heed, lest any more such practice should proceed. Now mote ye know, that which to Britomart unknown was, whence all this did proceed, and for what cause so great mischievous smart was meant to her that never evil meant in heart. The goodman of this house was Dolan hight, a man of subtil wit and wicked mind, that whilome in his youth had been a knight, and arms had borne, but little good could find, and much less honor by that warlike kind of life, for he was nothing valorous, but with sly shifts and wiles did undermine all noble knights, which were adventurous, and many brought to shame by treason treacherous. He had 3 sons, all 3 like father's sons, like treacherous, like full of fraud and guile, of all that on this earthly compasse wans. The eldest of the which was slain erewhile by Artegall, through his own guilty wile. His name was Guiser, whose untimely fate, for to avenge, full many treasons vile, his father Dolan had devised of late, with these his wicked sons, and showed his cankered hate. For sure he weened that this his present guest was Artegall, by many tokens plain, but chiefly by that iron page he guessed, which still was wont with Artegall remain, and therefore meant him surely to have slain. But by God's grace, and her good heediness, she was preserved from their traitorous train. Thus she all night wore out in watchfulness, ne suffered slothful sleep her eyelids to oppress. The morrow next, so soon as dawning hour discovered had the light to living eye, she forth issoed out of her loathed bower, with full intent to avenge that villainy. On that vilda man and all his family. And, coming down to seek them where they wand. Nor sire, nor sons, not any could she spy. Each realm she sought, but them all empty fond. They all were fled for fear. But whether, nether conned. She saw it vain to make their lenger stay. But took her steed, and thereon mounting light. Gone her address unto her former way. She had not rid the mountenance of a flight. But that she saw there present in her sight. Those two false brethren on that perilous bridge. On which Polenti with Artegall did fight. Straight was the passage, like a ploughed ridge. That, if two met, the one mote needs fall over the lidge. There they did think themselves on her to wreak. Who as she nigh unto them drew, the one. These vile reproaches gone unto her speak. Thou recreant false traitor, that with loan of arms hast knighthood stol'n, yet knight art none. No more shall now the darkness of the night defend thee from the vengeance of thy foe. But with thy blood thou shalt appease the sprite of Guiser by thee slain, and murdered by thy sleight. Strange were the words in Britomart's ear. Yet stayed she not for them, but forward fared. Till to the perilous bridge she came. And there Talus dessered that he might have prepared the way to her, and those two low cells scared. But she thereat was wroth, that for despite the glancing sparkles through her bever glared. And from her eyes did flash out fiery light. Like coals that through a silver censer sparkle bright. She stayed not to advise which way to take. But putting spurs unto her fiery beast. Thorough the midst of them she way did make. The one of them, which most her wrath increased. Upon her spear she bore before her breast. Till to the bridge's further end she passed. Where falling down his challenge he released. The other overside the bridge she cast. Into the river, where he drunk his deadly last. As when the flashing levin haps to light upon two stub-born oaks, which stand so near. That way betwixt them none appears in sight. The engen, fiercely flying forth, doth tear. One from the earth, and through the air doth bear. The other it with force doth overthrow. Upon one side, and from his roots doth rear. So did the championess those two there strow. And to their sire their carcasses left to bestow. Canto. Chapter 7. Britomart comes to Isis' church. Where she strange visions sees. She fights with Radegund, her slays. And Artegall thence frees. Naught is on earth more sacred or divine. That gods and men do equally adore. Then this same virtue that doth right define. For heavens themselves. Whence mortal men implore. Right in their wrongs, are arguelled by righteous lore. Of highest Jove, who doth true justice deal. To his inferior gods. And evermore. Therewith contains his heavenly commonweal. The skill whereof to princes' hearts he doth reveal. Well therefore did the antique world invent. That justice was a god of sovereign grace. And altars unto him and temples lent. And heavenly honors in the highest place. Calling him great Osiris, of the race. Of old Egyptian kings that whilome were. With feigned colors shading a true case. For that Osiris, whilst he lived here. The justest man alive and truest did appear. His wife was Isis. Whom they likewise made a goddess of great power and sovereignty. And in her person cunningly did shade that part of justice which is equity. Whereof I have to treat here presently. Unto whose temple when as Britomart arrived, she with great humility did enter in, and he would that night depart. But Talus mote not be admitted to her part. There she received was in goodly wise. Of many priests, which duly did attend. Upon the rites and daily sacrifice. All clad in linen robes with silver hemmed. And on their heads, with long locks comely kemmed, they wore rich mitres shaped like the moon, to shew that Isis doth the moon portend, like as Osiris signifies the sun. For that they both like race in equal justice run. The championess them greeting, as she could, was thence by them into the temple led, whose goodly building when she did behold, borne upon stately pillars, all dispread with shining gold, and arched overhead, she wondered at the workman's passing skill, whose like before she never saw nor read, and thereupon long while stood gazing still, but thought that she thereon could never gaze her fill. Thenceforth unto the idol they her brought, the which was framed all of silver fine, so well as could with cunning hand be wrought, and clothed all in garments made of line, hemmed all about with fringe of silver twine. Upon her head she wore a crown of gold, to shew that she had power in things divine. And at her feet a crocodile was rolled, that with her wreathed tail her middle did enfold. One foot was set upon the crocodile, and on the ground the other fast did stand, so meaning to suppress both forged guile and open force, and in her other hand she stretched forth a long white splendor wand. Such was the goddess, whom when Britomart had long beheld, herself upon the land, she did prostrate, and with right humble heart, unto herself her silent prayers did impart, to which the idol, as it were inclining, her wand did move with amiable look, by outward shew her inward sense designing, who well perceiving how her wand she shook, it as a token of good fortune took. By this the day with damp was overcast, and joyous light the house of Jove forsook, which when she saw her helmet she unlast, and by the altar's side herself to slumber plast. For other beds the priests there used none, but on their mother earth's dear lap did lie, and bake their sides upon the cold hard stone, tenure themselves to suffrance thereby, and proud rebellious flesh to mortify. For by the vow of their religion, they tied were to steadfast chastity, and continence of life, that, all foregone, they mote the better tend to their devotion. Therefore they mote not taste of fleshly food, ne feed on aught the which doth bloud contain, ne drink of wine. For wine, they say, is blood, even the blood of giants, which were slain by thundering Jove in the Phlegrean plain, for which the earth, as they the story tell, wroth with the gods, which to perpetual pain had damned her sons which gainst them did rebel, with inward grief and malice did against them swell, and of their vital blood, the which was shed into her pregnant bosom, forth she brought the fruitful vine, whose liquor bloudy red, having the mindies of men with fury fraught, mote in them stir up old rebellious thought, to make new war against the gods again. Such is the power of that same fruit, that not the fell contagion may thereof restrain, no within reason's rule her madding mood contain. There did the warlike maid herself repose, under the wings of Isis all that night, and with sweet rest her heavy eyes did close, after that long day's toil and weary plight, where whilst her earthly parts with soft delight of senseless sleep did deeply drowned lie, there did appear unto her heavenly sprite a wondrous vision, which did close imply the course of all her fortune and posterity. Her seemed, as she was doing sacrifice to Isis, decked with mitre on her head, and linen stole after those priests' gewise. All so dainty she saw transfigured, her linen stole to robe of scarlet red, and moon-like mitre to a crown of gold, that even she herself much wondered at such a change, and joyed to behold herself adorned with gems and jewels manifold. And, in the midst of her felicity, an hideous tempest seemed from below, To rise through all the temple so dainly, that from the altar all about did blow the holy fire, and all the embers strow upon the ground, which, kindled privily, into outrageous flames unwares did grow, that all the temple put in jeopardy of flaming, and herself in great perplexity. With that the crocodile, which sleeping lay under the idol's feet in fearless bower, seemed to awake in horrible dismay, as being troubled with that stormy store, and gaping greedy wide did straight devour both flames and tempest, with which grown great, and swoln with pride of his own peerless power, he gone to threaten her likewise to eat. But that the goddess with her rod him back did beat, though turning all his pride to humbless meek, himself before her feet he lowly threw, and gone for grace and love of her to seek, which she accepting, he so near her drew, that of his game she soon enwombed grew, and forth did bring a lion of great might, that shortly did all other beasts subdue. With that she waked full of fearful fright, and doubtfully dismayed through that so uncouth sight. So thereupon long while she musing lay, with thousand thoughts feeding her fantasy, until she spied the lampy of lightsome day, uplifted in the porch of heaven high. Then up she rose fraught with melancholy, and forth into the lower parts did paw, whereas the priests she found full busily about their holy things for morrow moss, whom she saluting fair resaluted was. But by the change of her uncheerful look, they might perceive she was not well in plight, or that some pensiveness to heart she took. Therefore thus one of them, who seemed in sight to be the greatest and the gravest wight, to her bespake, Sir Knight, it seemes to me, that, thorough evil rest of this last night, or ill apaid or much dismayed ye be, that by your change of chair is easy for to see. Certes, said she, sith ye so well have spied the troublous passion of my pensive mind, I will not seek the same from you to hide, but will my cares unfold, in hope to find your aid to guide me out of error blind. Say on, quoth he, the secret of your heart. For, by the holy vow which me doth bind, I am adjured best counsel to impart to all that shall require my comfort in their smart. Then gone she to declare the whole discourse of all that vision which to her appeared, as well as to her mind it had recourse. All which when he unto the end had heard, like to a weak faint-hearted man he fared through great astonishment of that strange sight, and, with long locks upstanding, stifly stared, like one aidawed with some dreadful sprite. So, filed with heavenly fury, thus he her benight. Magnific Virgin, that in cayent disguise British arms doest mask thy royal blood, to pursue a perilous emprise. How couldst thou ween, through that disguised hood, to hide thy state from being understood? Can from immortal gods aught hidden be? They do thy lineage, and thy lordly brood. They do thy sire lamenting sore for thee. They do thy love forlorn in women's thraldom see. The end whereof, and all the long event, they do to thee in this same dream discover. For that same crocodile doth represent the righteous knight that is thy faithful lover, like to Osiris in all just endeavor. For that same crocodile Osiris is, that under Isis' feet doth sleep forever, to shew that clemence oft, in things amiss, restrains those stern behests and cruel dooms of his. That night shall all the troublous storms assuage, and raging flames, that many foes shall rear, to hinder thee from the just heritage of thy sire's crown, and from thy count ray dear. Then shalt thou take him to thy loved fear, and join in equal portion of thy real me, and afterwards a son to him shalt bear, that lion-like shall shew his power extreme. So bless thee God, and give thee joyance of thy dream. All which when she unto the end had heard, she much was eased in her troublous thought, and on those priests bestowed rich reward, and royal gifts of gold and silver wrought, she for a present to their goddess brought. Then taking leave of them, she forward went, to seek her love, where he was to be sought. Ne rested till she came without relent, unto the land of Amazons, as she was bent. Whereof when news to Radegund was brought, not with amaze, as women wonted be, she was confused in her troublous thought, but filled with courage and with joyous glee, as glad to hear of arms, the which now she had long surceased, she bade to open bold, that she the face of her new foe might see. But when they of that Iron man had told, which late her folky had slain, she bade them forth to hold. So there without the gate, as seemed best, she caused her pavilion be pight, in which stout Britomart herself did rest, whiles Talus watched at the door all night. All night likewise they of the town in fright, upon their wall good watch and ward did keep. The morrow next, so soon as dawning light bade doe away the damp of drowsy sleep, the warlike Amazon out of her bower did peep, and caused straight a trumpet loud to shrill, to warn her foe to battle soon be pressed, who, long before awoke, for she full ill could sleep all night, that in unquiet breast did closely harbor such a jealous guest, was to the battle whilome ready dight. Eftsoons that warrioress with haughty crest did forth issue all ready for the fight. On t'other other side her foe appeared soon in sight, but ere they reared hand the Amazon began the straight conditions to propound, with which she used still to tie her phone, to serve her so as she the rest had bound. Which when the other heard, she sternly frowned, for high disdain of such indignity, and would no longer treat, but bade them sound, for her no other terms should ever tie than what prescribed were by laws of chivalry. The trumpets sound, and they together run, with greedy rage, and with their falchions smot. Ne either sought the other's strokes to shun, but through great fury both their skill forgot, and practic use in arms. Any spared not their dainty parts, which nature had created, so fair and tender without stain or spot. For other uses than they them translated, which they now hacked and hewed as if such use they hated. As when a tiger and a lioness are met at spoiling of some hungry prey, both challenge it with equal greediness. But first the tiger claws thereon did lay, and therefore, loath to lose her right away, doth in defence thereof full stoutly stand. To which the lion strongly doth gainsay, that she to hunt the beast first took in hand, and therefore ought it have wherever she it fond. Full fiercely laid the Amazon about, and dealt her blows unmercifully sore, which Britomart withstood with courage stout, and them repaid again with double more. So long they fought, that all the grassy floor was filled with blood which from their sides did flow, and gushed through their arms, that all in gore they trode, and on the ground their lives did strow, like fruitless seed, of which untimely death should grow. At last proud Radegund, with fell despite, having by chance espied advantage near, let drive at her with all her dreadful might, and thus upbraiding said, "This token bear unto the man whom thou doest love so dear, and tell him for his sake thy life thou gavest." Which spiteful words she, sore and grieved to hear, thus answered, "Lewdly thou my love depravest, who shortly must repent that now so vainly bravest. Nathless that stroke so cruel passage found, that glancing on her shoulder plate it bit unto the bone, and made a greasely wound, that she her shield, through raging smart of it, could scarce uphold, yet soon she it requite. For, having force increased through furious pain, she her so rudely on the helmet smit, that it empierced to the very brain, and her proud person low prostrated on the plain, where being laid, the wrathful Britomart stayed not till she came to herself again, but in revenge both of her love's distress, and her late vile reproach though vaunted vain, and also of her wound which sore did pain, she with one stroke both head and helmet cleft, which dreadful sight when all her warlike train their present saw, each one of sense bereft, fled fast into the town, and her sole victor left. But yet so fast they could not home retrate, but that swift Talus did the foremost win, and, pressing through the Priace unto the gate, pell-mell with them attance did enter in. There then a piteous slaughter did begin, for all that ever came within his reach. He with his iron flail did thresh so thin, that he no work at all left for the leech, like to an hideous storm, which nothing may impeach. And now by this the noble conqueress herself came in, her glory to partake, where, though revengeful vow she did profess, yet when she saw the heaps which he did make of slaughtered carcasses, her heart did quake. For very ruth, which did it almost rive, that she his fury willed him to slake. For else he sure had left not one alive, but all, in his revenge, of spy right would deprive. Though, when she had his execution stayed, she for that iron prison did inquire, in which her wretched love was captive laid, which breaking open with indignant ire, she entreed into all the parties entire, where when she saw that loathly uncouth sight of men disguised in womanish attire, her heart gone grudge for very deep despite of so unmanly mask in misery misdight. At last when as to her own love she came, whom like disguise no less deformed had, at sight thereof abashed with secrete shame, she turned her head aside, as nothing glad to have beheld a spectacle so bad, and then too well believed that which tofore jealous suspect as true untruly drad, which vain conceit now nourishing no more, she sought with ruth to salve his sad misfortune sore. Not so great wonder and astonishment did the most chaste Penelope possess, to see her lord, that was reported drent, and dead long since in dolorous distress, come home to her in piteous wretchedness, after long travel of full 20 years, that she knew not his favor's likeliness, for many scars and many hoary years, but stood long staring on him mongst uncertain fears. Ah, my dear lord, what sight is this, quoth she? What may game hath misfortune made of you? Where is that dreadful manly Luke? Where be those mighty palms, the which ye wont t'embrew in blood of kings, and great hosts to subdue? Could aught on earth so wondrous change have wrought, as to have robbed a you of that manly hew? Could so great courage stooped have to aught? Then, farewell fleshly force. I see thy pride is not. Thenceforth she straight into a bower him brought, and caused him those uncomely weeds undight, and in their stead for other raiment sought, whereof there was great store, and armors bright, which had been reft from many a noble knight, whom that proud Amazon subdued had, whilst fortune favoured her success in fight, in which when as she him anew had clad, she was revived, and joyed much in his semblance glad. So there a while they afterwards remained, him to refresh, and her late wounds to heal, during which space she there as princess reigned, and changing all that for me of common weal, the liberty of women did repeal, which they had long usurped, and, them restoring to men's subjection, did true justice deal, that all they, as a goddess her adoring, her wise dome did admire, and hearken to her loring. For all those nights, which long in captive shade had shrouded Benet, she did from thraldom free, and magistrates of all that city made, and gave to them great living and large fee, and that they should for ever faithful be, made them swear fealty to Artegall, who when himself now well recurred did see, he purposed to proceed, whatso befall, upon his first adventure which him forth did call. Full sad and sorrowful was Britomart for his departure, her new cause of grief, yet wisely moderated her own smart, seeing his honor, which she tendred chief, consisted much in that adventure's prief, the care whereof, and hope of his success, gave unto her great comfort and relief. That womanish complaints she did repress, and tempered for the time her present heaviness. There she continued for a certain space, till through his want her woe did more increase. Then hoping that the change of air and place would change her pain, and sorrow somewhat ease, she parted thence her anguish to appease. Meanwhile her noble lord, Sir Artegall, went on his way, any everhour did cease, till he redeemed had that lady thrall, that for another canto will more fitly fall. Canto Chapter 8. Prince Arthur and Sir Artegall free Samient from fear. They slay the Soudan, drive his wife Alicia to despair. Not under heaven so strongly doth allure the sense of man, and all his mind possess, as beauty's lovely bait, that doth procure great warriors oft their rigor to repress, and mighty hands forget their manliness. Drawn with the power of an heart-robbing eye, and wrapped in fetters of a golden tress, that can with melting pleasance mollify their hard-knit hearts, inured to bloud and cruelty. So whilome learned that mighty Jewish swain, each of whose locks did match a man in might, to lay his spoils before his leman's train. So also did that great Edian knight, for his love's sake his lion's skin undight. And so did warlike Antony neglect the world's whole rule for Cleopatra's sight. Such wondrous power hath women's fair aspect, to captive men, and make them all the world reject. Yet could it not stern Artegall retain, nor hold from sweet of his avowed quest, which he had undertaken to Glorianne, but left his love, Alba her strong request, fair Britomart in languor and unrest, and rode himself upon his first intent. Ne day nor night did ever idly rest, no wight but onely Talus with him went, the true guide of his way and virtuous government. So travelling, he chanced far off to heed a damsel, flying on a palfrey fast, before two knights that after her did speed, with all their power, and her full fiercely chast, in hope to have her overhent at last. Yet fled she fast, and both them far out went, carried with wings of fear, like fowl aghast, with locks all loose, and raiment all to rent. And ever as she rode her eye was backward bent. Soon after these he saw another knight, that after those two former rode apace, with spear in rest, and pricked with all his might. So ran they all, as they had been at base, they being chased that did others chase. At length he saw the hindmost overtake one of those two, and force him turn his face. However loath he were his way to slake, yet mote he algates now abide, and answer make. But th other still pursued the fearful maid, who still from him as fast away did fly, no once for aught her speedy passage stayed, till that at length she did before her spy Sir Artegall, to whom she straight did hie, with glad full hast, in hope of him to get succor against her greedy enemy, who seeing her approach gone forward set, to save her from her fear, and him from force to let. But he, like hound full greedy of his prey, being impatient of impediment, continued still his course, and by the way, thought with his spear him quite have overwent. So both together, alike felly bent, like fiercely met. But Artegall was stronger, and better skilled in tilt and tournament, and bore him quite out of his saddle, longer than 2 spears' length, so mischief overmatched the wronger. And in his fall misfortune him mistook, for on his head unhappily he pight, that his own weight his neck asunder broke, and left there dead. Meanwhile the other knight, defeated had the other fator quite, and all his bowels in his body brast, whom leaving there in that dispiteous plight, he ran still on, thinking to follow fast his other fellow pagan which before him passed, instead of whom finding there ready pressed Sir Artegall, without discretion, he at him ran with ready spear in rest, who, seeing him come still so fiercely on, against him made again. So both anon together met, and strongly either strook, and broke their spears. Yet neither has forgone his horse's back, yet to and fro long shook, and tottered, like 2 torres which through a tempest quook. But, when again they had recovered sense, they drew their swords, in mind to make amends for what their spears had failed of their pretence. Which when the damsel, who those deadly ends of both her foes had seen, and now her friends, for her beginning a more fearful fray, she to them runs in hast, and her hair rends, crying to them their cruel hands to stay, until they both do hear what she to them will say. They stayed their hands, when she thus gone to speak. Ah, gentle knights! What mean ye thus unwise? Upon yourselves another's wrong to wreak? I am the wronged, whom ye did enterprise, both to redress, and both redressed likewise. Witness the paynims both, whom ye may see, they're dead on ground. What do ye then devise? Of more revenge? If more, then I am she, which was the root of all, and your revenge on me. Whom when they heard so say, they looked about, to weet if it were true as she had told. Where when they saw their foes dead out of doubt, eftsoons they gone their wrathful hands to hold, and ventails rear each other to behold. Though when as Artegall did Arthur view, so fair a creature and so wondrous bold, he much admired both his heart and hew, and touched with entire affection nigh him drew, saying, Sir Knight, of pardon I you pray, that all unweeting have you wronged thus sore, suffering my hand against my heart to stray, which if ye please forgive, I will therefore yield for amends myself yours evermore. Or what so penance shall by you be read? To whom the prince, certes me needeth more, to crave the same, whom e'er are so misled, as that I did mistake the living for the dead. But, sith ye please that both our blames shall die, amends may for the trespasse soon be made, since neither is endommaged much thereby. So can they both themselves full eth persuade to fair accordance, and both faults to shade, either embracing other lovingly, and swearing faith to either on his blade, never thenceforth to nourish enmity, but either others cause to maintain mutually. Then Artegall gone of the prince inquire, what were those knights which there on ground were laid, and had received their follies worthy hire, and for what cause they chased so that made? Certes I wot not well, the prince then said, but by adventure found them faring so, as by the way unwittingly I strayed. And lo! the damsel's self, whence all did grow, of whom we may at will the whole occasion know. Then they that damsel called to them nie, and asked her what were those to her phone, from whom she erst so fast away did fly, and what was she herself so woebegone, and for what cause pursued of them atone. To whom she thus, then wot ye well, that I do serve a queen that not far hence doth wone. A princess of great power and majesty, famous through all the world, and honored far and nie. Her name Mercilla most men used to call. That is a maiden queen of high renown, for her great bounty known over all, and sovereign grace, with which her royal crown she doth support, and strongly beateth down the malice of her foes, which her envy, and at her happiness do fret and frown. Yet she herself the more doth magnify, and even to her foes her mercies multiply. Mongst many which maligny her happy state, there is a mighty man, which wons hereby, that with most fell despite and deadly hate seeks to subvert her crown and dignity, and all his power doth thereunto apply. And her good knights, of which so brave a band serves her as any princess under sky, he either spoils, if they against him stand, or to his part allures, and breatheth underhand. Na him sufficeth all the wrong and ill, which he unto her people does each day, but that he seeks by traitorous trains to spill her person, and her sacred self to slay. That, O ye heavens, defend, and turn away from her unto the miscreant himself, that neither hath religion nor fae, but makes his god of his ungodly pelf, and idols serves, so let his idols serve the elfie. To all which cruel tyranny, they say, he is provoked, and stirred up day and night, by his bad wife that hight Duessa, who counsels him, through confidence of might, to break all bonds of law and rules of right. For she herself professeth mortal foe to justice, and against her still doth fight, working to all that love her deadly woe, and making all her knights and people to do so. Which my liege lady seeing, thought it best with that his wife in friendly wise to deal, for stint of strife and stablishment of rest, both to herself and to her common weal, and all forepast displeasures to repeal. So me in message unto her she sent, to treat with her, by way of interdeal, of fin all peace and fair atonement, which might concluded be by mutual consent. All times have wont safe passage to afford to messengers that come for causes just. But this proud dame, disdaining all accord, not onely into bitter terms forth bruised, reviling me and railing as she lust, but lastly, to make proof of utmost shame, me like a dog she out of doors did thrust, miscalling me by many a bitter name, that never did her ill, any once deserved blame. And lastly, that no shame might wanting be, when I was gone, soon after me she sent these two false knights, whom there ye lying see, to be by them dishonored and shent. But, thanked be God, and your good hardiment, they have the price of their own folly paid. So said this damsel, that hight Samient, and to those knights for their so noble aid, herself most grateful shewed, and heaped thanks repaid. But they now having throughly heard and seen all those great wrongs, the which that maid complained to have been done against her lady queen, by that proud dame which her so much disdained, were moved much thereat, and twixt them feigned with all their force to work avengement strong upon the Soldan's self, which it maintained, and on his lady, th author of that wrong, and upon all those knights that did to her belong. But, thinking best by counterfeit disguise to their disdain to make the easier way, they did this complot twixt themselves devise. First, that Sir Artegall should him array like one of those two knights which dead there lay, and then that damsel, the sad Samient, should as his purchased prize with him convey unto the Soldan's court, her to present unto his scornful lady that for her had sent. So as they had devised, Sir Artegall him clad in armor of a pagan knight. And taking with him, as his vanquished thrall, that damsel, led her to the Soldan's right, where soon as his proud wife of her had sight, forth of her window as she looking lay, she weened straight it was her Paynim knight, which brought that damsel as his purchased prey, and sent to him a page that mote direct his way, who bringing them to their appointed place, off read his service to disarm the knight. But he refusing him to let unlace, for doubt to be discovered by his sight, kept himself still in his strong armor dight. Soon after whom the prince arrived there, and sending to the Soldan in despite, a bold defiance, did of him require that damsel whom he held as wrongful prisoner. Wherewith the Soldan all with fury fraught, swearing and banning most blasphemously, commanded straight his armor to be brought, and, mounting straight upon a chariot high, with iron wheels and hooks armed dreadfully, and drawn of cruel steeds which he had fed with flesh of men, whom through fell tyranny he slaughtered had, and ere they were half dead, their bodies to his beasts for provender did spread. So forth he came, all in a coat of plate, burnished with bloudy rust, whiles on the green, the Briton prince him ready did await, in glistering arms right goodly well beseen, that shone as bright as doth the heaven sheen, and by his stirrup talus did attend, playing his page's part, as he had been before directed by his lord, to th end he should his flail to final execution bend. Thus go they both together to their gear, with like fierce minds, but meanings different. For the proud Soldan, with presumptuous chair, and countenance sublime and insolent, sought onely slaughter and avengement. But the brave prince for honor and for right, gainst tortious power and lawless regiment, in the behalf of wronged weak did fight. More in his cause's truth he trusted than in might. Like to the Thracian tyrant, who they say, unto his horses gave his guests for meat, till he himself was made their greedy prey, and torn in pieces by Alcides great. So thought the Soldan, in his folly's threat, either the prince in pieces to have torn, with his sharp wheels, in his first rage's heat, or under his fierce horse's feet have borne, and trampled down in dust his thoughts disdained scorn. But the bold child that peril well espying, if he too rashly to his chariot drew, gave way unto his horse's speedy flying, and their resistless rigor did eschew. Yet, as he passed by, the pagan threw a shivering dart with so impetuous force, that had he not it shunned with heedful view, it had himself transfixed or his horse, or made them both one mass withouten more remorse. Off drew the prince unto his chariot nigh, in hope some stroke to fasten on him near. But he was mounted in his seat so high, and his wingfoot coursers him did bear so fast away that, ere his ready spear he could advance, he Faerie was gone and past. Yet still he him did follow everywhere, and followed was of him likewise full fast, so long as in his steeds the flaming breath did last. Again the pagan threw another dart, of which he had with him abundant store, on every side of his embattled cart, and of all other weapons less or more, which warlike uses had devised of yore. The wicked shaft, guided through the wide, by some bad spirit that it to mischief bore, stayed not, till through his curate it did glide, and made a greasely wound in his enriven side. Much was he grieved with that hapless throw, that opened had the wellspring of his blood, but much the more, that to his hateful foe he mote not come to wreak his wrathful mood. That made him rave, like to a lion would, which being wounded of the huntsman's hand, cannot come near him in the covert wood, where he with boughs hath built his shady stand. and fenced himself about with many a flaming brand. Still when he sought to approach unto him New York, his chariot wheels about him whirled round, and made him back again as fast to fly. And eke his steeds, like to an hungry hound, that hunting after game hath carrion found, so cruelly did him pursue and chase, that his good steed, all were he much renowned, for noble courage and for hardy race, durst not endure their sight, but fled from place to place. Thus long they trassed and traversed to and fro, seeking by every way to make some breach. Yet could the prince not nigh unto him go, that one sure stroke he might unto him reach, whereby his strength's essay he might him teach. At last from his victorious shield he drew the veil, which did his powerful light impeach, and coming full before his horses' view, as they upon him pressed, it plain to them did shew, like lightning flash that hath the gazer burned, so did the sight thereof their sense dismay, that back again upon themselves they turned, and with their rider ran perforce away. Ne could the Soldan them from flying stay, with reins or wanted rule, as well he knew, not feared they what he could do or say, but only fear that was before their view, from which like mazed deer dismayfully they flew. Fast did they fly as them their feet could bear, high over hills, and lowly over dales, as they were followed of their former fear. In vain the pagan bannes, and swears, and rails, and back with both his hands unto him hails. The rest he reins, regarded now no more. He to them cries and speaks, yet not avails. They hear him not, they have forgot his lore, but go which way they list, their guide they have for lore. As when the fine-mouthed steeds, which drew the sun's bright wane to Phaeton's decay, soon as they did the monstrous scorpion view, with ugly crapless crawling in their way, the dreadful sight did them so sore affray, that their well-known courses they forewent, and, leading ever-burning lampy astray, this lower world nigh all to ashes brent, and left their scorched path yet in the firmament. Such was the fury of these headstrong steeds. Soon as the infant sun-like shield they saw, that all obedience both to words and deeds they quite forgot, and scorned all former law. Through woods, and rocks, and mountains they did draw the iron chariot, and the wheels did tear, and tossed the Paynim without fear or awe. From side to side they tossed him here and there, crying to them in vain that knew his crying here. Yet still the prince pursued him close behind, oft making offer him to smite, but found no easy means according to his mind. At last they have all overthrown to ground, quite topside-turvy, and the pagan hound, amongst the iron hooks and grapples keen, torna all to rags, and rent with many a wound, that no whole piece of him was to be seen, but scattered all about, and strode upon the green, like as the cursed son of Theseus, that following his chase in dewy morn, to fly his stepdame's loves outrageous, of his own steeds was all to pieces torna, and his fair limbs left in the woods forlorn, that for his sake Diana did lament, and all the woody nymphs did wail and mourn. So was this Soldan wrapped and all to rent, that of his shape appeared no little monument. Onely his shield and armor, which there lay, though nothing whole, but all to brust and broken, he up did take, and with him brought away. That mote remain for an eternal token to all mongst whom this story should be spoken. How worthily, by heaven's high decree, justice that day of wrong herself had wroken, that all men, which that spectacle did see, by like ensample mote for ever warned be. So on a tree before the tyrant's door, he caused them be hung in all men's sight, to be a monument for evermore. which when his lady from the castle's height beheld, it much appalled her troubled sprite. Yet not, as women wont, in doleful fit. She was dismayed, or fainted through affright. But gathered unto her troubled wit, and gone eftsoons devise to be avenged for it. Straight down she ran, like an enraged cow that is berobbed of her youngling dear, with knife in hand, and fatally did vow to wreak her on that maiden messenger, whom she had caused be kept as prisoner by Artegall, misweened for her own knight. That brought her back, and, coming present there, she at her ran with all her force and might, all flaming with revenge and furious despite. Like raging Ino, when with knife in hand she threw her husband's murdered infant out, or fell Medea, when on Colchic strand her brother's bones she scattered all about, or as that madding mother, mongst the rout of Bacchus priests, her own dear flesh did tear. Yet neither Ino, nor Medea stout, nor all the Moenades so furious were, as this bold woman when she saw that damsel there. But Artegall, being thereof aware, did stay her cruel hand ere she her rout, and, as she did herself to strike prepare, out of her fist the wicked weapon caught. With that, like one enfilioned or distraught, she forth did roam whether her rage her bore, with frantic passion and with fury fraught, and, breaking forth out at a postern door, unto the wild wood ran, her dolours to deplore. As a mad bytch, when as the frantic fit, her burning tongue with rage inflamed hath, doth run at random, and with furious bit, snatching at everything doth wreak her wrath, on man and beast that cometh in her path. There they do say that she transformed was into a tiger, and that tiger's scath in cruelty and outrage she did paw, to prove her surname true, that she imposed has. Then Artegall, himself discovering plain, did issue forth gainst all that warlike rout of knights and armed men, which did maintain that lady's part, and to the Soldan lout, all which he did assault with courage stout. All were they nigh 100 knights of name, and like wild goats them chased all about, flying from place to place with cowherd shame, so that with finall force them all he overcame. Then caused he the gates be opened wide, and there the prince, as victor of that day, with triumph entertained and glorified, presenting him with all the rich array and royal pompa, which there long hidden lay, purchased through lawless power and tortious wrong of that proud Soldan whom he erst did slay. So both, for rest, there having stayed not long, marched with that maid, fit matter for another song. Canto. Chapter 9. Arthur and Artegall catch guile, whom Talus doth dismay. They to Mercilli's palace come, and see her rich array. What tiger, or what other salvage wight, is so exceeding furious and fell, as wrong, when it hath armed itself with might? Not fit mongst men that do with reason mell, but mongst wild beasts, and salvage woods, to dwell, where still the stronger doth the weak devour, and they that most in boldness do excel, are dreaded most, and feared for their power. Fit for Adisha there to build her wicked bower. There let her one, far from resort of men, where righteous Artegall her late exiled. There let her ever keep her damned den, where none may be with her lewd parts defiled, nor none but beasts may be of her despoiled. And turn we to the noble prince, where late we did him leave, after that he had foiled the cruel Soldan, and with dreadful fate had utterly subverted his unrighteous state, where having with Sir Artegall a space well solaced in that Soldan's late delight, they both, resolving now to leave the place, both it and all the wealth therein behight, unto that damsel in her lady's right. And so would have departed on their way. But she them wooed, by all the means she might. And earnestly besought to wend that day with her, to see her lady thence not faray away. By whose entreaty both they overcomen, agree to go with her. And by the way, as often Phallus, of sundry things did commend, mongst which that damsel did to them bewray a strange adventure, which not faray thence lay. To weet, a wicked villain, bold and stout, which wand in a rock not faray away, that robbed all the country thereabout, and brought the pillage home, whence none could get it out. Thereto both his own wily wit, she said, and eke the fastness of his dwelling place, both unassailable, gave him great aid. For he so crafty was to forge and face, so light of hand, and nimble of his pace, so smooth of tongue, and subtle in his tale, that could deceive one looking in his face. Therefore by name Melengen they him call, well known by his feats, and famous over all. Through these his sleights he many doth confound, and eke the rock, in which he wants to dwell, is wondrous strong and hoen faray underground. A dreadful depth, how deep no man can tell, but some do say it goeth down to hell, and all within it full of windings is, and hidden ways, that scarce an hound by smell can follow out those false footsteps of his. None can back return that once are gone amiss, which when those knights had heard, their hearts gone earn, to understand that villain's dwelling place, and greatly it desert of her to learn, and by which way they towards it should trace. Were not, said she, that it should let your pace towards my lady's presence, by you meant, I would you guide directly to the place. Then let not that, said they, stay your intent. For neither will one foot, till we that carle have hent. So forth they passed, till they approached New York, unto the rock where was the villain's one, which when the damsel near at hand did spy, she warned the knights thereof, who thereupon gone to advise what best were to be done. So both agreed to send that maid afore, where she might sit nigh to the den alone, wailing, and raising pitiful uproar, as if she did some great calamity deplore, with noise whereof when as the caitiff carle should issue forth, in hope to find some spoil, they in a wait would closely him ensnarl, ere to his den he backward could recoil, and so would hope him easily to foil. The damsel straight went, as she was directed, unto the rock, and there, upon the soil, having herself in wretched wise abject, gone weep and wail, as if great grief had her affected, the cry whereof entreing the hollow cave, eftsoons brought forth the villain, as they meant, with hope of her some wishful boot to have. Full dreadful white he was as ever went upon the earth, with hollow eyes deep pent, and long curled locks that down his shoulders shagged, and on his back an uncouth vestiment, made of strange stuff, but all to worn and ragged, and underneath, his breech was all to torn and jagged, and in his hand an huge long staff he held, whose top was armed with many an iron boke, fit to catch hold of all that he could weld, or in the compasse of his douches took, and ever round about he cast his luke. Als at his back a great wide net he bore, with which he seldom fished at the brook, but usd to fish for fools on the dry shore, of which he in fair weather wont to take great store. Him when the damsel saw fast by her side, so ugly creature, she was nigh dismayed, and now for help aloud in earnest cried. But when the villain saw her so afraid, he gone with guileful words her to persuade, to banish fear, and, with Sardonian smile, laughing on her, his false intent to shade, gone forth to lay his bait her to beguile. that from herself unwares he might her steal the while. Like as the fowler on his guileful pipe charms to the birds full many a pleasant lay, that they the whiles may take less heed I keep, how he his nets doth for their ruin lay. So did the villain to her prate and play, and many pleasant tricks before her show, to turn her eyes from his intent away. For he in sleights and juggling feats did flow, and of legerdemain the mysteries did know, to which whilst she lent her intentive mind, he suddenly his net upon her threw, that overspread her like a puff of wind, and snatching her son up, ere well she knew, ran with her fast away unto his mew, crying for help aloud. But when as New York he came unto his cave, and there did view the armed knight stopping his passage by, he threw his burden down, and fast away did fly. But Artegall him after did pursue, the whiles the prince there kept the entrance still. Up to the rock he ran, and thereon flew, like a wild goat, leaping from hill to hill, and dancing on the craggy cliffs at will. That deadly donger seemed in all men's sight to tempt such steps, where footing was so ill. No aught availed for the armed knight to think to follow him that was so swift and light, which when he saw, his iron man he sent to follow him, for he was swift in chase. He him pursued wherever that he went, both over rocks, and hills, and every place. Whereso he fled, he followed him apace, so that he shortly forced him to forsake the height, and down descend unto the base. There he him coursed afresh, and soon did make to leave his proper for me, and other shape to take. Into a fox himself he first did torn, but he him hunted like a fox full fast. Then to a bush himself he did transform, but he the bush did beat, till that at last into a bird it chonged, and from him passed, flying from tree to tree, from wand to wand. But he then stones at it so long did cast, that like a stone it fell upon the land. But he then took it up, and held fast in his hand. So he it brought with him unto the knights, and to his lord Sir Artegall it lent, warning him hold it fast for fear of sleights, who whilst in hand it griping hard he hent into a hedgehog all unwares it went, and pricked him so that he away it threw. Then gan it run away incontinent, being returned to his former hew. But Talus soon him overtook, and backward drew. But, when as he would to a snake again have turned himself, he with his iron flail gone drive at him with so huge might and main, that all his bones as small as sandy grail he broke, and did his bowels disentrail, crying in vain for help, when help was past. So did deceit the self-deceiver fail. There they him left a carrion outcast, for beasts and foals to feed upon for their repast. Thenceforth they passed with that gentle maid to see her lady, as they did agree. To which when she approached, thus she said, Lo! Now, right noble knights, arrived ye be, nigh to the place which ye desired to see. There shall ye see my sovereign lady queen, most sacred white, most debonair and free, that ever yet upon this earth was seen, or that with diadem hath ever crowned been. The gentle knights rejoiced much to hear the praises of that prince so manifold, and, passing little further, calm men were, where they a stately palace did behold, of pompous show, much more than she had told, with many torres, and terrace mounted high, and all their tops bright glistering with gold, that seemed to outshine the dimmed sky, and with their brightness dazzled the strange beholder's eye. There they alighting by that damsel were directed in, and shewed all the sight, whose porch, that most magnific did appear, stood open wide to all men day and night, yet warded well by one of mickle might, that sate thereby, with giant-like resemblance. To keep out guile, and malice, and despite, that undershoe ofttimes of feigned semblance, are wont in princes' courts to work great scath and hindrance. His name was Awe, by whom they passing in, went up the hall, that was a large wide room, and full of people making troublous din, and wondrous noise, as if that there were some, which unto them was dealing righteous doom, by whom they passing through the thickest prease, the marshal of the hall to them did come, his name hight Order, who, commanding peace, them guided through the throng, that did their clamours cease. They ceased their clamours upon them to gaze, whom seeing all in armour bright as day, strange there to see, it did them much amaze, and with unwonted terror half affray, for never saw they there the like array. Ne ever was the name of war there spoken, but joyous peace and quietness alway, dealing just judgments, that mote not be broken, for any bribes, or threats of any to be wroken. There, as they entreed at the screen, they saw some one whose tongue was for his trespasse vile, nailed to a post, adjudged so by law, for that therewith he falsely did revile, and foully blaspheme that queen for forged guile, both with bold speeches which he blazed had, and with lewd poems which he did compile, for the bold title of a poet bad, he on himself had ta'en, and railing remes had sprad. Thus there he stood, whilst high over his head, there written was the purport of his sin, in ciphers strange, that few could rightly read. Bon font. But bon, that once had written been, was raced out, and mal was now put in. So now malfont was plainly to be read. Aether for th evil which he did therein, or that he likened was to a wealth of evil words, and wicked sclanders by him shed. They, passing by, were guided by degree unto the presence of that gracious queen, who sate on high, that she might all men see, and might of all men royally be seen, upon a throne of gold full bright and sheen, adorned all with gems of endless price, as either might for wealth have gotten bene, or could be framed by workman's rare device, and all embossed with lions and with flowered lice. All over her a cloth of state was spread, not of rich tissue, nor of cloth of gold, nor of aught else that may be richest read, but like a cloud, as likest may be told, that her broad-spreading wings did wide unfold, whose skirts were bordered with bright sunny beams, glistering like gold amongst the plights enrolled, and here and there shooting forth silver streams, mongst which crept little angels through the glittering gleams. Seemed those little angels did uphold the cloth of state, and on their purpled wings did bear the pendants through their nimblesse bold. Besides 1,000 more of such as sings hymns to high God, and carols heavenly things, encompassed the throne on which she sate. She, angel-like, the heir of ancient kings, and mighty conquerors, in royal state, whilst kings and ge'zers at her feet did them prostrate. Thus she did sit in sovereign majesty, holding a scepter in her royal hand, the sacred pledge of peace and clemency, with which high God had blessed her happy land. Maugre so many foes which did withstand, but at her feet her sword was likewise laid, whose long rest rusted the bright steely brand. Yet when as foes enforced, or friends sought aid, she could it sternly draw, that all the world dismayed. And round about before her feet there sate a bevy of fair virgins clad in white, that goodly seemed to adorn her royal state. All lovely daughters of high Jove, that hight Lits, by him begot in love's delight. Upon the righteous Themis, those, they say, upon Jove's judgment seat wait day and night. And, when in wrath he threats the world's decay, They do his anger calm, and cruel vengeance stay. They also do, by his divine permission, upon the thrones of mortal princes tend, and often treat for pardon and remission to suppliants, through frailty which offend. Those did upon Mercilli's throne attend. Just dice, wise Eunomy, myld Irene, and them amongst, her glory to commend. Sate goodly temperance in garments clean, and sacred reverence aborn of heavenly strain. Thus did she sit in royal rich estate, admired of many, honored of all. Whilst underneath her feet, there as she sate, an huge great lion lay, that mote appall, and hardy courage, like captive thrall, with a strong iron shen and collar bound, that once he could not move, nor quitch at all. Yet did he murmur with rebellious sound, and softly roin, when salvage collar gone redound. So sitting high in dreaded sovereignty, those two strange knights were to her presence brought, who, bowing low before her majestic, did to her myld obeisance, as they ought, and meekest boon that they imagine mought, to whom she eke inclining her withal, as a fair stoop of her high soaring thought, a cheerful countenance on them let fall, yet tempered with some majestic imperial, as the bright sun, what time his fiery team towards the western brim begins to draw, gins to abate the brightness of his beam, and fervor of his flames somewhat adaw. So did this mighty lady, when she saw those two strange knights such homage to her make, bate somewhat of that majesty and awe, that whilome wont to do so many quake, and with more myld aspect those two to entertake. Now at that instant, as occasion fell, when these two stranger knights arrived in place, she was about affairs of common weal, dealing with justice with indifferent grace, and hearing pleas of people mean and base, mongst which, as then, there was for to be heard the trial of a great and weighty case, which on both sides was then debating hard. But at the sight of these those were a while debarred. But, after all her princely entertain, to hearing of that former cause in hand, herself eftsoons she gone convert again, which that those knights likewise mote understand, and witness forth aright in Faerie Land, taking them up unto her stately throne, where they mote hear the matter throughly scanned. On either part, she placed one on one, the other on the other side, and near them none. Then was there brought, as prisoner to the bar, a lady of great countenance and place, but that she it with foule abuse did mar, yet did appear rare beauty in her face, but blotted with condition vile and base, that all her other honor did obscure, and titles of nobility deface. Yet in that wretched semblance she did sure the people's great compassion unto her allure. Then up arose a person of deep reach, and rare insight hard matters to reveal, that well could charm his tongue, and time his speech. To all essays, his name was called Zeal. He gone that lady strongly to appeal, of many heinous crimes by her inured, and with sharp reasons rang her such appelle, that those, whom she to pity had allured, he now abhor and loath her person had procured. First gone he tell how this, that seemed so fair, and royally arrayed, Duessa hight, that false Duessa, which had wrought great care, and mickle mischief unto many a knight, by her beguiled and confounded quite. But not for those she now in question came, though also those mote questioned be aright, but for vyld treasons and outrageous shame, which she against the dread Mercilla oft did frame. For she whilome, as ye mote yet right well remember, had her counsels false conspired, with faithless Blandamour and Paradel, both to her paramours, both by her hired, and both with hope of shadows vain inspired, and with them practised, how for to deprive Mercilla of her crown, by her aspired, that she might it unto herself derive, and triumph in their blood whom she to death did drive. But through high heaven's grace, which favour not the wicked drifts of traitorous designs, 'gainst loyal princes, all this cursed plot, ere proof it took, discovered was betimes, and th actors won the meed meet for their crimes. Such be the meed of all that by such mean unto the type of kingdom's title climbs. But false Duessa, now untitled queen, was brought to her sad doom, as here was to be seen. Strongly did zeal her heinous fact enforce, and many other crimes of foulée defame against her brought, to banish all remorse, and aggravate the horror of her blame. And with him, to make part against her, came many grave persons that against her pled. First was a sage old sire, that had to name the kingdom's care, with a white silver head, that many high regards and reasons gainst her read. Then gone authority her to oppose, with peremptory power, that made all mute. And then the law of nations gainst her rose, and reasons brought that no man could refute. Next gone religion gainst her to impute high God's behest, and power of holy laws. Then gone the people's cry and common soot, importune care of their own public cause. And lastly justice charged her with breach of laws. But then, for her, on the contrary part, rose many advocates for her to plead. First there came Pitai with full tender heart, and with her joined regard of womanhead. And then came Dongar, threatening hidden dread, and high alliance unto foreign power. Then came nobility of birth, that bred great ruth through her misfortune's tragic store. And lastly grief did plead, and many tears forth power, with the near touch whereof in tender heart the Briton prince was sore impassionate, and walks inclined much unto her part. Through the sad terror of so dreadful fate, and wretched ruin of so high estate, that for great ruth his courage gone relent, which when as zeal perceived to abate, he gone his earnest fervour to augment, and many fearful objects to them to present. He gone to force the evidence anew, and new accusements to produce in place. He brought forth that old hag of hellish Hew, the cursed eight, brought her face to face, who privy was in party in the case. She, glad of spoil and ruinous decay, did her app each, and, to her more disgrace, the plot of all her practice did display, and all her trains and all her treasons forth did lay. Then brought he forth with griesly grim aspect, abhorred murder, who, with bloody knife, yet dropping fresh in hand, did her detect, and there with guilty bloodshed charged rife. Then brought he forth sedition, breeding strife, in troublous wits, and mutinous uproar. Then brought he forth incontinence of life, even foulée adultery her face before, and lewd impiety, that her accused sore. All which when as the prince had heard and seen, his former fancies ruth he gone repent, and from her party eftsoons was drawn clean. But Artegall, with constant firme intent, for zeal of justice, was against her bent. So was she guilty deemed of them all. Then zeal began to urge her punishment, and to their queen for judgment loudly call. Unto Mercilla myld, for justice gainst the thrall. But she, whose princely breast was touched near, with piteous ruth of her so wretched plight, though plain she saw, by all that she did hear, that she of death was guilty found by right, yet would not let just vengeance on her light, but rather let, instead thereof, to fall few purling drops from her fair lampies of light, the which she covering with her purple pall, would have the passion hid, and up arose withal. Canto. Chapter 10. Prince Arthur takes the enterprise. For Belgi for the fight. Gerionio's seneschal. He slays in Belgi's right. Some clerks do doubt in their deviceful art, whether this heavenly thing whereof I treat, to we ten mercy, be of justice part, or drawn forth from her by divine extreat. This well I wot, that sure she is as great, and meriteth to have as high a place, sith in th Almighty's everlasting seat. She first was bred, and born of heavenly race, from thence poured down on men by influence of grace. For if that virtue be of so great might, which from just verdict will for nothing start, but to preserve inviolate right, oft spills the principal to save the part. So much more, then, is that of power and art, that seeks to save the subject of her skill, yet never doth from doom of right depart, as it is greater praise to save than spill, and better to reform than to cut off the ill. Who then can thee, Mercilla, throughly praise, that herein doest all earthly princes paw? What heavenly muse shall thy great honor raise up to the skies, whence first derived it was, and now on earth itself enlarged has, from th utmost brink of the Armoric shore, unto the margent of the Moluccas? Those nations Faerie thy justice do adore, but thine own people do thy mercy praise much more. Much more it praised was of those two knights, the noble prince and righteous Artegall, when they had seen and heard her dumb rites against Duessa, damned by them all, but by her tempered without grief or gall, till strong constraint did her thereto enforce, and yet even then ruing her will full fall, with more than needful natural remorse, and yielding the last honor to her wretched course. During all which, those knights continued there, both doing and receiving courtesies of that great lady, who with goodly share them entertained, fit for their dignities, approving daily to their noble eyes royal examples of her mercies rare, and worthy patterns of her clemencies, which till this day mongst many living are, who them to their posterities do still declare. Amongst the rest, which in that space befell, there came two springles of full tender years, Faerie thence from Faerie Land where they did dwell, to seek for succor of her and her pairs, with humble prayers and entreatful tears, sent by their mother, who, a widow, was wrapped in great dolours and in deadly fears, by a strong tyrant, who invaded has her land, and slain her children ruefully, alas. Her name was Belgi, who in former age a lady of great worth and wealth had been, and mother of a fruitful heritage, even 17 goodly sons, which who had seen in their first flower, before this fat all teen, them overtook and their fair blossoms blasted. More happy mother would her surely wean than famous Niobe, before she tasted Latona's children's wrath that all her issue wasted. But this fell tyrant, through his tortious power, had left her now but 5 of all that brood, for 12 of them he did by times devour, and to his idols sacrifice their blood, whilst he of none was stopped nor withstood. For soothly he was one of matchless might, of horrible aspect and dreadful mood, and had 3 bodies in one wast impite, and th arms and legs of 3 to succor him in fight. And sooth they say that he was born and bred of giants' race, the son of Geryon, he that whilome in Spain so sore was dread, for his huge power and great oppression, which brought that land to his subjection, through his 3 bodies' power in one combined, and eke all strangers, in that region, arriving, to his kind for food ascend. The fairest kine alive, but of the fiercest Kwnd. For they were all, they say, of purple hew, kept by a cowherd, hight Eurytion, a cruel carle, the which all strangers slew, Ne day nor night did sleep to attend them on, but walked about them ever and anon, with his two-headed dog that Orthrus hight. Orthrus begotten by great Typhaon, and Phule Echidna in the house of night. But Hercules them all did overcome in fight. His son was this Gerionio hight, who, after that his monstrous father fell, under Alcides' club, straight took his flight from that sad land where he his sire did quell, and came to this, where Belgi then did dwell, and flourish in all wealth and happiness, being then new made widow, as befell, after her noble husband's late decease, which gave beginning to her woe and wretchedness. Then this bold tyrant, of her widowhead, taking advantage, and her yet fresh woes, himself and service to her offered, her to defend against all foreign foes, that should their power against her right oppose. Whereof she glad, now needing strong defense, him entertained and did her champion chose, which long he used with careful diligence, the better to confirm her fearless confidence, by means whereof she did at last commit all to his hands, and gave him sovereign power to do whatever he thought good or fit, which having got, he gone forth from that hour, to stir up strife and many a tragic store, giving her dearest children one by one unto a dreadful monster to devour, and setting up an idol of his own, the image of his monstrous parent Geryon, so tyrannizing and oppressing all. The woeful widow had no means now left, but unto gracious great Mercilla call, for aid against that cruel tyrant's theft, ere all her children he from her had reft. Therefore these two, her eldest sons, she sent, to seek for succor of this lady's gift, to whom their soot they humbly did present. In hearing of full many knights and ladies gent, amongst the which then fortuned to be the noble Briton prince with his brave pair, who when he none of all those knights did see, hastily bent that enterprise to hear, nor undertake the same for cowherd fear. He stepped forth with courage bold and great, admired of all the rest in presence there, and humbly gone that mighty queen entreat, to grunt him that adventure for his former feat. She gladly grunted, then he straightway himself unto his journey gone prepare, and all his armors ready dight that day, that not the morrow next mote stay his fare. The morrow next appeared with purple hair, yet dropping fresh out of the Indian fount, and bringing light into the heavens fair, when he was ready to his steed to mount, unto his way, which now was all his care and count. Then taking humble leave of that great queen, who gave him royal gifts and riches rare, as tokens of her thankful mind beseen, and leaving Artegall to his own care, upon his voyage forth he gone to fare, with those two gentle youths, which him did guide, and all his way before him still prepare. Ne after him did Artegall abide, but on his first adventure forward forth did ride. It was not long till that the prince arrived within the land where dwelt that lady sad, whereof that tyrant had her now deprived, and into moors and marshes banished had, out of the pleasant soil and cities glad, in which she wont to harbour happily. But now his cruelty so sore she drad, that to those fens for fastness she did fly, and there herself did hide from his hard tyranny. There he her found in sorrow and dismay, all solitary without living wight. For all her other children, through a fray, had hid themselves, or taken further flight. And eke herself, through sudden strange affright, when one in arms she saw, began to fly. But, when her own two sons she had in sight, she gone take heart and look up joyfully. For well she wist this night came succor to supply. And, running unto them with greedy joys, fell straight about their necks as they did kneel, And bursting forth in tears, "Ah, my sweet boys," said she, "yet now I gin new life to feel. And feeble spirits, that gone faint and reel, now rise again at this your joyous sight. Already see me's that fortune's headlong wheel begins to turn, and sun to shine more bright than it was wont, through comfort of this noble knight." Then turning unto him, "And you, Sir Knight," said she, "that taken have this toilsome pain, for wretched woman, miserable wight, may you in heaven immortal guerdon gain, for so great travel as you do sustain. For other meed may hope for none of me, to whom naught else but bare life doth remain. And that so wretched one, as ye do see, is liker lingering death than loathed life to be." Much was he moved with her piteous plight, and lo dismounting from his lofty steed, gone to recomfort her all that he might, seeking to drive away deep-rooted dread, with hope of help in that her greatest need. So thence he wished her with him to wend, unto some place where they mote rest and feed, and she take comfort which God now did send. Good heart in evils doth the evils much amend. "Ay me," said she, "and whither shall I go? Are not all places full of foreign powers? My palaces possessed of my foe, my cities sacked, and their sky-threading torres raced and made smooth fields enow full of flores. Only these marishes and miry bogs, in which the fearful youths do build their bowers, yield me an hose-try mongst the croaking frogs, and harbour here in safety from those ravenous dogs. Nathless," said he, "dear lady, with me go. Some place shall us receive and harbour yield. If not, we will at force maugre your foe, and purchase it to us with spear and shield. And if all fail, yet farewell open field. The earth to all her creatures lodging lends. With such his cheerful speeches he doth wield her mind so well, that to his will she bends. And, binding up her locks and weeds, forth with him wends. They came unto a city Faerie upland, the which whilome that lady's own had been but now by force extored out of her hand, by her strong foe, who had defaced clean her stately torres and buildings sunny sheen, shut up her haven, marred her merchants' trade, robbed her people that full rich had been, and in her neck a castle huge had made, the which did her command without needing persuade. That castle was the strength of all that state, until that state by strength was pulled down. And that same city, so now ruinate, had been the kai of all that kingdom's crown, both goodly castle, and both goodly town, till that th offended heaven's list to lower upon their bliss, and baleful fortune frown, when those gainst states and kingdoms do conjure. Who then can think their headlong ruin to recure? But he had brought it now in servile bond, and made it bear the yoke of inquisition, striving long time in vain it to withstand, yet glad at last to make most base submission, and life enjoy for any composition. So now he hath new laws and orders new, imposed on it with many a hard condition, and forced it the honor that is due to God, to do unto his idol most untrue. To him he hath before this castle green built a fair chapel, and an altar framed of costly ivory full rich beseen, on which that cursed idol, Faerie proclaimed, he hath set up, and him his God hath named, offering to him in sinful sacrifice the flesh of men, to God's own likeness framed, and powering forth their blood in brutish wise, that any iron eyes to see it would agonize. And, for more horror and more cruelty, under that cursed idol's altar stone, an hideous monster doth in darkness lie, whose dreadful shape was never seen of none that lives on earth, but unto those alone, the which unto him sacrificed be. Those he devours, they say, both flesh and bone. What else they have is all the tyrant's fee. So that no wit of them remaining one may see. There eke he placed a strong garrus one. And set a seneschal of dreaded might. That by his power oppressed every one. And vanquished all venturous knights in fight. To whom he wont shew all the shame he might. After that them in battle he had won. To which when now they gone approach in sight. The lady counselled him the place to shun. Whereas so many knights had fully been afordone. Her fearful speeches not he did regard. But, riding straight under the castle wall, called aloud unto the watchful ward, which there did wait, willing them forth to call into the field their tyrant seneschal. To whom when tidings thereof came, he straight calories for his arms, and arming him withal, eftsoons forth pricked proudly in his might, and gone with courage fierce address him to the fight. They both encounter in the middle plain, and their sharp spears do both together smite amid their shields, with so huge might and main, that seemed their souls they wold have riven quite out of their breasts with furious despite. Yet could the seneschals no entrance find into the prince's shield where it impite. So pure the metal was and well refined, but shivered all about, and scattered in the wind. Not so the prince's, but with restless force into his shield it ready passage found, both through his habergeon and eke his course, which tumbling down upon the senseless ground, gave leave unto his ghost from thraldom bound, to wander in the griesly shades of night. There did the prince him leave in deadly swound, and thence unto the castle marched right, to see if entrance there as yet obtain he might. But, as he nigher drew, 3 knights he spied, all armed to point, issuing forth apace, which towards him with all their power did ride, and meeting him right in the middle race, did all their spear taunts on him and chase, as 3 great culverings for bat-tree bent, and levelled all against one certain place. Do all taunts their thunders rage forth rent, that makes the walls to stagger with astonishment. So all taunts they on the prince did thunder, who from his saddle swerved not aside, ne to their force gave way. That was great wonder. But like a bulwark firmly did abide, rebutting him, which in the midst did ride, with so huge rigour, that his mortal spear passed through his shield and pierced through either side. That down he fell upon his mother dear, and powered forth his wretched life in deadly drayar. Whom when his other fellows saw, they fled, as fast as feet could carry them away. And after them the prince as swiftly sped, to be avenged of their unknightly play. There, whilst they entraying one did other stay. The hindmost in the gate he overhent, and, as he pressed in, him there did slay. His carcass, tumbling on the threshold, sent his groaning soul unto her place of punishment. The other which was entrayed laboured fast to spare the gate. But that same lump of clay, whose grudging ghost was there outfled and passed, right in the midst of the threshold lay, that at the postern did from closing stay. The whiles the prince hard priest in between, and in trance one, straight other fled away, and ran into the hall, where he did wean himself to save. But he there slew him at the screen. Then all the rest which in that castle were, seeing that sad ensample them before, durst not abide, but fled away for fear, and them conveyed out at a postern door. Long sought the prince, but when he found no more, Tapas against his power he forth issued unto that lady, where he her had lore, and her gone chayar with what she there had viewed, and what she had not seen within unto her shewed, who with right humble thanks him goodly greeting, For so great prowess as he there had proved. Much greater than was ever in her weeting. With great admirance inwardly was moved. And honoured him with all that her behoved. Thenceforth into that castle he her led. With her 2 sons, right dear of her beloved. Where all that night themselves they cherished. And from her baleful mind all care he banished. Canto. Chapter 11. Prince Arthur overcomes the great Gerionio in fight. Doth slay the monster, and restore Belgi unto her right. It often fouls, in course of common life, that right long time is overborne of wrong. Through avarice, or power, or guile, or strife. That weakens her, and makes her party strong. But justice, though her dome she do prolong, yet at the last she will her own cause right. As by sad beige Simes, whose wrongs though long she suffered, yet at length she did requite. And sent redress thereof by this brave Briton knight. Whereof when news was to that tyrant brought, how that the Lady Belgi now had found a champion, that had with his champion fought, and laid his seneschal low on the ground, and eke himself did threaten to confound. He gone to burn in rage, and freeze in fear, doubting sad end of principle unsound. Yet, sith he heard but one that did appear, he did himself encourage and take better cheer. Nathless himself he armed all in hast, and forth he fared with all his many bad, ne stayed step, till that he came at last unto the castle which they conquered had. There with huge terror, to be more idred, he sternly marched before the castle gate, and, with bold vaunts and idle threatening, bade deliver him his own, ere yet too late. To which they had no right, nor any wrongful state. The prince stayed not his onswear to devise, but, opening straight the sperre, forth to him came, full nobly mounted in right warlike wise, and asked him, if that he were the same, who all that wrong unto that woeful dame so long had done, and from her native land exiled her, that all the world spake shame. He boldly answered him, he there did stand, that would his doings justify with his own hand. With that so furiously at him he flew, as if he would have overrun him straight, and with his huge great iron axe gone hew so hideously upon his armor bright, as he to pieces would have chopped it quite, that the bold prince was forced foot to give to his first rage, and yield to his despite. The whilst at him so dreadfully he drive, that seemed a marble rock asunder could have rive. Thereto a great advantage eke he has, through his 3 double hands thrice multiplied, besides the double strength which in them was. For still, when fit occasion did betide, he could his weapon shift from side to side, from hand to hand, and with such nimblesse sly, could wield about, that, ere it were espied, the wicked stroke did wound his enemy. Behind, beside, before, as he at list apply, which uncouth use when as the prince perceived, he gone to watch the wielding of his hand, least by such sleight he were unwares deceived. And ever, ere he saw the stroke to land, he would it meet and warily withstand. One time when he his weapon feigned to shift, as he was wont, and chonged from hand to hand, he met him with a counterstroke so swift, that quite smit off his arm as he it up did lift. Therewith all fraught with fury and disdain, he brayed aloud for very fell despite, and so dainly, to avenge himself again, gone into one assemble all the might of all his hands, and heaved them on height, thinking to pay him with that one for all. But the sad steel seized not, where it was hight, upon the child, but somewhat short did fall, and lighting on his horse's head him quite did maul. Down straight to ground fell his astonished steed, And eke to th earth his burden with him bear. But he himself full lightly from him freed. And gone himself to fight on foot prepare. Whereof when as the giant was aware, he walks right blithe, as he had got thereby. And laughed so loud, that all his teeth wide bare. One might have seen in wrong disorderly, like to a rank of piles that pitched are awry. Eftsoons again his axe he rowed on high, ere he were throughly buckled to his gear. And can let drive at him so dreadful lie, that had he chanced not his shield to rear, ere that huge stroke arrived on him near, he had him surely cloven quite in twain. But th adamantine shield which he did bear, so well was tempered, that for all his main, it would no passage yield unto his purpose vain. Yet was the stroke so forcibly applied, that made him stagger with uncertain sway, as if he would have tottered to one side. Wherewith full wroth he fiercely gone assay, that courtesy with like kindness to repay, and smote at him with so importune might, that two more of his arms did fall away, like fruitless branches, which the hatchet slight hath pruned from the native tree, and cropped quite. With that all mad and furious he grew, like a fell mastiff through in raging heat, and cursed, and banned, and blasphemies forth threw against his gods, and fire to them did threat, and hell unto himself with horror great. Thenceforth he cared no more which way he strook, nor where it light, but gone to chauffe and sweat, and gnashed his teeth, and his head at him shook, and sternly him beheld with grim and ghastly look. Not feared the child his looks, any yet his threats, but onely wexed now the more aware, to save himself from those his furious heats, and watch advantage how to work his care, the which good fortune to him offred fair. For as he in his rage him overstrook, he, ere he could his weapon back repair, his side all bare and naked overtook, and with his mortal steel quite through the body strook. Through all three bodies he him strook attance, that all the three attance fell on the plain. Else should he thrice have needed for the nonce them to have stricken, and thrice to have slain. So now all three one senseless lump remain, inwallowed in his own black bloudy gore, and biting th earth for very death's disdain. Who, with a cloud of night him covering, bore down to the house of dole, his days there to deplore. Which when the lady from the castle saw, where she with her two sons did looking stand, she towards him in haste herself did draw, to greet him the good fortune of his hand. And all the people, both of town and land, which there stood gazing from the city's wall, upon these warriors, greedy to understand, to whether should the victory befall. Now when they saw it fall'n, they eke him greeted all. But Belgie, with her sons, prostrated low before his feet in all that people's sight. Mongst joys mixing some tears, mongst will somewhat. Him thus bespake, O most redoubt knight, the which hast me, of all most wretched wight, that erst was dead, restored to life again, and these weak imps replanted by thy might. What guerdon can I give thee for thy pain, but even that which thou savedst thine still to remain? He took her up forby the lily hand, and her recomforted the best he might, saying, Dear lady, deeds ought not be scanned by th author's manhood, nor the doer's might, but by their truth and by the cause's right. That same is it which fought for you this day. What other meed, then, need me to requite, but that which yieldeth virtue's meed alway? That is, the virtue's self, which her reward doth pay. She humbly thanked him for that wondrous grace, and further said, Ah! Sir, but mote ye please, sith ye thus faerie have tendred my poor case, as from my chiefest foe me to release, that your victorious arm will not yet cease, till ye have rooted all the relics out, of that Vilda race, and stablished my peace. What is there else, said he, left of their rout? Declare it boldly, dame, and do not stand in doubt. Then wot you, sir, that in this church hereby there stands an idol of great note and name, the which this giant reared first on high, and of his own vain fancies thought did frame, to whom, for endless horror of his shame, he offered up for daily sacrifice my children and my people, burnt in flame, with all the tortures that he could devise. The more tiagrate his God with such his blouty guise. And underneath this idol there doth lie an hideous monster that doth it defend, and feeds on all the carcasses that die in sacrifice unto that cursed fiend, whose ugly shape none ever saw, nor kenned, that ever scapt, for of a man, they say, it has the voice, that speeches forth doth send, even blasphemous words, which she doth bray, out of her poisonous entrails fraught with dire decay, which when the prince heard tell, his heart gone earn, for great desire that monster to assay, and prayed the place of her abode to learn, which being shewed, he gone himself straightway thereto address, and his bright shield display. So to the church he came, where it was told, the monster underneath the altar lay. There he that idol saw of massy gold, most richly made, but there no monster did behold. Upon the image with his naked blade, 3 times, as in defiance, there he strook, and the 3rd time out of an hidden shade, there forth issued from under th altar's smoke, a dreadful fiend with foul deformed look, that stretched itself as it had long lion still, and her long tail and feathers strongly shook, that all the temple did with terror fill. Yet him not terrified that feared nothing ill. An huge great beast it was, when it in length was stretched forth, that nigh filled all the place, and seemed to be of infinite great strength. Horrible, hideous, and of hellish race, born of the brooding of Echidna base, or other like infernal furies kind. For of a maid she had the outward face, to hide the horror which did lurk behind, the better to beguile whom she so fond did find. Thereto the body of a dog she had, full of fell ravin and fierce greediness, a lion's claws, with power and rigor clad, to rend and tear whatso she can oppress, a dragon's tail, whose sting without redress, full deadly wounds whereso it is impite, and eagle's wings, for scope and speediness, that nothing may escape her reaching might, whereto she ever list to make her hardy flight, much like in foulness and deformity, unto that monster, whom the Theban knight, the father of that fat all progeny, made kill herself for very heart's despite, that he had read her riddle, which no wight could ever loose but suffered deadly duel. So also did this monster use like sleight, to many a one which came unto her skoal, whom she did put to death, deceived like a fool, she coming forth, when as she first beheld the armed prince with shield so blazing bright, her ready to assail, was greatly quelled, and much dismayed with that dismayful sight, that back she would have turned for great affright. But he gone her with courage fierce assay, that forced her turn again in her despite, to save herself, least that he did her slay. And sure he had her slain, had she not turned her way. Though, when she saw that she was forced to fight, she flew at him like to an hellish fiend, and on his shield took hold with all her might, as if that it she would in pieces rend, or reave out of the hand that did it hend. Strongly he strove out of her greedy gripe, to loose his shield, and long while did contend. But, when he could not quite it, with one stripe, her lion's claws he from her feet away did wipe. With that aloud she gone to bray and yell, And foul blasphemous speeches forth did cast. And bitter curses, horrible to tell. That even the temple, wherein she was placed, did quake to hear, and nigh asunder brast. Though with her huge long tail she at him strook, that made him stagger and stand half aghast, with trembling joints, as he for terror shook. Who not was terrified, but greater courage took. As when the mast of some well-timbered hulky is with the blast of some outrageous storm blown down, it shakes the bottom of the bulk, and makes her ribs to crack as they were torn. Whilst still she stands, as astonished and forlorn. So was he stound with stroke of her huge tail. But, ere that it she back again had borne, he with his sword it strook, that without fail he jointed it, and marred the swinging of her flail. Then gone she cry much louder than afore, that all the people there without it heard. And beige self was therewith stonied sore, as if the onely sound thereof she feared. But then the fiend herself more fiercely reared upon her wide great wings, and strongly flew with all her body at his head and beard. That had he not foreseen with heedful view, and thrown his shield atween, she had him done to rue. But, as she pressed on him with heavy sway, under her womb his fat all sword he thrust, and for her entrails made an open way to issue forth. The which, once being bruised, like to a great milldam forth fiercely gushed, and powered out of her infernal sink most ugly filth, and poison therewith rushed, that him nigh choked with the deadly stink. Such loathly matter were small lust to speak or think. Then down to ground fell that deformed mass, breathing out clouds of sulphur foul and black, in which a puddle of contagion was more loath than Lerna, or than Stygian lake, that any man would nigh awaped make, whom when he saw on ground, he was full glad, and straight went forth his gladness to partake. With Belgie, who watched all this while full sad, waiting what end would be of that same donger drad, whom when she saw so joyously come forth, she gon rejoice and shew triumphant share, lauding and praising his renowned worth, by all the names that honorable were. Then in he brought her, and her shewed there the present of his pains, that monster's spoil, and eke that idol deemed so costly dear, whom he did all to pieces break and foil in filthy debt, and left so in the loathly soil. Then all the people which beheld that day gon shout aloud, that unto heaven it rung, and all the damsels of that town in ray come dancing forth, and joyous carols song. So him they led through all their streets along, crowned with girlands of immortal bays, and all the vulgar did about them throng, to see the man, whose everlasting praise they all were bound to all posterities to raise. There he with Belgie did a while remain, making great feast and joyous merriment, until he had her settled in her reign, with safe assurance and establishment. Then to his first emprise his mind he lent, full loath to Belgie and to all the rest, of whom yet taking leave thenceforth he went, and to his former journey him addressed, on which long way he rode, any ever day did rest. But turn we now to noble Artegall, who, having left Mercilla, straightway went on his first quest, the which him forth did call to Wheat, to work Irena's franchisement, and eke Grantordo's worthy punishment. So forth he fared, as his manner was, with onely Talus waiting diligent, through many perils, and much way did paw, till nigh unto the place at length approcht he has. There as he travelled by the way, he met an aged white wayfaring all alone, who through his years long since aside had set the use of arms, and battle quite forgone, to whom as he approcht, he knew anon that it was he which whilome did attend On fair Irene in her affliction. When first to Faerie court he saw her wend. Unto his sovereign queen her sweet for to commend. Whom by his name saluting, thus he gone. Highly, good Sir Serges, truest knight alive. Well tried in all thy lady's troubles then. When her that tyrant did of crown deprive. What new occasion doth thee hither drive? While she alone is left, and thou here found? Or is she thrall, or doth she not survive? To whom he thus, she liveth sure and sound. But by that tyrant is in wretched thraldom bound. For she presuming on th appointed tide, in which ye promised, as ye were a knight, to meet her at the salvage hand's side, and then and there for trial of her right, with her unrighteous enemy to fight, did thither come, where she, afraid of naught, by guileful treason and by subtil sleight, surprised was, and to Grantordo brought, who her imprisoned hath, and her life often sought. And now he hath to her prefixed a day, by which if that no champion do appear, which will her cause in battailous array, against him justify, and prove her clear, of all those crimes that he gainst her doth rear, she death shall sure abye. Those tidings sad did much abash Sir Artegall to hear, and grieved sore that through his fault she had fallen into that tyrant's hand and usage bad. Then thus replied, now sure and by my life, too much am I to blame for that fair maid, that have her drawn to all this troublous strife, through promise to afford her timely aid, which by default I have not yet defrayed. But witness unto me, ye heavens, that know how clear I am from blame of this upbraid. For ye into like thraldom me did throw, and kept from compellishing the faith which I did owe. But now Ariad, Sir Serges, how long space hath he her lent a champion to provide? 10 days, quoth he grunt hath of grace. For that he weeneth well before that tide, none can have tidings to assist her side. For all the shores, which to the sea accost, he day and night doth ward both faray and wide, that none can there arrive without an host. So her he deems already but a damned ghost. Now turn again, Sir Artegall then said. For, if I live till those 10 days have end, assure yourself, Sir Knight, she shall have aid. Though I this dearest life for her do spend. So backward he a tone with him did wend. Though, as they rode together on their way, a rout of people they before them kenned, flocking together in confused array, as if that there were some tumultuous affray, to which as they approached the cause to know, they saw a knight in dongerous distress, of a rude rout him chasing to and fro, that sought with lawless power him to oppress, and bring in bondage of their brutishness, and faray away, amid their Raquel bands. They spied a lady left all succourless, crying, and holding up her wretched hands to him for aid, who long in vain their rage withstands. Yet still he strives, any peril spares, to rescue her from their rude violence, and like a lion would amongst them fares, dealing his dreadful blows with large dispense, gainst which the pallid death finds no defense. But all in vain, their numbers are so great, that naught may boot to banish them from thence. For soon as he their outrage back doth beat, they turn afresh, and oft renew their former threat. And now they do so sharply him assay, that they his shield in pieces battered have, and forced him to throw it quite away. Fro dangers dread his doubtful life to save, alba that it most safety to him gave, and much did magnify his noble name. For, from the day that he thus did it leave, amongst all knights he blotted was with blame, and counted but a recreant knight with endless shame, whom when they thus distressed did behold, they drew unto his aid. But that rude rout, Them also gone assail with outrage bold. And forced them, however strong and stout. They were, as well approved in many a doubt. Back to Recule. Until that Iron man, with his huge flail began to lay about. From whose stern presence they diffused ran. Like scattered chaff the which the wind away doth fan. So when that knight from peril clear was freed, he drawing near began to greet them fair. And yield great thanks for their so goodly deed, in saving him from dongerous despair, of those which sought his life for to impair. Of whom Sir Artegall gone then inquire the whole occasion of his late misfare, and who he was, and what those villains were, the which with mortal malice him pursued so near. To whom he thus, my name is Bourbon hight, well known, and far renowned heretofore, until late mischief did upon me light, that all my former praise hath blemished sore. And that fair lady, which in that uproar ye with those caitives saw, Flordelis hight, is mine own love, though me she have for lore. Whether withheld from me by wrongful might, or with her own good will, I cannot read aright. But sure to me her faith she first did plight, to be my love, and take me for her lord. Till that a tyrant, which Grantorto hight, with golden gifts and many a guileful word, enticed her to him for to accord. Oh! Who may not with gifts and words be tempted? Sith which she hath me ever since abhorred, and to my foe hath guilefully consented. I me, that ever guile in women was invented. And now he hath this troop of villains sent, by open force to fetch her quite away. Gainst whom myself I long in vain have bent, to rescue her, and daily means essay. Yet rescue her thence by no means I may. For they do me with multitude oppress, and with unequal might do overlay, that oft I driven am to great distress, and forced to forego th attempt remediless. But why have ye, said Artegall, forborne your own good shield in dongerous dismay? That is the greatest shame and foulest scorn, which unto any knight behappen may, to loose the badge that should his deeds display. To whom Sir Bourbon, blushing half for shame, that shall I unto you, quoth he, bewray, lest ye therefore mote happily me blame, and deem it done of will, that through enforcement came. True is that I at first was dubbed knight, by a good knight, the knight of the Redcrosse, who, when he gave me arms in field to fight, gave me a shield, in which he did endoss his dear Redeemer's badge upon the boss. The same long while I bore, and therewithal fought many battles without wound or loss. Therewith Grantorto's self I did appall, and made him oftentimes in field before me fall. But for that many did that shield envy, and cruel enemies increased more, to stint all strife and troublous enmity. That blouty scutcheon, being battered sore, I laid aside, and have of late forbore, hoping thereby to have my love obtained. Yet can I not my love have nathamore, for she by force is still fro me detained, and with corrupt full bribes is to untruth mistrained. To whom thus Artegall, certes, Sir Knight, hard is the case the which ye do complain. Yet not so hard, for not so hard may light, that it to such a strait mote you constrain, as to abandon that which doth contain your honour's style, that is, your warlike shield. All peril ought be less, and less all pain, than loss of fame in disaventurous field. Die, rather than do aught that mote dishonour yield. Not so, quoth he, for yet, when time doth serve, my former shield I may resume again. To temporize is not from truth to swerve, na for advantage term to entertain, when as necessity doth it constrain. Fie on such forgery, said Artegall, under one hood to shadow faces twain. Knights ought be true, and truth is one in all. Of all things, to dissemble, folly may befall. Yet let me you of courtesy request, said Bourbon, to assist me now at need, against these peasants which have me oppressed, and forced me to so infamous deed, that yet my love may from their hands be freed. Sir Artegall, Alba he erst did white his wavering mind, yet to his aid agreed, and, buckling him eftsoons unto the fight, did set upon those troops with all his power and might, who flocking round about them, as a swarm of flies upon a birchen bough doth cluster, did them assault with terrible alarm, and over all the fields themselves did muster, with bills and glaives making a dreadful lustre, that forced at first those knights back to retire, as when the wrathful Boreas doth bluster, not may abide the tempest of his ire. Both man and beast do fly, and succor do inquire. But, when as overblown was that brunt, those knights began afresh them to assail, and all about the fields like squirrels hunt. But chiefly Talus with his iron flail, gainst which no flight nor rescue mote avail, made cruel havocy of the baser crew, and chased them both over hill and dale. The rascal Monnier soon they overthrew, but the two knights themselves their captains did subdue. At last they came whereas that lady bode, whom now her keepers had forsaken quite, to save themselves, and scattered were abroad. Her half dismayed they found in doubtful plight, as neither glad nor sorry for their sight. Yet wondrous fair she was, and richly clad, in royal robes, and many jewels dight. But that those villains through their usage bad, them foully rent, and shamefully defaced had. But Bourbon, straight dismounting from his steed, unto her ran with greedy great desire, and catching her fast by her ragged weed, would have embraced her with heart entire. But she back starting with disdainful ire, bade him avaunt, and he would unto his lore, allured be for prayer nor for mead, whom when those knights so froward and forlore beheld, they her rebuked and upbraided sore. Said Artegall, what foule disgrace is this, to so fair lady, as ye see me in sight, to blot your bowtie, that unblemished is, with so foule blame as breach of faith once plight, or change of love for any world's delight. Is aught on earth so precious or dear, as praise and honor? Or is aught so bright and beautiful as glory's beams appear, whose goodly light than Phoebus' lampy doth shine more clear? Why then will ye, fond dame, attempted be, unto a stranger's love, so lightly placed, for gifts of gold or any worldly glee, to leave the love that ye before embraced, and let your fame with falsehood be defaced? Fie on the pelf for which good name is sold, and honor with indignity debased. Dearer is love than life, and fame than gold, but dearer than them both your faith once plighted hold. Much was the lady in her gentle mind abashed at his rebuke, that bit her near, naught to answer thereunto did find, but, hanging down her head with heavy chair, stood long amazed as she amadied ware, which Bourbon seeing her again essayed, and, clasping twixt his arms, her up did rear upon his steed, while she no whit gainsayed, so bore her quite away, nor well nor ill apaid. Nathless the iron man did still perso, that rascal many with unpitied spoil, ne ceased not, till all their scattered crew into the sea he drove quite from that soil, the which they troubled had with great turmoil. But Artegall, seeing his cruel deed, commanded him from slaughter to recoil, and to his voyage gone again proceed, for that the term, approaching fast, required speed. Canto. Chapter 12. Artegall doth Sir Bourbon side, and blames for changing shield. He with the great Grantorto fights, and slayeth him in field. O sacred hunger of ambitious Mindes, and impotent desire of men to reign, whom neither dread of God, that devils binds, nor laws of men, that commonweals contain, nor bands of nature, that wild beasts restrain, can keep from outrage and from doing wrong, where they may hope a kingdom to obtain. No faith so firme, no trust can be so strong, no love so lasting then, that may enduren long. Witness may Bubban be, whom all the bands, which may a knight assure had surely bound, until the love of lordship and of lands, made him become most faithless and unsound. And witness be Gerionio found, who for like cause fair Belgi did oppress, and right and wrong most cruelly confound. And so be now Grantorto, who no less then all the rest burst out to all outrageousness, gainst whom Sir Artegall, long having since taken in hand th exploit, being thereto appointed by that mighty fairy prince, great Gloriane, that tyrant to fordo, through other great adventures hitherto, had it forslacked, but now time drawing New York, to him assigned her high beheast to do. To the seashore he gone his way apply, to weet if shipping ready he mote there descry. Though when they came to the sea coast they found a ship all ready, as good fortune fell, to put to sea, with whom they did compound, to passe them over where them list to tell. The wind and weather served them so well, that in one day they with the coast did fall, whereas they ready found them to repel great hosts of men in order martial, which them forbade to land, and footing did forestall. But nathamore would they from land refrain. But, when as nigh unto the shore they drew, that foot of man might sound the bottom plain, Talus into the sea did forth issue, though darts from shore and stones they at him threw, and wading through the waves with steadfast sway, maugre the might of all those troops in view, did win the shore, whence he them chased away, and made to fly like doves whom the eagle doth affray. The while Sir Artegall with that old knight did forth descend, there being none them near, and forward marched to a town in sight. By this came tidings to the tyrant's ear, by those which erst did fly away for fear of their arrival, wherewith troubled sore, he all his forces straight to him did rear, and forth issuing with his scouts afore, meant them to have encountered ere they left the shore. But ere he marched Faerie he with them met, and fiercely charged them with all his force. But Talus sternly did upon them set, and brushed and battered them without remorse, that on the ground he left full many a corse. Ne any able was him to withstand, but he them overthrew both man and horse, that they lay scattered over all the land, as thick as doth the seed after the sower's hand. Till Artegall him seeing so to rage, willed him to stay, and signa of truce did make, to which all hearkening did a while assuage their forces' fury, and their terror slake, till he and herald called, and to him spake, willing him wend unto the tyrant straight, and tell him that not for such slaughter's sake he thither came, but for to tree the right of fair Irena's cause with him in single fight, and willed him for to reclaim with speed his scattered people, ere they all were slain, and time and place convenient to aid, in which they to the combat might darraign. Which message when Grantorto heard, full fain, and glad he was the slaughter so to stay, and pointed for the combat twixt them twain. The morrow next any gave him longer day, so sounded the retreat, and drew his folky away. That night Sir Artegall did cause his tent there to be pitched on the open plain, for he had given straight commandment that none should dare him once to entertain, which none durst break, though many would right fain. For fair Irena, whom they loved dear. But yet old Serges did so well him pain, that from close friends, that dared not to appear, he all things did purvey which for them needful were. The morrow next, that was the dismal day, appointed for Irena's death before, so soon as it did to the world display his cheerful face, and light to men restore, the heavy maid, to whom none tidings bore of Artegall's arrival her to free, looked up with eyes full sad and heart full sore, weening her live's last hour then near to be, sith no redemption nigh she did not hear nor see. Then up she rose, and on herself did dight most squalid garments, fit for such a day, and with dull countenance and with doleful sprite, she forth was brought in sorrowful dismay, for to receive the doom of her decay. But coming to the place, and finding there Sir Artegall, in battailous array, waiting his foe, it did her dead heart cheer, and new life to her lent in midst of deadly fear, like as a tender rose in open plain, that with untimely drought nigh withered was, and hung the head, soon as few drops of rain thereon distill and daw her dainty face, gins to look up, and with fresh wonted grace dispreads the glory of her leaves gay. Such was Irena's countenance, such her case, when Artegall she saw in that array, there waiting for the tyrant till it was Faerie day, who came at length with proud presumptuous gait into the field, as if he fearless were, all armed in a coat of iron plate, of great defence to ward the deadly fear, and on his head a steel cap he did wear, of colour rusty brown, but sure and strong, and in his hand an huge pole-axe did bear, whose steel was iron-studded, but not long, with which he wont to fight to justify his wrong. Of stature huge and hideous he was, like to a giant for his monstrous height, and did in strength most sorts of men surpass, ne ever any found his match in might. Thereto he had great skill in single fight. His face was ugly and his countenance stern, that could have frayed one with the very sight, and gaped like a gulf when he did journ, that whether man or monster one could scarce discern, soon as he did within the lists appear. With dreadful look he Artegall beheld, as if he would have daunted him with fear, and, grinning greasily, did against him weld his deadly weapon which in hand he held. But elfin swain, that oft had seen like sight, was with his ghastly countenance nothing quelled, but gone him straight to buckle to the fight, and cast his shield about to be in ready plight. The trumpets sound, and they together go, with dreadful terror and with fell intent, and their huge strokes full dongorously bestow, to do most damage whereas most they meant, but with such force and fury violent, the tyrant thundered his thick blows so fast, that through the iron walls their way they rent, and even to the vital parts they passed. No aught could them endure, but all they cleft or brast, which cruel outrage when as Artegall did well avise, thenceforth with wary heed, he shunned his strokes, wherever they did fall, and way did give unto their graceless speed, as when a skilful mariner doth read a storm approaching that doth peril threat. He will not bide the donger of such dread, but strikes his sails, and vereth his mains heat, and lends unto it leave the empty air to beat. So did the fairy knight himself abar, and stooped oft his head from shame to shield. No shame to stoop, one's head more high to rear, and, much to gain, a little for to yield. So stoutest knights done oftentimes in field. But still the tyrant sternly at him laid, and did his iron axe so nimbly wield, that many wounds into his flesh it made, and with his burdenous blows him sore did overlaid. Yet when as fit advantage he did spy, the whiles the cursed felon high did rear, his cruel hand to smite him mortally. Under his stroke he to him stepping near, right in the flank him strook with deadly drayar, that the gore blood thence gushing grievously, did underneath him like a pond appear, and all his armor did with purple dye. Thereat he brayed loud, and yelled dreadfully. Yet the huge stroke, which he before intended, kept on his course as he did it direct, and with such monstrous poise adown descended, that seemed not could him from death protect. But he it well did ward with wise respect, and twixt him and the blow his shield did cast, which thereon seizing took no great effect, but, biting deep therein did stick so fast, that by no means it back again he forth could wrast. Long while he tugged and strove to get it out, and all his power applied thereunto, that he therewith the knight drew all about, nathless, for all that ever he could do. His axe he could not from his shield undo, which Artegall perceiving strook no more, but loosing soon his shield did it forego. And, whiles he combrade was therewith so sore, he gone at him let drive more fiercely than afore. So well he him pursued, that at the last he stroke him with chrysor on the head, that with the souse thereof full sore aghast, he staggered to and fro in doubtful stead. Again, whiles he him saw so ill bested, he did him smite with all his might and main, that, falling, on his mother earth he fed, whom when he saw prostrated on the plain, he lightly reft his head to ease him of his pain. Which when the people round about him saw, they shouted all for joy of his success, glad to be quit from that proud tyrant's awe, which with strong power did them long time oppress. And, running all with greedy joyfulness, to fair Irena, at her feet did fall, and her adored with due humbleness, as their true liege and princess natural, and eke her champion's glory sounded over all, who straight her leading with meet majesty, unto the palace where their kings did reign, did her therein establish peaceably, and to her kingdom's seat restore again. And all such persons, as did late maintain that tyrant's part with close or open aid, he sorely punished with heavy pain, that in short space, whiles there with her he stayed, not one was left that durst her once have disobeyed, during which time that he did there remain. His studi was true justice how to deal, and day and night employed his bussy pain, how to reform that ragged commonweal, and that same iron man, which could reveal all hidden crimes. Through all that realme he sent, to search out those that usd to rob and steal, or did rebel gainst lawful government, on whom he did inflict most grievous punishment. But, ere he could reform it thoroughly, he through occasion called was away to Faerie Court, that of necessity. His course of justice he was forced to stay, and Talus to revoke from the right way, in which he was that realme for to redress. But envy's cloud still dimmeth virtue's ray. So, having freed Irena from distress, he took his leave of her there left in heaviness. Though, as he back returned from that land, and there arrived again whence forth he set, he had not passed Faerie upon the strand, when as two old ill-favoured hags he met, by the wayside being together set, two griesly creatures, and, to that their faces most foule and filthy were, their garments yet, being all ragged and tattered, their disgraces did much the more augment, and made most ugly cases. The one of them, that elder did appear, with her dull eyes did see me to look askew, that her misshape much helped, and her foule here hung loose and loathsomely, thereto her hew was wan and lean, that all her teeth arose, and all her bones might through her cheeks be red. Her lips were like raw lethier, pale and blue, and as she spake therewith she slavered, Yet spake she seldom, but thought more the less she said. Her hands were foulé and dirty, never washed. In all her life, with long nailless overrout. Like pudic's claws. With one of which she scracked her cursed head, although it itched not. The other held a snake with venomy fraught, on which she fed and gnawed hungrily, as if that long she had not eaten aught. That round about her jaws one might descry the blouty gore and poison dropping loathsomely. Her name was Envy, known well thereby, whose nature is to grieve and grudge at all that ever she sees done praiseworthily, whose sight to her is greatest cross may fall, and vexeth so that makes her eat her gall. For, when she wanteth other thing to eat, she feeds on her own maw unnatural, and of her own foulé entrails makes her meat fit for such a monster's monstrous diet. And if she happed of any good to hear, that had to any happily betid, then would she inly fret, and grieve, and tear her flesh for fellness, which she inward hid. But if she heard of ill that any did, or harm that any had, then would she make great cheer, like one unto a banquet bid, and in another's loss great pleasure take, as she had got thereby and gained a great stake. The other nothing better was than she, agreeing in bad will and cankered kwnd. But in bad manner they did disagree. For whatso envy good or bad did fwnd, she did conceal, and murder her own mynd. But this, whatever evil she conceived, did spread abroad and throw in open wind. Yet this in all her words might be perceived, that all she sought was men's good name to have bereaved. For, whatsoever good by any said, or done she heard, she would straightways invent how to deprave or slanderously upbraid, or to misconstrue of a man's intent, and turn to ill the thing that well was meant. Therefore she used often to resort to common haunts, and companies frequent, to hark what any one did good report, to blot the same with blame, or rest in wicked sort. And if that any ill she heard of any, she would it eke, and make much worse by telling, and take great joy to publish it to many, that every matter worse was for her melling. Her name was hight Detraction, and her dwelling was near to Envy, even her neighbor next, a wicked hag, and Envy self-excelling in mischief, for herself she onely vexed, but this same both herself and others eke perplexed. Her face was ugly, and her mouth distort, foaming with poison round about her gills, in which her cursed tongue, full sharp and short, appeared like aspi's sting that closely kills, or cruelly does wound whomso she wills. A distaff in her other hand she had, upon the which she little spins, but spills, and feigns to weave false tales and leasings bad, to throw amongst the good which others had disbrad. These two now had themselves combined in one, and linked together gainst Sir Artegall, for whom they wait as his mortal foe, how they might make him into mischief fall, for freeing from their snares Irene thrall. Besides, unto themselves they gotten had a monster which the blatant beast men call a dreadful fiend, of gods and men idred, whom they by sleights allur'd, and to their purpose lad. Such were these hags, and so unhandsome drayest, who when they nigh approaching had espied Sir Artegall, returned from his late quest. They both arose, and at him loudly cried, as it had been two shepherds qu'as had scried a ravenous wolf amongst the scattered flocks. And Envy first, as she that first him aid, towards him runs, and, with rude flaring locks, about her ears, does beat her breast and forehead knocks. Then from her mouth the gobbet she does take, the which whilier she was so greedily devouring, even that half-gnawn snake, and at him throws it most despitefully. The cursed serpent, though she hungrily erst chawed thereon, yet was not all so dead, but that some life remained secretly. And, as he passed afore withouten dread, bit him behind, that long the mark was to be read. Then th other coming near gone him revile, and fully rail with all she could invent, saying that he had, with unmanly guile, and foule abusion, both his honor blent, and that bright sword, the sword of justice lent, had stained with reproachful cruelty, in guiltless blood of many an innocent. As for Grantorto, him with treachery and trains having surprised, he fully did to die. Thereto the blatant beast, by them set on, at him began aloud to bark and bay, with bitter rage and fell contention, that all the woods and rocks nigh to that way began to quake and tremble with dismay, and all the air rebellowed again, so dreadfully his 100 tongues did bray. And evermore those hags themselves did pain to sharpen him, and their own cursed tongues did strain. And still among most bitter words they spake, most shameful, most unrighteous, most untrue, that they the mildest man alive would make forget his patience, and yield vengeance due to her, that so false squanders at him through. And more, to make them pierce and wound more deep, she with the sting which in her vile tongue grew, did sharpen them, and in fresh poison steep. Yet he passed on, and seemed of them to take no keep. But Talus, hearing her so lewdly rail, and speak so ill of him that well deserved, would her have chastised with his iron flail, if her Sir Artegall had not preserved, and him forbidden, who his heast observed. So much the more at him still did she scold, and stones did cast. Yet he for naught would swerve from his right course, but still the way did hold to Faerie Court, where what him fell shall else be told. Book. Chapter 6. The Legend of Calidore, or of Courtesy. The ways, through which my weary steps I guide, in this delightful land of Faerie, are so exceeding spacious and wide, and sprinkled with such sweet variety of all that pleasant is to ear or eye, that I, nigh ravished with rare thoughts delight, my tedious travel do forget thereby. And, when I gin to feel decay of might, it strength to me supplies, and cheers my dulled sprite. Such secret comfort and such heavenly pleasures, ye sacred imps, that on Parnasso dwell, and there the keeping have of learning's treasures, which do all worldly riches far excel, into the mindies of mortal men do well, and goodly fury into them infuse. Guide ye my footing, and conduct me well in these strange ways where never foot did use. None can find but who was taught them by the Muse. Reveal to me the sacred nursery of virtue, which with you doth there remain, where it in silver bower does hidden lie from view of men, and wicked world's disdain, since it at first was by the gods with pain planted in earth, being derived at first from heavenly seeds of bounty sovereign, and by them long with careful labor nursed, till it to ripeness grew, and forth to honor burst. Amongst them all grows not a fairer flower. Then is the bosom of comely courtesy, which though it on a lowly stalk do bower, yet brancheth forth in brave nobility, and spreads itself through all civility, of which though present age do plenteous see me, yet, being matched with plain antiquity, ye will them all but fain shows esteem, which carry colors fair that feeble eyes misdeem. But, in the trial of true courtesy, it's now so far from that which then it was, that it indeed is not but forgery, fashioned to please the eyes of them that paw, which see not perfect things but in a glass. Yet is that glass so gay, that it can be alwendy the wisest sight to think gold that is bras. But virtue's seat is deep within the mind, and not in outward shows, but inward thoughts defined. But where shall I in all antiquity so fair a pattern find, where may be seen the goodly praise of princely courtesy, as in yourself, O sovereign Lady Queen? In whose pure mind, as in a mirror sheen, it shows, and with her brightness doth inflame the eyes of all which thereon fixed been. But meriteth indeed an higher name. Yet so from low to high uplifted is your fame. Then pardon me, most dreaded sovereign, that from yourself I do this virtue bring, and to yourself do it return again. So from the ocean all rivers spring, and tribute back repay as to their king. Right so from you all goodly virtues well into the rest which round about you ring, fair lords and ladies which about you dwell, and do adorn your court where courtesies excel. Canto. Chapter 1. Calidore saves from maleffort. A damsel used Vilda, doth vanquish Cruder, and doth make Brian's wex more mild. Of court, it seemes, men courtesy do call, for that it there most useth to abound. And well beseemeth that in prince's hall that virtue should be plentifully found, which of all goodly manners is the ground and root of civil conversation. Right so in Faerie court it did redound, where courteous knights and ladies most did one of all on earth, and made a matchless paragon. But mongst them all was none more courteous knight than Calidore, beloved over all, in whom, it seemes, that gentleness of sprite and manners mild were planted natural, to which he adding comely guise withal, and gracious speech, did steal men's hearts away. Nathless thereto he was full stout and tall, and well approved in battleless affray, that him did much renown, and far his fame display. No was there knight any was there lady found in Faerie court, but him did dear embrace, for his fair usage and conditions sound, the which in all MCN's liking gained place, and with the greatest purchased greatest grace, which he could wisely use, and well apply, to please the best, and th evil to embase. For he loathed leasing and base flattery, and loved simple truth and steadfast honesty. And now he was in travel on his way, upon an hard adventure sore bestad, when as by chance he met upon a day with Artegall, returning yet half sad from his late conquest which he gotten had, who when as each of other had a sight, they knew themselves, and both their persons rad. When Calidore thus first, highly, noblest knight of all this day on ground that Brea then living sprite. Now tell, if please you, of the good success which ye have had in your late enterprise, to whom Sir Artegall gone to express his whole exploit and valorous emprise, in order as it did to him our eyes. Now, happy man, said then Sir Calidore, which have, so goodly as ye can devise, achieved so hard a quest, as few before, that shall you most renowned make for evermore. But where ye ended have, now I begin to tread an endless trace, withouten guide, or good direction how to enter in, or how to issue forth in ways untried, in perils strange, in labors long and wide, in which although good fortune me befall, yet shall it not by none be testified. What is that quest, quoth then Sir Artegall, that you into such perils presently doth call? The blatant beast, quoth he, I do perso, and through the world incessantly do chase, till I him overtake, or else subdue. Yet know I not or how, or in what place, to find him out, yet still I forward trace. What is that blatant beast? Then he replied, it is a monster bred of hellish race. Then answered he, which often hath annoyed Good knights and ladies true, and many else destroyed. Of Cerberus whilome he was begot. And fell Chimera, in her darksome den. Through foul commixture of his filthy blot. Where he was fostered long in Stygian fun. Till he to perfect ripeness grew. And then into this wicked world he forth was sent. To be the plague and scourge of wretched men. Whom with vile tongue and venomous intent he sore doth wound, and bite, and cruelly torment. Then, since the salvage island I did leave, said Artegall, I such a beast did see. The which did see me 1,000 tongues to have. That all in spite and malice did agree. With which he bayed and loudly barked at me. As if that he at taunts would me devour. But I, that knew myself from peril free, did not regard his malice nor his power. But he the more his wicked poison forth did pour. That surely is that beast, said Calidore. Which I pursue, of whom I am right glad. To hear these tidings, which of none afore. Through all my weary travel I have had. Yet now some hope your words unto me add. Now God you speed, quoth then Sir Artegall. And keep your body from the donger drad. For ye have much ado to deal withal. So both took goodly leave, and parted several. Sir Calidore thence travelled not long. When as by chance a comely squire he found. That thorough some more mighty enemies wrong. Both hand and foot unto a tree was bound. Who, seeing him from Faerie, with piteous sound of his shrill cries him called to his aid. To whom approaching, in that painful stound, when he him saw, for no demands he stayed. But first him lost, and afterwards thus to him said. Unhappy squire! What hard mishap thee brought into this bay of peril and disgrace? What cruel hand thy wretched thraldom wrought, and thee captived in this shameful place? To whom he answered thus, my hapless case is not occasioned through my misdesert, but through misfortune, which did me abase unto this shame, and my young hope subvert. Ere that I in her guileful trains was well expert. Not far from hence, upon yond rocky hill, hard by a strait, there stands a castle strong, which doth observe a custom lewd and ill. And it hath long maintained with mighty wrong. For may no knight nor lady passe along that way, and yet they needs must passe that way, by reason of the strait and rocks among. But they that lady's locks do shave away, and that knight's bird, for toll which they for passage pay. A shameful use as ever I did hear, said Calidore, and to be overthrown. But by what means did they at first it rear? And for what cause? Tell, if thou have it known. Said then that squire. The lady, which doth own this castle, is by name Brianna hight. Than which a prouder lady liveth none. She long time hath dear loved a doughty knight, and sought to win his love by all the means she might. His name is Cruder, who, through high disdain, and proud despite of his self-pleasing moynd, refused hath to yield her love again, until a mantle she for him do fwnd, with beards of knights and locks of ladies lind, which to provide she hath this castle dight, and therein hath a seneschal assigned, called Maleffert, a man of mickle might, who executes her wicked will with worse despite. He, this same day, as I that way did come, with a fair damsel, my beloved dear, in execution of her lawless doom, did set upon us flying both for fear. For little Boades against him hand to rear. Me first he took unable to withstand, and whiles he her pursued everywhere, till his return unto this tree he bond. No wot I surely whether her he yet have fond. Thus whiles they spake they heard a rueful shriek of one loud crying, which they straightway guessed that it was she the which for help did seek. though, looking up unto the cry to lest, they saw that carle from Faerie, with hand unblessed, hailing that maiden by the yellow hair, that all her garments from her snowy breast, and from her head her locks he nigh did tear. Nor would he spare for pity, nor refrain for fear. Which heinous sight when Calidore beheld, eftsoons he loosed that squire, and so him left, with heart's dismay and inward dolour quelled, for to pursue that villain, which had reft that piteous spoil by so injurious theft. Whom overtaking, loud to him he cried, leave, Faetor, quickly that misgotten weft, to him that hath it better justified, and turn thee soon to him of whom thou art defied. Who, hearkening to that voice, himself upreared, and seeing him so fiercely towards make, against him stoutly ran, as not afeard, but rather more enragged for those words' sake, and with stern countenance thus unto him spake, art thou the caitiff that defiest me? And for this maid, whose party thou doest take, wilt give thy beard, though it but little be? Yet shall it not her locks for ransom fro me free. With that he fiercely at him flew, and laid on hideous strokes with most importune might, that oft he made him stagger as unstayed, and oft recoil to shun his sharp despite. But Calidore, that was well skilled in fight, him long forbore, and still his spy right sparred, lying in wait how him he damage might. But when he felt him shrink, and come toward, he greater grew, and gone to drive at him more hard, like as a water stream, whose swelling source shall drive a mill, within strong banks is pent, and long restrained of his ready course, so soon as passage is unto him lent, breaks forth, and makes his way more violent. Such was the fury of Sir Calidore. When once he felt his foeman to relent, he fiercely him pursued, and pressed sore. Who as he still decayed so he increased more the heavy burden of whose dreadful might, when as the carle no longer could sustain, his heart gone faint, and straight he took his flight toward the castle, where, if need constrain, his hope of refuge used to remain. Whom Calidore perceiving fast to fly, he him pursued and chased through the plain, that he for dread of death gone loud to cry unto the ward to open to him hastily. They, from the wall him seeing so aghast, the gate soon opened to receive him in. But Calidore did follow him so fast, that even in the porch he him did win, and cleft his head asunder to his chin. The carcass tumbling down within the door, did choke the entrance with a lump of sin, that it could not be shut, whilst Calidore did enter in, and slew the porter on the floor. With that the rest the which the castle kept about him flocked, and hard at him did lay. But he them all from him full lightly swept, as doth a stare, in heat of summer's day, with his long tail the brizzes brush away. Thence passing forth into the hall he came, whereof the lady self in sad dismay, he was amet, who with uncomely shame gone him salute, and foul upbraid with faulty blame. False traitor knight, said she, no knight at all, but scorn of arms, that hast with guilty hand murdered my men, and slain my seneschal. Now comest thou to rob my house unmanned, and spoil myself that cannot thee withstand? Yet doubt thou not, but that some better knight than thou, that shall thy treason understand, will it avenge, and pay thee with thy right. And if none do, yet shame shall thee with shame requite. Much was the knight abashed at that word, yet answered thus, not unto me the shame, but to the shameful doer it afford. Bloud is no blemish, for it is no blame, to punish those that do deserve the same. But they that break bands of civility, and wicked customs make, those do defame both noble arms and gentle courtesy. No greater shame to man than inhumanity. Then do yourself, for dread of shame, forego this evil manner which ye here maintain. And do instead thereof mild courtesy show to all that passe, that shall you glory gain. More than his love, which thus ye seek to obtain. Wherewith all full of wrath she thus replied. Vile recreant! Know that I do much disdain thy courteous lore, that doest my love deride. Who scorns thy idle scoff, and bids thee be defied. To take defiance at a lady's word. Quoth he, I hold it no indignity. But were he here, that would it with his sword. A bet, perhaps he mote it dear aby. Cowherd! Quoth she, were not that thou wouldst fly. Ere he do come, he should be soon in place. If I do so, said he, then liberty I leave to you, for I me to disgrace with all those shames, that erst ye spake me to deface. With that a dwarf she called to her in hast, and taking from her hand a ring of gold, a privy token which between them passed, bade him to fly with all the speed he could to Crewder, and desire him that he would vouchsafe to rescue her against a knight, who through strong power had now herself in hood, having late slain her seneschal in fight, and all her people murdered with outrageous might. The dwarf his way did hast, and went all night. But Calidore did with her there abide. The coming of that so much threatened night, where that discourteous dame with scornful pride and foul entreaty him indignified, that iron heart it hardly could sustain. Yet he, that could his wrath full wisely guide, did well endure her womanish disdain, and did himself from frily impatience refrain. The morrow next, before the lampy of light, above the earth upreared his flaming head. The dwarf, which bore that message to her knight, brought answer back, that ere he tasted bread, he would her succor, and alive or dead, her foe deliver up into her hand. Therefore he wiled her do away all dread, and, that of him she mote assured stand, he sent to her his basenet as a faithful band. Thereof full blithe the lady straight became, and gone to augment her bitterness much more. Yet no whit more appalled for the same. No aught dismayed was Sir Calidore, but rather did more cheerful see me therefore. And having soon his arms about him dight, did issue forth to meet his foe afore. Where long he stayed not, when as a knight he spied come pricking on with all his power and might. Well weened he straight that he should be the same, which took in hand her quarrel to maintain. Ne stayed to ask if it were he by name, but couched his spear, and ran at him amain. They bene emet in midst of the plain, with so fell fury and dispiteous force, that neither could the other's stroke sustain, but rudely rowled to ground, both man and horse, neither of other taking pity nor remorse. But Calidore uprose again full light, whiles yet his foe lay fast in senseless swound. Yet would he not him hurt although he might, for shame he weened a sleeping wight to wound. But when Brianna saw that dreary stound, there where she stood upon the castle wall, she deemed him sure to have been a dead on ground, and made such piteous mourning therewithal, that from the battlements she ready seemed to fall. Nathless at length himself he did uprear, in lustless wise, as if against his will. Ere he had slept his fill, he wakened were, and gone to stretch his limbs, which feeling ill of his late fall, a while he rested still. But, when he saw his foe before in view, he shook off luskishness and courage chill, kindling afresh, gone battle to renew, to prove if better foot than horseback would, and so there then began a fearful cruel fray betwixt them two for mastery of might. For both were wondrous practic in that play, and passing well expert in single fight. and both inflamed with furious despite. Which as it still increased, so still increased their cruel strokes and terrible affright. No once for ruth their rigour they released, no once to breath a while their anger's tempest ceased. Thus long they tracked and traversed to and fro, and tried all ways how each mote entrance make into the life of his malignant foe. They hewed their helms, and plates asunder brake, as they had potshares been for not mote slake their greedy vengeances but gory blood, that at the last like to a purple lake of blouty gore congealed about them stood, which from their riven sides forth gushed like a flood. At length it chanced that both their hands on high at once did heave with all their power and might, thinking the utmost of their force to tree, and prove the final fortune of the fight. But Calidore, that was more quick of sight, and nimbler handed than his enemy, prevented him before his stroke could light, and on the helmet smote him former lie, that made him stoop to ground with meek humility. And, ere he could recover foot again, he, following that fair advantage fast, his stroke redoubled with such might and main, that him upon the ground he grovelling cast, and leaping to him light would have unlast his helm, to make unto his vengeance way. Who, seeing in what donger he was plast, cried out, Ah mercy, sir! Do me not slay, but save my life, which lot before your foot doth lay. With that his mortal hand a while he stayed, and, having somewhat calmed his wrathful heat, with goodly patience, thus he to him said, And is the boast of that proud lady's threat, that menaced me from the field to beat, now brought to this? By this now may ye learn strangers no more so rudely to entreat, but put away proud look and usage stern, the which shall not to you but foule dishonour yearn. For nothing is more blameful to a knight, that courtesy doth as well as arms profess, however strong and fortunate in fight, than the reproach of pride and cruelness. In vain he seeketh others to suppress, who hath not learned himself first to subdue. All flesh is frail and full of fickleness, subject to fortune's chance, still chonging new. What haps today to me tomorrow may to you. Who will not mercy unto others shew, how can he mercy ever hope to have? To pay each with his own is right and due. Yet since ye mercy now do need to crave, I will it grunt, your hopeless life to save, with these conditions which I will propound. First, that ye better shall yourself behave unto all errant knights, whereso on ground. Next, that ye ladies aid in every stead and stound the wretched man, that all this while did dwell in dread of death, his heasts did gladly hear, and promised to perform his precept well, and whatsoever else he would require. So, suffering him to rise, he made him swear by his own sword, and by the cross thereon, to take Brianna for his loving fear, withouten dower or composition, but to release his former foule condition. All which accepting, and with faithful oath, binding himself most firmly to obey, he up arose, however lief or loath, and swore to him true fealty for aye. Then forth he called from sorrowful dismay the sad Brianna which all this beheld, who coming forth yet full of late affray, Sir Calidore upcheered, and to her telled all this accord to which he cruder had compelled, whereof she now more glad than sorry erst, all overcome with infinite effect, for his exceeding courtesy, that pursed her stub-born heart with inward deep effect. Before his feet herself she did project, and him adoring as her lives dear lord, with all due thanks and dutiful respect, herself acknowledged bound for that accord, by which he had to her both life and love restored. So all returning to the castle glad, Most joyfully she them did entertain. Where goodly glee and feast to them she made, to show her thankful mind and meaning fain. By all the means she mote it best explain. And, after all, unto Sir Calidore she freely gave that castle for his pain, and herself bound to him for evermore. So wondrously now chonged from that she was afore. But Calidore himself would not retain nor land nor fee for hire of his good deed, but gave them straight unto that squire again, whom from her seneschal he lately freed, and to his damsel, as their rightful meed, for recompense of all their former wrong. There he remained with them right well agreed, till of his wounds he waxed whole and strong. And then to his first quest he passed forth along. Canto. Chapter 2. Calidore sees young Tristram slay a proud discourteous knight. He makes him squire, and of him learns his state and present plight. What virtue is so fitting for a knight, or for a lady whom a knight should love, as courtesy, to bear themselves aright to all of each degree as doth behove. For whether they be placed high above, or low beneath, yet ought they well to know their good, that none them rightly may reprove of rudeness for not yielding what they owe. Great skill it is such duties timely to bestow. Thereto great help Dame Nature self doth lend. For some so goodly gracious are by kind, that every action doth them much commend, and in the eyes of men great liking find, which others that have greater skill in mind, though they enforce themselves, cannot attain. For everything to which one is inclined doth best become and greatest grace doth gain. Yet praise likewise deserve good thews enforced with pain. That well in courteous Calidore appears, whose every deed and word, that he did say, was like enchantment, that through both the ears and both the eyes did steal the heart away. He now again is on his former way, to follow his first quest, when as he spied a tall young man, from thence not far away, fighting on foot, as well he him descried, against an armed knight that did on horseback ride. And them beside a lady fair he saw, standing alone on foot in full array, to whom himself he hastily did draw, to weet the cause of so uncomely fray, and to depart them, if so be he may. But, ere he came in place, that youth had killed that armed knight, that low on ground he lay, which when he saw, his heart was inly chilled with great amazement, and his thought with wonder filled. Him steadfastly he marked, and saw to be a goodly youth of amiable grace, yet but a slender slip, that scarce did see, yet 17 years, but tall and fair of face, that sure he deemed him born of noble race. All in a woodman's jacket he was clad, of Lincoln green, belayed with silver lace, and on his head an hood with aglets spread, and by his side his hunter's home he hanging had. Buskins he wore of costliest cordwain, pinked upon gold, and paled part per part, as then the guise was for each gentle swain. In his right hand he held a trembling dart, whose fellow he before had sent apart, and in his left he held a sharp boar spear, with which he wont to launch the salvage heart of many a lion and of many a bear, that first unto his hand in chase did happen near. Whom Calidore a while well having viewed, at length bespake, "What means this, gentle swain? Why hath thy hand too bold itself embrued in blood of night, the which by thee is slain? By thee no knight, which arms impugneth plain." "Certes," said he, "loath were I to have broken the law of arms, yet break it should again, rather than let myself of white be stroken, so long as these two arms were able to be wroken. For not I him, as this his lady here may witness well, did offer first to wrong, Na surely thus unarmed I likely were. But he me first through pride and puissance strong assailed, not knowing what to arms doth long. Purdy great blame, then said Sir Calidore. For armed knight a wight unarmed to wrong. But then Ariad, thou gentle Chyld. Wherefore? Betwixt you two began this strife and stern uproar. That shall I, sooth, said he, to you declare. I, whose unriper years are yet unfit for thing of weight or work of greater care, do spend my days and bend my careless wit to salvage chase, where I thereon may hit. In all this forest and wild wood die reign, where, as this day I was in wronging it, I chanced to meet this knight, who there lies slain, together with this lady, passing on the plain. The knight, as ye did see, on horseback was, and this his lady, that him ill became, on her fair feet by his horse side did paw, through thick and thin, unfit for any dame, yet not content, more to increase his shame. When so she lagged, as she needs mote so, he with his spear, that was to him great blame, would thump her forward and enforce to go, weeping to him in vain and making piteous woe. Which when I saw, as they me passed by, much was I moved in indignant mind, and gone to blame him for such cruelty towards a lady, whom with usage kind, he rather should have taken up behind. Wherewith he wroth, and full of proud disdain, took in full scorn that I such fault did find, and me in lieu thereof revelled again, threatening to chastise me, as doth Tachyd pertain. Which I no less disdaining, back returned his scornful taunts unto his teeth again, that he straightway with haughty choler burned, and with his spear strook me one stroke or twain, which I, enforced to bear though to my pain, cast to requite, and with a slender dart, fellow of this I bear, thrown not in vain, strook him, as seemeth, underneath the heart, that through the wound his spirit shortly did depart. Much did Sir Calidore admire his speech, tempered so well, but more admired the stroke, that through the mails had made so strong a breach into his heart, and had so sternly wroke his wrath on him that first occasion broke. Yet rested not, but further gone inquire of that same lady, whether what he spoke were soothly so, and that unrighteous ire of her own knight had given him his own due hire. Of all which when as she could not deny, but cleared that stripling of imputed blame. Said then Sir Calidore, neither will I him charge with guilt, but rather do quite claim. For what he spake, for you he spake it, dame. And what he did himself to save. Against both which that knight wrought knightless shame. For knights and all men this by nature have, towards all womenkind them kindly to behave. But, sith that he is gone irrevocable, please it you, lady, to us to Ariad. What cause could make him so dishonorable? To drive you so on foot, unfit to tread, and lackey by him, gainst all womanhead. Certes, Sir Knight, said she, full loath I were to raise a living blame against the dead. But since it me concerns myself to clear, I will the truth discover as it chanced whilera. This day, as he and I together rode upon our way to which we weren bent, we chanced to come forby a covert glade, within a wood, whereas a lady gent sate with a knight in joyous jolliment of their frank loves, free from all jealous spies. Fair was the lady, sure, that mote content, and heart not carried with too curious eyes, and unto him did shew all lovely courtesies. Whom when my knight did see so lovely fair, he inly gone her lover to envy, and wish that he part of his spoil might share. Whereto when as my presence he did spy, To be a let. He bade me by and by. For to alight, but when as I was loath, my love's own part to leave so suddenly, he with strong hand down from his steed me throw th. And with presumptuous power against that knight straight go th. Unarmed all was the knight, as then more meet for lady's service, and for love's delight. Then fearing any foeman there to meet, whereof he taking oddies, straight bids him dight himself to yield his love, or else to fight. Whereat the other starting up dismayed, yet boldly answered, as he rightly might, to leave his love he should be ill apaid, in which he had good right gainst all that it gainsayed. Yet since he was not presently in plight, her to defend, or his to justify, he him requested, as he was a knight, to lend him day his better right to tree, or stay till he his arms, which were thereby, might lightly fetch, but he was fierce and what na time would give, nor any terms aby. But at him flew, and with his spear him smote, from which to think to save himself it booted not. Meanwhile his lady, which his outrage saw, whilst they together for the quarry strove, into the covert did herself withdraw, and closely hid herself within the grove. My knight hers soon, as seemes, to Donger drove, and left sore wounded, but, when her he missed, he walks half mad, and in that rage gone rove, and ranged through all the wood, whereso he wist she hidden was, and sought her so long as him list. But, when as her he by no means could find, after long search and chaff he turned back unto the place where me he left behind. There gone he me to curse and ban, for lacka of that fair booty, and with bitter wrack to wreak on me the guilt of his own wrong. Of all which I yet glad to bear the pack, strove to appease him, and persuaded long, but still his passion grew more violent and strong. Then, as it were to avenge his wrath on me, when forward we should fare he flat refused to take me up, as this young man did see, upon his steed, for no just cause accused, but forced to trot on foot, and foully misused, pounching me with the butt end of his spear, in vain complaining to be so abused, for he regarded neither plaint nor tear, but more enforced my pain, the more my plaints to hear. So passed we till this young man us met, and being moved with pity of my plight, spake, as was meet, for ease of my regret, whereof befell what now is in your sight. Now sure, then said Sir Calidore, and right me seemes, that him befell by his own fault. Whoever thinks through confidence of might, or through support of countenance proud and halt, to wrong the weaker, oft fallace in his own assault. Then turning, back unto that gentle boy, which had himself so stoutly well acquit, seeing his face so lovely stern and coy, and hearing th answers of his pregnant wit, he praised it much, and much admired it, that sure he weened him born of noble blood, with whom those graces did so goodly fit. And when he long had him beholding stood, he burst into these words, as to him seemed good: fair gentle swain, and yet as stout as fair, that in these woods amongst the nymphs dost one, which daily may to thy sweet looks repair, as they are wont unto Latona's son, after his chase on woody Cynthus dawn. Well may I, certes, such an one thee read, as by thy worth thou worthily hast won, or surely born of some heroic seed, that in thy face appears and gracious goodlihead. But, should it not displease thee it to tell, unless thou in these woods thyself conceal, for love amongst the woody gods to dwell, I would thyself require thee to reveal, for dear affection and unfeigned zeal, which to thy noble personage I bear, and wish thee grow in worship and great weal. For, since the day that arms I first did rear, I never saw in any greater hope appear. To whom then thus the noble youth, may be, Sir Knight, that, by discovering my estate, harm may arise unweeting unto me. Nathless, sith ye so courteous seemed late. To you I will not fear it to relate. Then wot ye that I am a Briton born, son of a king, however thorough fate or fortune I my country have forlorn, and lost the crown which should my head by right adorn. And Tristram is my name, the only heir of good King Meleagras which did reign in Cornwall, till that he through lives despair untimely died, before I did attain ripe years of reason my right to maintain. After whose death his brother, seeing me an infant, weak a kingdom to sustain, upon him took the royal high degree, and sent me, where him list, instructed for to be the widow queen my mother, which then hight fair Emmeline, conceiving then great fear of my friely safety, resting in the might of him that did the kingly sceptre bear, whose jealous dread enduring not a pair is wont to cut off all that doubt may breed, thought best away me to remove somewhere into some foreign land, whereas no need of dreaded donger might his doubtful humour feed. So, taking counsel of a wise man read, she was by him advised to send me quite out of the country wherein I was bred, the which the fertile lioness is hight, into the land of Faerie, where no wight should weet of me, nor work me any wrong. To whose wise rede she hearkening sent me straight into this land, where I have waned thus long, since I was 10 years old, now grown to stature strong. All which my days I have not lewdly spent, nor spilt the blossom of my tender years in idlesse, but, as was convenient, have trained bene with many noble fears, in gentle thews and such like seemly leers, mongst which my most delight hath always been to hunt the salvage chase amongst my pares of all that wrongeth in the forest green, of which none is to me unknown that ever was seen. Ne is there hauke which mantleth her on putch, whether high towering or a coasting low, but I the measure of her flight do search, and all her prey and all her diet know. Such be our joys which in these forests grow. Only the use of arms, which most I joy, and fitteth most for noble swain to know, I have not tasted yet past a boy, and being now high time these strong joints to employ. Therefore, good sir, sith now occasion fit doth fall, whose like hereafter seldom may, let me this crave, unworthy though of it, that ye will make me squire without delay, that from henceforth in battleless array I may bear arms, and learn to use them right. The rather, since that fortune hath this day given to me the spoil of this dead knight, these goodly gilden arms which I have won in fight. All which when well Sir Calidore had heard him much more now than erst he gon admire, for the rare hope which in his years appeared, and thus replied, fair Chyld, the high desire to love of arms, which in you doth aspire, I may not, certes, without blame deny, but rather wish that some more noble hire, though none more noble than is chivalry, I had, you to reward with greater dignity. There him he caused to kneel, and made to swear faith to his knight, and truth to ladies all, and never to be recreant for fear of peril, or of aught that might befall. So he him dubbed, and his squire did call. Full glad and joyous then young Tristram grew, like as a flower, whose silken leaves small, long shut up in the bud from heaven's view, at length breaks forth, and broad displays his smiling hew. Thus when they lone had treated to and fro, and Calidore betook him to depart, Chyld Tristram prayed that he with him might go on his adventure, vowing not to start, but wait on him in every place and part. Whereat Sir Calidore did much delight, and greatly joyed at his so noble heart, in hope he sure would prove a doughty knight. Yet for the time this answer he to him behight. Glad would I surely be, thou courteous squire, to have thy presence in my present quest, that mote thy kindled courage set on fire, and flame forth honor in thy noble breast. But I am bound by vow, which I professed to my dread sovereign, when I it essayed, that in achievement of her high behest, I should no creature join unto mine aid. Forthee I may not grant that ye so greatly prayed. But since this lady is all desolate, and needeth safeguard now upon her way, ye may do well, in this her needful state, to succor her from danger of dismay. That thankful guerdon may to you repay the noble imp, of such new service fain. It gladly did accept, as he did say. So taking courteous leave they parted twain, and Calidore forth passed to his former pain. But Tristram, then despoiling that dead knight of all those goodly implements of praise, long fed his greedy eyes with the fair sight of the bright metal shining like sun rays, handling and turning them 1,000 ways. And, after having them upon him dight, he took that lady, and her up did raise upon the steed of her own late dead knight. So with her marched forth, as she did him behight. There to their fortune leave we them a while, and turn we back to good Sir Calidore, who, ere he thence had travelled many a mile, came to the place whereas ye heard afore. This knight, whom Tristram slew, had wounded sore another knight in his despidious pride. There he that knight found lying on the floor, with many wounds full perilous and wide, that all his garments and the gross in vermeil dyed. And there beside him sate upon the ground his woeful lady, piteously complaining, with loud laments that most unlucky stound, and her sad self with careful hand constraining, to wipe his wounds, and ease their bitter paining. Which sorry sight when Calidore did view, with heavy eyne, from tears uneath refraining, his mighty heart their mournful case can rue, and for their better comfort to them nigher drew. Then speaking to the lady thus he said, Ye doleful dame, let not your grief impeach, to tell what cruel hand hath thus arrayed this knight unarmed with so unknightly breach of arms, that, if I yet him nigh may reach, I may avenge him of so foul a despite. The lady, hearing his so courteous speech, gone rear her eyes as to the cheerful light, and from her sorry heart few heavy words forth cite, in which she shewed how that discourteous knight, whom Tristram slew, them in that shadow found, joined together in unblamed delight, and him unarmed, as now he lay on ground, charged with his spear, and mortally did wound, withouten cause, but only her to reave from him to whom she was for ever bound. Yet when she fled into that covert grieve, he, her not finding, both them thus nigh dead did leave. When Calidore this rueful story had well understood, he gone of her demand what manner wight he was, and how Euclid, which had this outrage wrought with wicked hand. She then, like as she best could understand, him thus described to be of stature large, clad all in gilden arms, with azure band, court red athwart, and bearing in his targe a lady on rough waves rode in a sombre barge. Then gone Sir Calidore to guess straightway, by many signs which she described had, that this was he whom Tristram erst did slay. And to her said, Dame, be no longer sad, for he, that hath your knight so ill bestad, is now himself in much more wretched plight. These eyes him saw upon the cold earth spread, the meat of his desert for that despite, which to yourself he wrought and to your loved knight. Therefore, fair lady, lay aside this grief, which ye have gathered to your gentle heart, for that displeasure, and think what relief were best devise for this your lover's smart, and how ye may him hence, and to what part, convey to be recurred. She thanked him dear, both for that news he did to her impart, and for the courteous care which he did bear, both to her love and to herself in that sad drayar. Yet could she not devise by any wit, how thence she might convey him to some place, for him to trouble she had thought unfit. That was a stronger to her wretched case, and him to bear she thought it thing too base. Which when as he perceived he thus bespake, fair lady, let it not you see me disgrace, to bear this burden on your dainty back. Myself will bear a part, proportion of your pack. So off he did his shield, and downward laid upon the ground, like to an hollow bier, and powering balm, which he had long purveyed, into his wounds, him up thereon did rear, and twixt them both with parted pains did bear, twixt life and death, not knowing what was done. Thence they him carried to a castle near, in which a worthy ancient knight did won, where what ensued shall in next canto be begun. Canto. Chapter 3. Calidore brings Priscilla home, pursues the blatant beast, saves Serena, whilst Calepine by Turpine is oppressed. True is, that whilome that good poet said, the gentle mind by gentle deeds is known, for a man by nothing is so well bewrayed, as by his manners, in which plain is shown, of what degree and what race he is grown. For seldom seen a trotting stallion get an ambling colt, that is his proper own. So seldom seen that one in baseness set doth noble courage shew with courteous manners met. But evermore contrary hath been tried, that gentle bloud will gentle manners breed, as well may be in Calidore descried, by late ensample of that courteous deed, done to that wounded knight in his great need, whom on his back he bore, till he him brought unto the castle where they had decreed. There of the knight, the which that castle ought to make abode that night he greatly was besought. He was to weet a man of full ripe years, that in his youth had been of mickle might, and borne great sway in arms amongst his peers. But now weak age had dimmed his candlelight. Yet was he courteous still to every wight, and loved all that did to arms incline, and was the father of that wounded knight, whom Calidore thus carried on his chine. And Aldous was his name, and his sons, Aladine, who when he saw his son so ill bedight, with bleeding wounds, brought home upon a bier, by a fair lady and a stronger knight, was inly touched with compassion dear, and dear affection of so doleful drayar, that he these words burst forth, ah, sorry boy, is this the hope that to my hoary here thou brings? Aie me, is this the timely joy, which I expected long, now turned to sad annoy? Such is the weakness of all mortal hope, so tickle is the state of earthly things, that, ere they come unto their aimed scope, they fall too short of our frily reckonings, and bring us bale and bitter sorrowings, instead of comfort which we should embrace. This is the state of Keisars and of kings. Let none therefore, that is in meaner place, too greatly grieve at any his unlucky case. So well and wisely did that good old knight temper his grief, and turned it to cheer his guests whom he had stayed that night, and make their welcome to them well appear. That to Sir Calidore was easy gear, but that fair lady would be churred for naught, but sight and sorrowed for her lover dear. And inly did afflict her pensive thought, with thinking to what case her name should now be brought. For she was daughter to a noble lord, which dwelt thereby, who sought her to affy to a great pair. But she did disaccord, ne could her liking to his love apply, but loved this fresh young knight who dwelt her New York, the lusty Aladine, though meaner born, and of less livelihood and hability, yet full of valor, the which did adorn his meanness much, and make her each other's riches scorn. So, having both found fit occasion, they met together in that luckless glade, where that proud knight in his presumption the gentle Aladine did erst invade, being unarmed and set in secret shade, whereof she now bethinking, gone to advise how great a hazard she at erst had made of her good fame, and further gone devise how she the blame might salve with colored disguise. But Calidore with all good courtesy feigned her to frolic, and to put away the pensive fit of her melancholy. And that old knight by all means did essay to make them both as merry as he may. So they the evening passed till time of rest, when Calidore in seemly good array unto his bower was brought, and there undressed did sleep all night through weary travel of his quest. But fair Priscilla, so that lady hight, would to no bed, nor take no kindly sleep, but by her wounded love did watch all night, and all the night for bitter anguish weep, and with her tears his wounds did wash and steep. So well she washed them, and so well she walked him, that of the deadly swound, in which full deep he drenched was, she at the length dispacked him, and drove away the stound which mortally attached him. The morrow next, when day gone to uplook, he also gone uplook with dreary eye, like one that out of deadly dream awoke, where when he saw his fair Priscilla by, he deeply sight, and groaned inwardly, to think of this ill state in which she stood, to which she for his sake had weedingly now brought herself, and blamed her noble blood. For first, next after life, he tendered her good, which she perceiving did with plenteous tears, his care more than her own compassionate, Rorgathil of her own to md his fears. So both conspiring gone to intimate each other's grief with zeal affectionate, and twixt them twain with equal care to cast how to save whole her hazarded estate, for which the onely help now left them last seemed to be Calidore, all other helps were past. Him they did deem, as sure to them he seemed, a courteous knight and full of faithful trust. Therefore to him their cause they best esteemed, whole to commit, and to his dealing just, eerily, so soon as Titan's beams forth bruised through the thick clouds in which they steeped lay, all night in darkness, dulled with iron rust. Calidore rising up as fresh as day, gone freshly him address unto his former way. But first him seemed fit that wounded knight to visit, after this night's perilous passé, and to salute him, if he were in plight. And eke that lady, his fair lovely lassie, there he him found much better than he was, and moved speech to him of things of course, the anguish of his pain to overpassé, mongst which he namely did to him discourse of former days' mishap, his sorrow's wicked source, of which occasion Aldine taking hold, gone break to him the fortunes of his love, and all his disadventures to unfold. That Calidore dearly deep did move in th end his kwndly courtesy to prove, he him by all the bands of love besought, and as it mote a faithful friend behove, to safe conduct his love, and not for aught to leave, till to her father's house he had her brought. Sir Calidore his faith thereto did plight, it to perform, so after little stay, that she herself had to the journey dight, He passed forth with her in fair array, fearless who aught did think or aught did say. Sith his own thought he knew most clear from white. So, as they passed together on their way, he can devise this countercast of sleight, to give fair colour to that lady's cause in sight. Straight to the carcass of that knight he went, the cause of all this evil, who was slain the day before by just avengement of noble Tristram, where it did remain. There he the neck thereof did cut in twain, and took with him the head, the signa of shame. So forth he passed thorough that day's pain, till to that lady's father's house he came. Most pensive man, through fear what of his child became. There he arriving boldly did present the fearful lady to her father dear, most perfect pure, and guiltless innocent of blame, as he did on his knighthood swear, since first he saw her, and did free from fear of a discourteous knight, who her had reft, and by outrageous force away did bear. Witness thereof he shewed his head there left, and wretched life forlorn for vengement of his theft. Most joyful man her sire was her to see, and hear th adventure of her late mischance. And thousand thanks to Calidore for fee of his large pains in her deliverance. Did yield, no less the lady did advance, thus having her restored trustily, as he had vowed, some small continuance he there did make, and then most carefully unto his first exploit he did himself apply. So, as he was pursuing of his quest, he chanced to come whereas a jolly knight in covert shade himself did safely rest, to solace with his lady in delight. His warlike arms he had from him undight, for that himself he thought from donger free, and far from envious eyes that mote him spite. And eke the lady was full fair to see, and courteous withal, becoming her degree. To whom Sir Calidore approaching nigh, ere they were well aware of living wight, them much abashed, but more himself thereby, that he so rudely did upon them light, and troubled had their quiet love's delight. Yet since it was his fortune, not his fault, himself thereof he laboured to acquite, and pardon craved for his so rash default, that he gainst courtesy so foully did default, with which his gentle words and goodly wit he soon allayed that knight's conceived displeasure, that he besought him down by him to sit, that they mote treat of things abroad at leisure, and of adventures, which had in his measure of so long ways to him befallen late. So down he sate, and with delightful pleasure his long adventures gone to him relate, which he endured had through dongerous debate, of which widest they discoursed both together. The fair Serena, so his lady hight, allur'd with mildness of the gentle weather, and pleasance of the place, the which was dight with diverse flores distinct with rare delight, wandered about the fields, as liking led her wavering lust after her wandering sight, to make a garland to adorn her head, without suspect of ill or donger's hidden dread. All so dainty out of the forest near, the blatant beast forth rushing unaware, caught her, thus loosely wandering here and there, and in his wide great mouth away her bare, crying aloud to shew her sad misfare unto the knights, and calling oft for aid, who with the horror of her hapless care, hastily starting up, like men dismayed, ran after fast to rescue the distressed maid. The beast, with their pursuit incited more, into the wood was bearing her apace, for to have spoiled her, when Calidore, who was more light of foot and swift in chase, him overtook in midst of his race, and, fiercely charging him with all his might, forced to forego his prey there in the place, and to betake himself to fearful flight, for he durst not abide with Calidore to fight, who nathless, when he the lady saw, there left on ground, though in full evil plight, Yet knowing that her night now near did draw, stayed not to succor her in that affright, but followed fast the monster in his flight. Through woods and hills he followed him so fast, that he knew let him breath, nor gather sprite, but forced him gape and gaspy, with dread aghast, as if his lungs and lights were nigh asunder brast. And now by this Sir Calpine, so hight, came to the place where he his lady found, in dolorous dismay and deadly plight. All in gore blowed there tumbled on the ground, having both sides through grypt with griesly wound. His weapon soon from him he threw away, and stooping down to her in dreary swound, upreared her from the ground whereon she lay, and in his tender arms her forced up to stay. So well he did his bussy pains apply, that the faint sprite he did revoke again, to her friary mansion of mortality. Then up he took her twixt his arms twain, and setting on his steed her did sustain, with careful hands, soft footing her beside, till to some place of rest they mote attain, where she in safe assurance mote abide, till she recurred were of those her wounds wide. Now when as Phoebus with his fiery wain, unto his inn began to draw apace, though waxing weary of that toilsome pain, in travelling on foot so long a space, not wont on foot with heavy arms to trace, down in a dale forby a river's side, he chanced to spy a fair and stately place, to which he meant his weary steps to guide, in hope there for his love some succor to provide. But, coming to the river's side, he found that hardly passable on foot it was. Therefore there still he stood as in astound, no wist which way he through the ford mote paw. Thus whilst he was in this distressed case, devising what to do, he nigh espied an armed knight approaching to the place, with a fair lady linked by his side, the which themselves prepared thorough the ford to ride. Whom Calpine saluting, as became, besought of courtesy, in that his need, for safe conducting of his sickly dame, through that same perilous ford with better heed, to take him up behind upon his steed. To whom that other did this taunt return: Purdy, thou peasant knight mightst rightly read me then to be full base and evil born, if I would bear behind a burden of such scorn. But, as thou hast thy steed forlorn with shame, so fare on foot till thou another gain, and let thy lady likewise do the same, or bear her on thy back with pleasing pain, and prove thy manhood on the billows vein. With which rude speech his lady much displeased, did him reprove, yet could him not restrain, and would on her own palfrey him have eased, for pity of his dame whom she saw so diseased. Sir Calpine her thanked, yet, inly wroth against her knight, her gentleness refused, and carelessly into the river goth, as in despite to be so foul abused of a rude churl, whom often he accused of foul discourtesy, unfit for knight, and, strongly wading through the waves and used, with spear in one hand stayed himself upright, with other stayed his lady up with steady might, and all the while that same discourteous knight stood on the further bank beholding him, at whose calamity, for more despite, he laughed, and mocked to see him like to swim. But when as Calpine came to the brim, and saw his carriage pass that peril well, looking at that same carle with countenance grim, his heart with vengeance inwardly did swell, and forth at last did break in speeches sharp and fell. Unknightly knight, the blemish of that name, and blot of all that arms upon them take, which is the badge of honor and of fame. Lo! I defy thee, and here challenge make, that thou for ever do those arms forsake, and be for ever held a recreant knight, unless thou dare, for thy dear lady's sake, and for thine own defense, on foot alight, to justify thy fault gainst me in equal fight. The dastard, that did hear himself defied, seemed not to weigh his threatful words at all, but laughed them out, as if his greater pride did scorn the challenge of so base a thrall, or had no courage, or else had no gall. So much the more was Calidore offended, that him to no revenge he forth could call, but both his challenge and himself contemned. No cared as a coward so to be condemned. But he, not weighing what he said or did, turned his steed about another way, and with his lady to the castle rid, where was his one, and he did the other stay. But after went directly as he may, for his sick charge some harbour there to seek, where he arriving with the fall of day, drew to the gate, and there with prayers meek, and myld entreaty lodging did for her beseek. But the rude porter that no manners had, did shut the gate against him in his face, and in trance boldly unto him forbade. Nathless the knight, now in so needy case, gone him entreat even with submission base, and humbly prayed to let them in that night. Who to him answered, that there was no place of lodging fit for any errant knight, unless that with his lord he formerly did fight. Full loath am I, quoth he, as now at erst, when day is spent, and rest us needeth most, and that this lady, both whose sides are pursed with wounds, is ready to forego the ghost. No would I gladly commate with mine host, that should to me such courtesy afford, unless that I were thereunto enforced. But yet Ariad to me, how hight thy lord, that doth thus strongly ward the castle of the ford? His name, quoth he, if that thou list to learn, is hight Sir Turpine, one of mickle might, and manhood rare, but terrible and stern, in all assays to every errant knight, because of one that wrought him foul despite. Ill see me's, said he, if he so valiant be, that he should be so stern to stranger wight. For seldom yet did living creature see that courtesy and manhood ever disagree. But go thy ways to him, and fro me say, that here is at his gate an errant knight, that house Rome craves, yet would be loath to essay the proof of battle now in doubtful night, or courtesy with rudeness to requite. Yet, if he needs will fight, crave leave till morn, and tell with all the lamentable plight, in which this lady languisheth forlorn, that pity craves, as he of woman was yborn. The groom went straightway in, and to his lord declared the message which that night did move, who, sitting with his lady then at board, not onely did not his demand approve, but both himself revelled and eke his love. Alba his lady, that Blandina hight, him of ungentle usage did reprove, and earnestly entreated, that they might find favour to be lodged there for that same night. Yet would he not persuaded be for aught, now from his courage will a wit reclam, which answer when the groom returning brought to Calidore, his heart did inly flame with wrathful fury for so foul a shame, that he could not thereof avenged be, but most for pity of his dearest dame, whom now in deadly donger he did see, yet had no means to comfort, nor procure her glee. But all in vain. For why no remedy? He saw the present mischief to redress, but th utmost end perforce for to abide, which that night's fortune would for him address. So down he took his lady in distress, and laid her underneath a bush to sleep, covered with cold, and wrapped in wretchedness, whiles he himself all night did not but weep, and wary watch about her for her safeguard keep. The morrow next, so soon as joyous day did shew itself in sunny beams bedight, Serena full of dolorous dismay, twixt darkness dread and hope of living light, upreared her head to see that cheerful sight. Then Calidore, however inly wroth, and greedy to avenge that vile despite. Yet for the feeble lady's sake, full loath to make their languor stay, forth on his journey goth. He goth on foot all armed by her side, upstaying still herself upon her steed, being unable else alone to ride. So sore her sides, so much her wounds did bleed, till that at length, in his extremest need, he chanced far off an armed knight to spy, pursuing him apace with greedy speed, whom well he wist to be some enemy, that meant to make advantage of his misery. Wherefore he stayed, till that he nearer drew, to weet what issue would thereof betide. Though, when as he approached nigh in view, by certain signas he plainly him descried, to be the man that with such scornful pride had him abused and shamed yesterday. Therefore, misdoubting lest he should misguide his former malice to some new assay, he cast to keep himself so safely as he may. By this the other came in place likewise, and couching close his spear and all his power, as bent to some malicious enterprise, he bade him stand to abide the bitter stour of his sore vengeance, or to make avour of the lewd words and deeds which he had done. With that ran at him, as he would devour his life a taunts, who naught could do but shun the peril of his pride, or else be overrun. Yet he him still pursued from place to place, with full intent him cruelly to kill, and like a wild goat round about did chase, flying the fury of his bloody will. But his best succor and refuge was still behind his lady's back, who to him cried, and called oft with prayers loud and shrill, as ever he to lady was affied, to spare her night, and rest with reason pacified. But he the more thereby enraged was, and with more eager fellness him pursued, so that at length, after long weary chase, having by chance a close advantage viewed, he overwrought him, having long eschewed his violence in vain, and with his spear strook through his shoulder, that the blood ensowed in great abundance, as a well it were, that forth out of an hill fresh gushing did appear. Yet ceased he not for all that cruel wound, but chased him still for all his lady's cry, not satisfied till on the fat all ground he saw his life poured forth dispiteously, the which was certes in great jeopardy, had not a wondrous chance his rescue wrought, and saved from his cruel villainy. Such chances oft exceed all humane thought, that in another canto shall to end be brought. Canto. Chapter 4. Calpine by a salvage man. From turpine rescued is, and whilst an infant from a bier he saves, his love doth miss, like as a ship with dreadful storm long tossed, having spent all her masts and her ground hold, now far from harbour likely to be lost, at last some fisher bark doth near behold, that giveth comfort to her courage cold. Such was the state of this most courteous knight, being oppressed by that faitour bold, that he remained in most perilous plight, and his sad lady left in pitiful affright, till that, by fortune passing all foresight, a salvage man, which in those woods did one, drawn with that lady's loud and piteous shright, toward the same incessantly did run, to understand what there was to be done. There he this most discourteous craven found, as fiercely yet as when he first begun, chasing the gentle Calpine around, ne sparing him the more for all his grievous wound. The salvage man, that never till this hour did taste of pity, neither gentlesse knew, seeing his sharp assault and cruel stour, was much amoved at his peril's view, that even his ruder heart began to rue, and feel compassion of his evil plight, against his foe that did him so pursue, from whom he meant to free him, if he might, and him avenge of that so villainous despite. Yet arms or weapon had he none to fight, ne knew the use of warlike instruments, save such as sudden rage him lent to smite. But naked, without needful vestments, to clad his corpse with meet habiliments, he cared not for dint of sword nor spear, no more than for the stroke of straws or bents. For from his mother's womb, which him did bear, he was invulnerable made by magic leer. He stayed not to advise which way were best, his foe to assail, or how himself to guard, but with fierce fury and with force infest, upon him ran, who being well prepared, his first assault full warily did ward, and with the push of his sharp-pointed spear, full on the breast him strook, so strong and hard, that forced him back recoil and reel rr. Yet in his body made no wound nor blood appear. With that the wild man more enraged grew, like to a tiger that hath missed his prey, and with mad mood again upon him flew, regarding neither spear that mote him slay, nor his fierce steed that mote him much dismay. The salvage nation doth all dread despise, though on his shield he gripple hold did lay, and held the same so hard, that by no wise he could him force to loose, or leave his enterprise. Long did he rest and ring it to and fro, and every way did try, but all in vain. For he would not his greedy gripe forego, but hailed and pulled with all his might and main, that from his steed him nigh he drew again, who having now no use of his long spear, so nigh at hand, nor force his shield to strain, both spear and shield, as things that needless were, he quite forsook, and fled himself away for fear. But after him the wild man ran apace, and him pursued with importune speed, for he was swift as any buck in chase, and, had he not in his extremest need been a help through the swiftness of his steed, he had him overtaken in his flight, who, ever as he saw him nigh succeed, gone cry aloud with horrible affright, and shrieked out, a thing uncomely for a knight. But, when the salvage saw his labor vain, in following of him that fled so fast, he weary walks, and back returned again, with speed unto the place, whereas he last had left that couple near their utmost cast. There he that night full sorely bleeding found, and eke the lady fearfully aghast, both for the peril of the present stound, and also for the sharpness of her rankling wound. For though she were right glad so rid to be from that vile losel which her late offended, yet now no less encumbrance she did see, and peril, by this salvage man pretended, gainst whom she saw no means to be defended, by reason that her knight was wounded sore. Therefore herself she wholly recommended to God's sole grace, whom she did oft implore, to send her succor, being of all hope forlore. But the wild man, contrary to her fear, came to her creeping like a fawning hound, and by rude tokens made to her appear his deep compassion of her doleful stound, kissing his hands, and crouching to the ground. For other language had he none, nor speech, but a soft murmur and confused sound of senseless words, which nature did him teach, t'express his passions, which his reason did impeach. And, coming likewise to the wounded knight, when he beheld the streams of purple blood, yet flowing fresh, as moved with the sight, he made great moan after his salvage mood, and, running straight into the thickest wood, a certain herb from thence unto him brought, whose virtue he by use well understood, the juice whereof into his wound he wrought, and stopped the bleeding straight, ere he it staunched thought. Then taking up that recreant's shield and spear, which erst he left, he signas unto them made, with him to wend unto his wanning near, to which he easily did them persuade, foray in the forest, by a hollow glade, covered with mossy shrubs, which spreading broad, did underneath them make a gloomy shade, where foot of living creature never trode. Ne scarce wild beasts durst come, there was this wight's abode. Thither he brought these unacquainted guests, to whom fair semblance, as he could, he shewed, by signas, by looks, and all his other jests. But the bare ground with hoary moss bestrewed must be their bed, their pillow was unsewed, and the fruits of the forest was their feast. For their bad steward neither ploughed nor sowed, ne fed on flesh, any ever of wild beast, did taste the bloud, obeying nature's first beheast. Yet, howsoever base and mean it were, they took it well, and thanked God for all, which had them freed from that deadly fear, and saved from being to that caitiff thrall. Here they of force, as fortune now did fall, compelled were themselves a while to rest, glad of that easement, though it were but small, that having there their wounds a while redressed, they mote the abler be to pass unto the rest. During which time that wild man did apply his best endeavour and his daily pain, in seeking all the woods both far and nigh, for herbs to dress their wounds, still seeming fain, when aught he did, that did their liking gain. So as ere long he had that night's wound recurred well, and made him whole again. But that same lady's hurt no herb he found, which could redress, for it was inwardly unsound. Now when as Calidore was waxen strong, upon a day he cast abroad to wend, to take the air and hear the thrush's song, unarmed, as fearing neither foe nor friend, and without sword his person to defend. There him befell, unlocked for before, an hard adventure with unhappy end. A cruel bear, the which an infant bore, betwixt his bloody jaws, besprinkled all with gore. The little babe did loudly skrike and squall, and all the woods with piteous plaints did fill, as if his cry did mean for help to call. To Calidore, whose ears those shrieches shrill, pursing his heart, with pity's point did thrill, that after him he ran with zealous haste, to rescue th infant, ere he did him kill, whom though he saw now somewhat overpast, yet by the cry he followed, and pursued fast. Well then him chanced his heavy arms to want, whose burden mote impeach his needful speed, and hinder him from liberty to pant. For having long time, as his daily weed, them want to wear, and wend on foot for need. Now wanting them he felt himself so light, that like an hawke, which feeling herself freed from bells and jesses which did let her flight, him seemed his feet did fly and in their speed delight. So well he sped him, that the weary bear, ere long he overtook and forced to stay, and without weapon him assailing near, compelled him soon the spoil adown to lay, wherewith the beast enragged to loose his prey, upon him turned, and, with greedy force, and fury to be crossed in his way, gaping full wide, did think without remorse, to be avenged on him and to devour his corse. But the bold knight no whit thereat dismayed, but catching up in hand a ragged stone, which lay thereby, so fortune him did aid, upon him ran, and thrust it all atone into his gaping throat, that made him groan, and gaspy for breath, that he nigh choked was, being unable to digest that bone. Ne could it upward come, nor downward pass, ne could he brook the coldness of the stony mass, whom when as he thus combred did behold, striving in vain that nigh his bowels brast, he with him claused, and, laying mighty hold upon his throat, did gripe his gorge so fast, that wanting breath him down to ground he cast, and then oppressing him with urgent pain, ere long enforced to breath his utmost blast, gnashing his cruel teeth at him in vain, and threatening his sharp claws, now wanting power to train. Then took he up betwixt his arms twain the little babe, sweet relics of his prey, whom pitying to hear so sore complain, from his soft eyes the tears he wiped away, and from his face the filth that did it ray. And every little limba he searched around, and every part that under sweatbands lay, least that the beast's sharp teeth had any wound made in his tender flesh. But whole them all he found. So, having all his bands again uptied, he with him thought back to return again. But when he looked about on every side, to weet which way were best to entertain, to bring him to the place where he would fain, he could no path nor tract of foot descry, ne by inquiry learn, nor guess by aim. For naught but woods and forests far and nigh, that all about did close the compasse of his eye. Much was he then encombrèd, any could tell which way to take. Now west he went a while, then north, then neither. But as fortune fell, so up and down he wandered many a mile, with weary travel and uncertain toil, yet not the nearer to his journey's end. And evermore his lovely little spoil, crying for food, did greatly him offend. So all that day in wandering vainly he did spend. At last, about the setting of the sun, himself out of the forest he did wind, and by good fortune the plain champion won, where, looking all about where he mote fnd some place of succor to content his myd, at length he heard under the forest's side a voice, that seemed of some woman kynd, which to herself lamenting loudly cried, and oft complained of fate, and fortune oft defied. To whom approaching, when as she perceived a stranger white in place, her plaint she stayed, as if she doubted to have been deceived, or loath to let her sorrows be bewrayed. Whom when as Calepine saw so dismayed, he to her drew, and with fair blandishment, her cheering up, thus gently to her said, What be you, woeful dame, which thus lament? And for what cause, declare. So mote ye not repent. To whom she thus, What need me, sir, to tell that which yourself have erst ard so right? A woeful dame ye have me termed well. So much more woeful, as my woeful plight cannot redressed be by living wight. Nathless, quoth he, if need do not you bind, do it disclose to ease your grieved sprite. Ofttimes it haps that sorrows of the myd find remedy unsought, which seeking cannot fnd. Then thus began the lamentable dame. Sith then ye needs will know the grief I hoard. I am unfortunate Matilda by name, the wife of bold Sir Bruin, who is lord of all this land, late conquered by his sword, from a great giant, called Cormorant, whom he did overthrow by yonder ford, and in 3 battles did so deadly daunt, that he dare not return for all his daily vaunt. So is my lord now seized of all the land, as in his fee, with peaceable estate, and quietly doth hold it in his hand. Ne any dares with him for it debate. And to these happy fortune's cruel fate hath joined one evil, which doth overthrow all these our joys, and all our bliss abate, and like in time to further ill to grow, and all this land with endless loss to overflow. For heavens, envying our prosperity, have not vouchsafed to grant unto us twain the glad full blessing of posterity, which we might see after ourselves remain in heritage of our unhappy pain. So that for want of heirs it to defend, all is in time like to return again to that foule fiend, who daily doth attend to leap into the same after our lives' end. But most my lord is grieved herewithal, and makes exceeding moan, when he does think that all this land unto his foe shall fall, for which he long in vain did sweat and swink. That now the same he greatly doth forethink. Yet was it said, there should to him a son be gotten, not begotten, which should drink, and dry up all the water which doth run in the next brook, by whom that fiend should be fordone. Well hopped he then, when this was prophesied, that from his side some noble chyld should rise, the which through fame should Faerie be magnified, and this proud giant should with brave emprise quite overthrow, who now gins to despise the good Sir Bruin growing Faerie in years, who thinks from me his sorrow all doth rise. Lo! This my cause of grief to you appears, for which I thus do mourn, and pour forth ceaseless tears. Which when he heard, he inly touched was with tender ruth for her unworthy grief. And, when he had devised of her case, he gone in mind conceive a fit relief for all her pain, if please her make the prief. And, having cheered her, thus said, Fair dame, in evil's counsel is the comfort chief, which though I be not wise enough to frame, yet, as I well it mean, vouchsafe it without blame. If that the cause of this your languishment be lack of children to supply your place, lo! How good fortune doth to you present this little babe, of sweet and lovely face, and spotless spirit in which ye may enchase whatever forms ye list thereto apply, being now soft and fit them to embrace. Whether ye list him train in chivalry, or norsel up in lore of learned philosophy. And, certes, it hath oftentimes been seen that of the like, whose lineage was unknown, more brave and noble knights have raised been, as their victorious deeds have often shown, being with fame through many nations blown, than those which have been dandled in the lap. Therefore some thought that those brave imps were sown here by the gods, and fed with heavenly sap, that made them grow so high to all honorable hap. The lady, hearkening to his senseful speech, found nothing that he said unmeet nor geeson, having oft seen it tried as he did teach. Therefore inclining to his goodly reason, agreeing well both with the place and season, she gladly did of that same babe accept, as of her own by livery and season. And, having over it a little wept, she bore it thence, and ever as her own it kept. Right glad was Calidore to be so rid of his young charge whereof he skilled not, ne she less glad, for she so wisely did, and with her husband underhand so wrought, that, when that infant unto him she brought, she made him think it surely was his own, and it in goodly thews so well upbrought, that it became a famous knight well known, and did right noble deeds, the which elsewhere are shown. But Calidore, now being left alone, under the greenwood side in sorry plight, withouten arms or steed to ride upon, or house to hide his head from heaven's spite, alba that dame, by all the means she might, him oft desired home with her to wend, and oft read him, his courtesy to requite, both horse and arms and whatso else to lend. Yet he them all refused, though thanked her as a friend. And, for exceeding grief which inly grew, that he his love so luckless now had lost, on the cold ground maugre himself he threw, for fell despite to be so sorely crossed, and there all night himself in anguish tossed, vowing that never he in bed again his limbs would rest, any lig in ease embossed, till that his lady's sight he mote attain, or understand that she in safetide did remain. Canto. Chapter 5. The salvage served Serena well, till she Prince Arthur fwnd, who her together with his squire, with hermit leaves behind. Oh, what an easy thing is to descry the gentle bloud, however it be wrapped in sad misfortune's foule deformity, and wretched sorrows, which have often happed For howsoever it may grow misshapped, like this wild man being undisciplined, that to all virtue it may see me unapt, yet will it shew some sparks of gentle mynd, and at the last break forth in his own proper kynd, that plainly may in this wild man be read, who, though he were still in this desert wood, mongst salvage beasts both rudely born and bred, ne ever saw fair guise, any learned good, yet showed some token of his gentle blood, by gentle usage of that wretched dame. For certes he was born of noble blood, however by hard hap he either came, as ye may know when time shall be to tell the same, who, when as now long time he lacked had, the good Sir Calidore, that Faerie was strayed, did wex exceeding sorrowful and sad, as he of some misfortune were afraid, and, leaving there this lady all dismayed, went forth straightway into the forest wide, to seek if he perchance asleep were laid, or whatso else were unto him betide. He sought him far and near, yet him nowhere he spied, though, back returning to that sorry dame, he shewed semblant of exceeding moan, by speaking signas, as he them best could frame, now wringing both his wretched hands in one, now beating his hard head upon a stone, that ruth it was to see him so lament, by which she well perceiving what was done, gone tear her hair, and all her garments rent, and beat her breast, and piteously herself torment. Upon the ground herself she fiercely threw, regardless of her wounds yet bleeding rife, that with their blood did all the floor embrue, as if her breast, new launched with murderous knife, would straight dislodge the wretched weary life. There she long grovelling and deep groaning lay, as if her vital powers were at strife with stronger death, and feared their decay. Such were this lady's pangs and dolorous assay, whom when the salvage saw so sore distressed, he reared her up from the bloody ground, and sought by all the means that he could best, her to recure out of that stony swound, and staunch the bleeding of her dreary wound. Yet nude she be recomforted for naught, nor cease her sorrow and impatient stound, but day and night did vex her careful thought, and ever more and more her own affliction wrought. At length, when as no hope of his return she saw now left, she cast to leave the place, and wend abroad, though feeble and forlorn, to seek some comfort in that sorry case. His steed, now strong through rest so long a space, well as she could she got, and did bedight, and being thereon mounted forth did pace, withouten guide her to conduct aright, or guard her to defend from bold oppressors' might, whom when her host saw ready to depart, he would not suffer her alone to fare, but gone himself address to take her part. Those warlike arms which Calidore wilier had left behind he gone eftsoons prepare, and put them all about himself unfit. His shield, his helmet, and his cuirass bare, but without sword upon his thigh to sit. Sir Calidore himself away had hidden it. So forth they travelled, an uneven pair, that mote to all men see me an uncouth sight, a salvage man matched with a lady fair, that rather seemed the conquest of his might, gotten by spoil than purchased aright. But he did her attend most carefully, and faithfully did serve both day and night, withouten thought of shame or villainy, ne ever shewed signa of foule disloyalty. Upon a day, as on their way they went, it chanced some furniture about her steed to be disordered by some accident, which to redress she did assistance need. Of this her groom, which he by signas did read, and straight his cumbrous arms aside did lay, upon the ground withouten doubt or dread, and in his homely wise began to assay, tamond what was amiss, and put in right array, bout which whilst he was busied thus hard. Lo! Where a knight, together with his squire. All armed to point came riding thitherward. Which seemed, by their portance and attire, to be two errant knights, that did inquire after adventures, where they mote them get. Those were to weet, if that ye it require, Prince Arthur and young Timaeus, which met by strange occasion that here needs forth be set. After that Timaeus had again recurred the favour of Belphoebe, as ye heard, and of her grace did stand again assured. To happy bliss he was full high upreared, neither of envy nor of change afeared, though many foes did him maligny therefore, and with unjust detraction him did beard. Yet he himself so well and wisely bore, that in her sovereign liking he dwelt evermore. But of them all which did his ruin seek, 3 mighty enemies did him most despite. 3 mighty ones, and cruel-minded eke, that him not onely sought by open might to overthrow, but to supplant by sleight. The first of them by name was called Despeto, exceeding all the rest in power and height. The second, not so strong but wise, Deseto. The third, nor strong nor wise, but spitefulest, Defeto. Ofttimes their sundry powers they did employ, and several deceits, but all in vain. For neither they by force could him destroy, ne yet entrap in treason's subtil train. Therefore, conspiring all together plain, they did their counsels now in one compound. Where singled forces fail, conjoined may gain. The blatant beast the fittest means they found to work his utter shame, and throughly him confound. Upon a day, as they the time did wait, when he did wrong the wood for salvage game, they sent that blatant beast to be a bait, to draw him from his dear beloved dame, unwares into the donger of defame. For well they wist that squire to be so bold, that no one beast in forest, wild or tame, met him in chase but he it challenge would, and pluck the prey ofttimes out of their greedy hood. The hardy boy, as they devised had, seeing the ugly monster passing by, upon him set, of peril not adrad, ne skilful of the uncouth jeopardy, and charged him so fierce and furiously, that his great force unable to endure, he forced was to turn from him and fly. Yet ere he fled he with his tooth impure him heedless bit, the whiles he was thereof secure. Securely he did after him pursue, thinking by speed to overtake his flight, who through thick woods and brakes and briars him drew, to weary him the more and waste his spite, so that he now has almost spent his sprite, till that at length unto a woody glade he came, whose covert stopped his further sight. There his 3 foes shrouded in guileful shade, out of their ambush broke, and gone him to invade. Sharply they all at once did him assail, burning with inward rancour and despite, and heaped strokes did round about him highly, with so huge force, that seemed nothing might bear off their blows from pursing thorough quite. Yet he them all so warily did ward, that none of them in his soft flesh did bite, and all the while his back for best safeguard he leant against a tree, that backward onset barred, like a wild bull, that, being at a bay, is bait of a mastiff and a hound, and a cur-dog, that do him sharp assay on every side, and beat about him round. But most that cur, barking with bitter sound, and creeping still behind, doth him encomber, that in his chaff he digs the trampled ground, and threats his horns, and bellows like the thunder. So did that squire his foes disperse and drive asunder. Him well behoved so, for his 3 foes sought to encompass him on every side, and dangerously did round about enclose. But most of all Defeto him annoyed, creeping behind him still to have destroyed. So did Deseto eke him circumvent. But stout Despeto in his greater pride did front him, face to face against him bent. Yet he them all withstood, and often made relent. Till that at length, nigh tyrd with former chase, and weary now with careful keeping ward, he gone to shrink and somewhat to give place, full like ere long to have escaped hard, when as unwares he in the forest heard a trampling steed, that with his neighing fast did warn his rider be upon his guard, with noise whereof the squire, now nigh aghast, revived was, and sad despair away did cast. Eftsoons he spied a knight approaching nigh, who, seeing one in so great donger set, mongst many foes, himself did faster hie, to rescue him, and his weak part abet, for pity so to see him overset. Whom soon as his three enemies did view, they fled, and fast into the wood did get. Him booted not to think them to pursue. The covert was so thick that did no passage shew. Then turning to that swain him well he knew to be his Timaeus, his own true squire. Whereof exceeding glad he to him drew, and, him embracing twixt his arms entire, him thus bespake, my lief, my live's desire. Why have ye me alone thus long I left? Tell me what world's despite, or heaven's ire, hath you thus long away from me bereft? Where have ye all this while been wandering, where been a weft? With that he sighed deep for inward tine, to whom the squire not answered again, but, shedding few soft tears from tender eyne, his dear affect with silence did restrain, and shut up all his plaint in privy pain. There they a while some gracious speeches spent, as to them seemed fit time to entertain. After all which up to their steeds they went, and forth together rode, a comely couplement. So now they be arrived both in sight of this wild man, whom they full bussy found about the sad serena things to dight, with those brave armors lying on the ground, that seemed the spoil of some right well renowned. Which when that squire beheld, he to them stepped, thinking to take them from that howling hound. But he it seeing lightly to him leapt, and sternly with strong hand it from his handling kept, gnashing his grinded teeth with greasely luke, and sparkling fire out of his furious eyne. Him with his fist unwares on th head he strook, that made him down unto the earth incline, whence sun upstarting much he gone repine, and laying hand upon his wrathful blade, thought therewithal forthwith him to have slain. Who it perceiving hand upon him laid, and greedily him griping his avengement stayed. With that aloud the fair Serena cried unto the knight, them to dispart in twain. Who to them stepping did them soon divide, and did from further violence restrain. Alba the wild man hardly would refrain. Then gone the prince of her for to demand what and from whence she was, and by what train she fell into that salvage villain's hand, and whether free with him she now were, or in band. To whom she thus, I am, as now ye see, the wretched dame that lives this day on ground, who both in mind, the which most grieveth me, and body have received a mortal wound, that hath me driven to this dreary stound. I was erewhile the love of Calpine, who whether he alive be to be found, or by some deadly chance be done to pine, since I him lately lost, uneath is to define. In salvage forest I him lost of late, where I had surely long ere this been a dead, or else remained in most wretched state, had not this wild man in that woeful stead kept and delivered me from deadly dread. In such a salvage wight, of brutish Kwnd, amongst wild beasts in desert forests bred, it is most strange and wonderful to fwnd. So mild humanity and perfect gentle mwnd. Let me therefore this favor for him find, that ye will not your wrath upon him wreak, sith he cannot express his simple md, ne yours conceive, any but by tokens speak. Small praise to prove your power on wight so weak. With such fair words she did their heat assuage, and the strong course of their displeasure break, that they to pity turned their former rage, and each sought to supply the office of her page. So having all things well about her dight, she on her way cast forward to proceed, and they her forth conducted, where they might find harbour fit to comfort her great need. For now her wounds corruption gone to breed, and eke this squire, who likewise wounded was, of that same monster late, for lack of heed, now gone to faint, and further could not paw, through feebleness, which all his limbs oppressed has. So forth they rode together all in troop, to seek some place the which mote yield some ease to these sick twain, that now began to droop. And all the way the prince sought to appease the bitter anguish of their sharp disease, by all the courteous means he could invent, somewhile with merry purpose, fit to please, and otherwhile with good encouragement, to make them to endure the pains did them torment. Mongst which Serena did to him relate the foule discourtesies and unknightly parts, which Turpine had unto her shewed late, without compassion of her cruel smarts, although Blandina did with all her arts him otherwise persuade all that she might, yet he of malice, without her desarts, not only her excluded late at night, but also traitorously did wound her weary night. Wherewith the prince sore moved there avowed, that soon as he returned back again, he would avenge th abuses of that proud and shameful knight of whom she did complain. This wise did they each other entertain, to passay the tedious travel of the way, till towards night they came unto a plain, by which a little hermitage there lay, far from all neighbourhood the which annoy it may. And nigh thereto a little chapel stood, which being all with ivy overspread, decked all the roof, and, shadowing the rood, seemed like a grove fair branched overhead. Therein the hermite, which his life here led, in straight observance of religious vow, was wont his haures and holy things to bed, and therein he likewise was praying now. When as these knights arrived, they wist not where nor how. They stayed not there, but straightway in did paw, whom when the hermite present saw in place, from his devotion straight he troubled was, which breaking off he toward them did pace, with staid steps and grave beseeming grace. For well it seemed that whilome he had been some goodly person, and of gentle race, that could his good to all, and well did ween, how each to entertain with courtesy well beseen. And soothly it was said by common fame, so long as age enabled him thereto, that he had been a man of mickle name, renowned much in arms and daring do. But being aged now, and weary too, of war's delight and world's contentious toil, the name of knighthood he did disavow, and, hanging up his arms and warlike spoil, from all this world's encumbrance did himself assoil. He thence them led into his hermitage, letting their steeds to graze upon the green. Small was his house, and like a little cage, for his own turn, yet inly neat and clean, decked with green boughs and flowers gay beseen. Therein he them full fair did entertain, not with such forged shows as fitter been for courting fools that courtesies would feign, but with entire affection and appearance plain. Yet was there fair but homely, such as he did use his feeble body to sustain, the which full gladly they did take in gree. Such as it was, any did of want complain, but being well suffice them rested fain. But fair serene all night could take no rest, ne yet that gentle squire, for grievous pain of their late wounds, the which the blatant beast had given them, whose grief through suffrance sore increased. So all that night they passed in great disease, till that the morning, bringing eerily light, to guide men's labors, brought them also ease, and some assuagement of their painful plight. Then up they rose, and gone themselves to dight unto their journey. But that squire and dame so faint and feeble were, that they any might endure to travel, nor one foot to frame. Their hearts were sick, their sides were sore, their feet were lame. Therefore the prince, whom great affairs in Myd would not permit to make their longer stay, was forced there to leave them both behind, in that good hermit's charge, whom he did pray to tend them well. So forth he went his way, and with him eke the salvage, that wilier, seeing his royal usage and array, was greatly grown in love of that brave pair, would needs depart, as shall declared be elsewhere. Canto. Chapter 6. The hermit heals both squire and dame of their sore maladies. He Turpine doth defeat and shame for his late villainies. No wound, which warlike hand of enemy inflicts with dint of sword, so sore doth light, as doth the poisonous sting, which infamy infixeth in the name of noble wight. For by no art, nor any leech's might, it ever can recurred be again. No all the skill, which that immortal sprite of Podalirius did in it retain, can remedy such hurts are hellish pain. Such were the wounds the which that blatant beast made in the bodies of that squire and dame, and, being such, were now much more increased, for want of taking heed unto the same, that now corrupt and cureless they became. Howbeit that careful hermite did his best, with many kins of medicines meet, to tame the poisonous humour which did most infest their rankling wounds, and every day them duly drayest. For he right well in leech's craft was seen, and through the long experience of his days, which had in many fortunes tossed been, and passed through many perilous assays, he knew the diverse went of mortal ways, and in the mindies of men had great insight, which with sage counsel, when they went astray, he could inform, and them reduce aright, and all the passions heal which wound the weaker sprite. For whilome he had been a doughty knight, as any one that lived in his days, and proved oft in many perilous fight, of which he grace and glory won always, and in all battles bore away the bays. But being now attached with timely age, and weary of this world's unquiet ways, he took himself unto this hermitage, in which he lived alone, like careless bird in cage. One day, as he was searching of their wounds, he found that they had festered privily, and rankling inward with unruly stounds, the inner parts now gone to putrefy, that quite they seemed past help of surgery, and rather needed to be disciplined with wholesome rede of sad sobriety, to rule the stub-born rage of passion blind. Give salves to every sore, but counsel to the mind. So, taking them apart into his cell, he to that point fit speeches gone to frame, as he the art of words knew wondrous well, and eke could do as well as say the same. And thus he to them said, Fair daughter dame, and you, fair son, which here thus long now lie in piteous languor since ye hither came, in vain of me ye hope for remedy, and I likewise in vain do salves to you apply. For in yourself your only help doth lie, to heal yourselves, and must proceed alone, from your own will to cure your malady. Who can him cure that will be cured of none? If therefore health ye seek, observe this one. First learn your outward senses to refrain from things that stir up frily affection. Your eyes, your ears, your tongue, your talk restrain from that they most affect, and in due terms contain. For from those outward senses, ill affected, the seed of all this evil first doth spring. which at the first, before it had infected, mote easy be suppressed with little thing. But being grown strong it forth doth bring sorrow, and anguish, and impatient pain in th inner parts. And lastly, scattering contagious poison close through every vein. It never rests till it have wrought his fin all bane. For that beast's teeth, which wounded you tofore, are so exceeding venomous and keen, made all of rusty iron rankling sore, that where they bite it butteth not to wean, with salve, or antidote, or other mean, it ever to amend any marvail ought. For that same beast was bred of hellish streen, and long in darksome Stygian den upbrought, begot of foule Echidna, as in books is taught. Echidna is a monster dire full dread, whom gods do hate, and heavens abhor to see. So hideous is her shape, so huge her head, that even the hellish fiends affrighted be at sight thereof, and from her presence flee. Yet did her face and former parts profess a fair young maiden, full of comely glee. But all her hinder parts did plain express a monstrous dragon, full of fearful ugliness. To her the gods, for her so dreadful face, in fearful darkness, furthest from the ski, and from the earth, appointed have her place, 'mongst rocks and caves, where she enrolled doth lie, in hideous horror and obscurity, wasting the strength of her immortal age. There did Typhaon with her company, cruel Typhaon, whose tempestuous rage makes th heavens tremble oft, and him with vows assuage. Of that commixtion they did then beget this hellish dog, that hight the blatant beast, a wicked monster, that his tongue doth whet 'gainst all, both good and bad, both most and least, and pours his poisonous gall forth to infest the noblest wights with notable defame. Ne ever knight that bore so lofty creast, ne ever lady of so honest name, but he them spotted with reproch, or secrete shame. In vain therefore it were with medicine to go about to salve such cawandi of sore, that rather needs wise rede and discipline than outward salves that may augment it more. Ay me, said then Serena, sighing sore, what hope of help doth then for us remain, if that no salves may us to health restore? But sith we need good counsel, said the swain. Ariad, good sire, some counsel that may us sustain. The best, said he, that I can you advise, is to avoid the occasion of the ill. For when the cause, whence evil doth arise, removed is, th effectual surceaseth still. Abstain from pleasure, and restrain your will. Subdue desire, and bridle loose delight. Use scant diet, and forbear your fill. Shun secrecy, and talka in open sight. So shall you soon repair your present evil plight. Thus having said, his sickly patients did gladly hearken to his grave beheast, and kept so well his wise commandments, that in short space their malady was ceased, and eke the biting of that harmful beast was throughly healed. Though when they did persave, their wounds recurred, and forces re-increased. Of that good hermite both they took their leave, and went both on their way. Any eke would other leave, but each the other vowed to accompany. The lady, for that she was much in dread, now left alone in great extremity. The squire, for that he courteous was indeed, would not her leave alone in her great need. So both together travelled, till they met with a fair maiden clad in mourning weed, upon a mangy jade unmeetly set, and a lewd full her leading thorough dry and wet. But by what means that shame to her befell, and how thereof herself she did acquite, I must awhile forbear to you to tell, till that, as comes by course, I do recite what fortune to the Briton prince did light, pursuing that proud knight, the which while our wrought to Sir Calepine so foule despite. And eke his lady, though she sickly were, so lewdly had a bust, as ye did lately hear. The prince, according to the former token, which fair Serene to him delivered had, pursued him straight, inimwendi to bene Euroken, of all the vile demean and usage bad, with which he had those two so ill bestad. No wight with him on that adventure went, but that wild man, whom though he oft forbade, yet for no bidding, nor for being shent, would he restrain be from his attainment. Arriving there, as did by chance befall, he found the gate wide ope, and in he rode. Ne stayed, till that he came into the hall, where soft dismounting, like a weary load, upon the ground with feeble feet he trode, as he unable were for very need to move one foot, but there must make abode. The whiles the salvage man did take his steed, and in some stable near did set him up to feed. Ere long to him a homely groom there came, that in rude wise him asked, what he was, that durst so boldly, without let or shame, into his lord's forbidden hall to passe? To whom the prince, him feigning to embase, mild answer made, he was an errant knight, the which was fallen into this feeble case, through many wounds, which lately he in fight received had, and prayed to pity his ill plight. But he, the more outrageous and bold, sternly did bid him quickly thence avaunt, or dear aby. For why his lord of old did hate all errant knights which there did haunt, no lodging would to any of them grunt, and therefore lightly bade him pack away, not sparing him with bitter words to taunt, and therewithal rude hand on him did lay, to thrust him out of door doing his worst essay. Which when the salvage, coming now in place, beheld, eftsoons he all enraged grew, and, running straight upon that villain base, like a fell lion at him fiercely flew, and with his teeth and nails, in present view, him rudely rent and all to pieces tore, so miserably him all helpless slew, that with the noise, whilst he did loudly roar, the people of the house rose forth in great uproar, who when on ground they saw their fellow slain, and that same knight and salvage standing by, upon them too they fell with might and main, and on them laid so huge and horribly, as if they would have slain them presently. But the bold prince defended him so well, and their assault withstood so mightily, that, maugre all their might, he did repel, and beat them back, whilst many underneath him fell. Yet he them still so sharply did pursue, that few of them he left alive, which fled those evil tidings to their lord to shew, who, hearing how his people badly sped, came forth in haste, where, when as with the dead, he saw the ground all strowed, and that same night, and salvage with their blood fresh steaming red, he walks nigh mad with wrath and fell despite, and with reproachful words him thus bespake on height. Art thou he, traitor, that with treason vile hast slain my men in this unmanly manner, and now triumphest in the piteous spoil of these poor folk, whose souls with black dishonor and foule defame do deck thy bloody banner? The meed whereof shall shortly be thy shame, and wretched end which still attendeth on her. With that himself to battle he did frame, so did his 40 yeomen, which there with him came. With dreadful force they all did him assail, and round about with boisterous strokes oppress, that on his shield did rattle like to highly, in a great tempest, that in such distress, he wist not to which side him to address. And evermore that craven cowherd knight was at his back with heartless heediness, waiting if he unwares him murther might. For cowardice doth still in villainy delight, whereof when as the prince was well aware, he to him turned with furious intent, and him against his power gone to prepare. Like a fierce bull, that being bussy bent, to fight with many foes about him meant, feeling some cur behind his heels to bite, turns him about with fell avengement. So likewise turned the prince upon the knight, and laid at him amain with all his will and might, who, when he once his dreadful strokes had tasted, durst not the fury of his force abide, but turned aback, and to retire him hasted through the thick press, there thinking him to hide. But, when the prince had once him plainly aid, he foot by foot him followed alway, no would him suffer once to shrink aside, but joining close huge load at him did lay, who flying still did ward, and warding fly away. But, when his foe he still so eager saw, unto his heels himself he did betake, hoping unto some refuge to withdraw. No would the prince him ever foot forsake, whereso he went, but after him did make. He fled from room to room, from place to place, whilst every joint for dread of death did quake, still looking after him that did him chase. That made him evermore increase his speedy pace. At last he up into the chamber came, whereas his love was sitting all alone, waiting what tidings of her folky became. There did the prince him overtake anon, crying in vain to her him to bemoan, and with his sword him on the head did smite, that to the ground he fell in senseless swoon. Yet, whether thwart or flatly it did light, the tempered steel did not into his brainpan bite, which when the lady saw, with great affright, she starting up began to shriek aloud, and with her garment covering him from sight, seemed under her protection him to shroud, and falling lowly at his feet her bowed, upon her knee, entreating him for grace, and often him besought, and prayed, and vowed, that with the ruth of her so wretched case, he stayed his second stroke, and did his hand abase. Her weed she then withdrawing did him discover, who now come to himself yet would not rise, but still did lie as dead, and quake, and quiver, that even the prince his baseness did despise, and eke his dame, him seeing in such guise, gone him recomfort and from ground to rear, who rising up at last in ghastly wise, like troubled ghost, did dreadfully appear, as one that had no life him left through former fear, whom when the prince so deadly saw dismayed, he for such baseness shamefully him shent, and with sharp words did bitterly upbraid. Vile cowherd dog! Now do I much repent, that ever I this life unto thee lent, whereof thou, caitiff, so unworthy art, that both thy love, for lack of hardiment, and eke thyself, for want of manly heart, and eke all knights hast shamed with this knightless part. Yet further hast thou heaped shame to shame, and crime to crime, by this thy cowherd fear. For first, it was to thee reproachful blame, to erect this wicked custom, which I hear, gainst errant knights and ladies thou dost rear, whom when thou mayst thou dost of arms despoil, or of their upper garment which they wear. Yet doest thou not with manhood, but with guile, maintain this evil use, thy foes thereby to foil. And lastly, in a province of thy wrong, to shew such faintness and foule cowardize, is greatest shame. For oft it falleth, that strong and valiant knights do rashly enterprise, either for fame, or else for exercise, a wrongful quarrel to maintain by fight, yet have through prowess and their brave emprise, gotten great worship in this world's sight. For greater force there needs to maintain wrong than right. Yet, since thy life unto this lady fair, I give and have, live in reproach and scorn, ne ever arms any ever knighthood dare, hence to profess, for shame is to adorn, with so brave badges one so basely born, but onely breath, sith that I did forgive. So having from his craven body torna those goodly arms, he them away did give. And onely suffered him this wretched life to live. There whilst he thus was settling things above, atween that lady Myd and recreant knight, to whom his life he grunt for her love. He gone bethink him in what perilous plight he had behind him left that salvage wight, amongst so many foes, whom sure he thought by this quite slain in so unequal fight. Therefore descending back in haste he sought, if yet he were alive, or to destruction brought. There he him found environed about with slaughtered bodies which his hand had slain, and laying yet afresh, with courage stout, upon the rest that did alive remain, whom he likewise right sorely did constrain, like scattered sheep, to seek for safe tie, after he gotten had with bussy pain some of their weapons which thereby did lie, with which he laid about, and made them fast to fly. Whom when the prince so felly saw to rage, approaching to him near, his hand he stayed, and sought by making signs him to assuage. Who them perceiving straight to him obeyed, as to his lord, and down his weapons laid, as if he long had to his heasts been a trained. Thence he him brought away, and up conveyed into the chamber where that dame remained, with her unworthy knight, who ill him entertained. Whom when the salvage saw from Donger free, sitting beside his lady there at ease, he well remembered that the same was he, which lately sought his lord for to displease. Though all in rage he on him straight did seize, as if he would in pieces him have rent. And, were not that the prince did him appease, he had not left one limb of him unrent. But straight he held his hand at his commandment. Thus having all things well in peace ordained, the prince himself there all that night did rest, where him Blandina fairly entertained, with all the courteous glee and goodly feast, the which for him she could imagine best. For well she knew the ways to win goodwill of every wight that were not too infest, and how to please the minds of good and ill, through tempering of her words and looks by wondrous skill. Yet were her words and looks but false and feigned, to some hid end to make more easy way, or to allure such fondlings whom she trained into her trap unto their own decay. Thereto, when needed, she could weep and pray, and when her listed she could fawn and flatter, now smiling smoothly, like to summer's day, now glooming sadly, so to cloak her matter. Yet were her words but wind, and all her tears but water. Whether such grace were given her by Kwnd, as women want their guileful wits to guide, or learn the art to please, I do not fwnd. This well I wot, that she so well applied her pleasing tongue, that soon she pacified the wrathful prince, and wrought her husband's peace, who nathless, not therewith satisfied, his rancorous despite did not release, ne secretly from thought of fell revenge surcease. For all that night, the whiles the prince did rest in careless couch, not weeting what was meant, he watched in close await with weapons pressed, willing to work his villainous intent on him that had so shamefully him shent. Yet durst he not for very cowardize effect the same, whilst all the night was spent. The morrow next the prince did early rise, and passed forth to follow his first enterprise. Canto. Chapter 7. Turpine is baffled, his two knights do gain their treason's meed. Fair Mirabella's punishment for love's disdain decreed, like as the gentle heart itself bewrays in doing gentle deeds with frank delight, even so the baser mind itself displays in cankered malice and revengeful spite. For to maligny, envy, use shifting slight, be arguments of a vile donghill mind, which what it dare not do by open might. To work by wicked treason ways doth find. By such discourteous deeds discovering his base kind. That well appears in this discourteous knight. The coward Turpine, whereof now I treat. Who notwithstanding that in former fight, he of the prince his life received late. Yet in his mind, malicious and ingrate, he gone devise to be avenged anew. For all that shame, which kindled inward hate. Therefore, so soon as he was out of view, himself in hast he armed, and did him fast pursue. Well did he track his steps as he did ride. Yet would not near approach in Donger's eye, but kept aloof for dread to be descried. Until fit time and place he mote espy, where he mote work him scath and villainy. At last he met two knights to him unknown, the which were armed both agreeably, and both combined, whatever chance were blown betwixt them to divide, and each to make his own. To whom false Turpine coming courteously, to cloak the mischief which he inly meant, gone to complain of great discourtesy, which a strange knight, that near afore him went, had done to him, and his dear lady shent. Which if they would afford him aid at need, for to avenge in time convenient, they should accomplish both a knightly deed, and for their pains obtain of him a goodly meed. The knights believed that all he said was true, and being fresh and full of youthly sprite, were glad to hear of that adventure new, in which they mote make trial of their might, which never yet they had approved in fight. And eke desirous of the off-red mead, said then the one of them, where is that wight, the which hath done to thee this wrongful deed, that we may it avenge, and punish him with speed? He rides, said Turpine, there not Faerie for, with a wild man's soft footing by his side, that, if ye list to haste a little more, ye may him overtake in timely tide. Eftsoons they pricked forth with forward pride, and, ere that little while they ridden had, the gentle prince not Faerie away they spied, riding a softly pace with portent sad, devising of his love more than of Donger drad. Then one of them aloud unto him cried, bidding him turn again, false traitor knight, fool woman wronger, for he him defied. With that they both at once with equal spite did bend their spears, and both with equal might against him ran. But one did miss his mark, and being carried with his force forthright, glanced swiftly by, like to that heavenly spark, which gliding through the air lights all the heavens dark. But other, aiming better, did him smite full in the shield with so impetuous power, that all his lance in pieces shivered quite, and scattered all about fell on the floor. But the stout prince, with much more steady store, full on his bever did him strike so sore, that the cold steel, through piercing, did devour his vital breath, and to the ground him bore, where still he bathed lay in his own bloody gore, as when a cast of falcons make their flight at an hernshaw, that lies aloft on wing, the whiles they strike at him with heedless might. The wane foule his bill doth backward ring, on which the first, whose force her first doth bring, herself quite through the body doth angor, and falleth down to ground like senseless thing. But other, not so swift as she before, fails of her souse, and passing by doth hurt no more. By this the other, which was passed by, himself recovering was returned to fight, where when he saw his fellow lifeless ly, he much was daunted with so dismal sight. Yet, not abating of his former spite, let drive at him with so malicious myd, as if he would have passed through him quite. But the steel had no steadfast hold could fyd, but glancing by deceived him of that he designed. Not so the prince, for his well-learned spear took surer hood, and from his horse's back above a lance's length him forth did bear. And gainst the cold hard earth so sore him strake, that all his bones in pieces nigh he brake. Where seeing him so lie, he left his steed, and to him leaping vengeance thought to take, of him for all his former follies meed, with flaming sword in hand his terror more to breed. The fearful swain beholding, death so nigh, cried out aloud for mercy, him to save. In lieu whereof he would to him descry great treason to him meant, his life to reave. The prince soon hearkened, and his life forgave. Then thus said he, there is a stronger knight, the which, for promise of great meed, us drave to this attempt to wreak his hid despite, for that himself thereto did want sufficient might. The prince much mused at such villainy, and said, now sure ye well have earned your meed. For one is dead, and other soon shall die, unless to me thou hither bring with speed the wretch that hyr'd you to this wicked deed. He glad of life, and willing eke to wreak the guilt on him which did this mischief breed, swore by his sword, that neither day nor week he would surcease, but him whereso he were would seek. So up he rose, and forth straightway he went, back to the place where Turpine late he lore. There he him found in great astonishment, to see him so bedight with bloody gore, and griesly wounds that him appalled sore. Yet thus at length he said, how now, Sir Knight? What meaneth this which here I see before? How fortuneth this foule uncomely plight, so different from that which erst ye seemed in sight? Perdy, said he, in evil hour it fell, that ever I for meed did undertake so hard a tasky as life for hire to sell, the which I erst adventured for your sake. Witness the wounds, and this wide bloudy lake, which ye may see yet all about me steam. Therefore now yield, as ye did promise make, my due reward, the which right well I deem I yearned have, that life so dearly did redeem. But where then is, quoth he half wrathfully, where is the booty, which therefore I bought? That cursed caitiff, my strong enemy, that recreant knight, whose hated life I sought? And where is eke your friend which half it ought? He lies, said he, upon the cold bare ground, slain of that errant knight with whom he fought, whom afterwards myself with many a wound did slay again, as ye may see there in the stound. Thereof false Turpin was full glad and fain, and needs with him straight to the place would ride, where he himself might see his foeman slain, for else his fear could not be satisfied. So as they rode he saw the way all dyed with streams of blood, which tracting by the trail, ere long they came, whereas in evil tide, that other swain, like ashes deadly pale, lay in the lap of death, rueing his wretched bale. Much did the craven see me to moan his case, that for his sake his dear life had foregone, and, him bewailing with affection base, did counterfeit kind pity where was none. For where's no courage, there's no ruth nor moan. Thence passing forth, not far away he found, whereas the prince himself lay all alone, loosely displayed upon the grassy ground, possessed of sweet sleep that lulled him soft in swound. Weary of travel in his former fight, he there in shade himself had laid to rest, having his arms and warlike things undight, fearless of foes that mote his peace molest. The whiles his salvage page, that won't be pressed, was wandred in the wood another way, to do something that seemed to him best. The whiles his lord in silver slumber lay, like to the evening star adorned with dewy ray, whom when as Turpin saw so loosely laid, he weened well that he indeed was dead, like as that other knight to him had said. But, when he nigh approached, he mote Ariad plain signas in him of life and livelihead, whereat, much grieved against that stronger knight, that him too light of credence did mislead. he would have back retired from that sight. That was to him on earth the deadliest despite. But that same knight would not once let him start, but plainly gone to him declare the case of all his mischief and late luckless smart. How both he and his fellow there in place were vanquished, and put to foule disgrace. And how that he, in lieu of life him lent, had vowed unto the victor him to trace, and follow through the world whereso he went, till that he him delivered to his punishment. He, therewith much abashed and afraid, began to tremble every limb and vein, and, softly whispering him, entirely prayed t'advise him better than by such a train him to betray unto a stronger swain. Yet rather counselled him contrariwise, sith he likewise did wrong by him sustain, to join with him and vengeance to devise, whilst time did offer means him sleeping to surprise. Nathless, for all his speech the gentle knight would not be tempted to such villainy, regarding more his faith which he did plight, all were it to his mortal enemy, than to entrap him by false treachery. Great shame in liege's blood to be imbrued. Thus whilst they were debating divers lie, the salvage forth out of the wood issoed, back to the place, whereas his lord he sleeping viewed. There when he saw those two so near him stand, he doubted much what mote their meaning be, and throwing down his load out of his hand, to weet, great store of forest fruit which he had for his food late gathered from the tree, himself unto his weapon he betook. That was an oaken plant, which lately he rent by the root, which he so sternly shook, that like an hazel wand it quivered and quook. Whereat the prince awaking, when he spied the traitor Turpin with that other knight, he started up, and snatching near his side his trusty sword, the servant of his might, like a fell lion leaped to him light, and his left hand upon his collar laid. Therewith the cowherd, dead with affright, fell flat to ground, any word unto him said, but, holding up his hands, with silence mercy prayed. But he so full of indignation was, that to his prayer not he would incline. But, as he lay upon the humbled graw, his foot he set on his vile neck, insignia of servile yoke, that nobler hearts repine. Then, letting him arise like abject thrall, he gone to him objectle his heinous crime, and to revile, and rate, and recreant call, and lastly to despoil of knightly banner all. And after all, for greater infamy, he by the heels him hung upon a tree, and baffled so, that all which passed by the picture of his punishment might see, and by the like ensample warned be. However they through treason do trespasse. But turn we now back to that lady free, whom late we left riding upon an assy, led by a carle and foal which by her side did passe. She was a lady of great dignity, and lifted up to honorable place, famous through all the land of Faerie, though of mean parentage and kindred base, yet decked with wondrous gifts of nature's grace, that all men did her person much admire, and praise the feature of her goodly face, the beams whereof did kindle lovely fire in hearts of many a knight, and many a gentle squire. But she thereof grew proud and insolent, that none she worthy thought to be her fear, but scorned them all that love unto her meant. Yet was she loved of many a worthy pair, unworthy she to be beloved so dear, that could not weigh of worthiness aright. For bowtie is more glorious bright and clear, the more it is admired of many a wight, and noblest she that served is of noblest knight. But this coy damsel thought contrariwise, that such proud looks would make her praised more, and that, the more she did all love despise, the more would wretched lovers her adore. What cared she who sighed for her sore, or who did wail or watch the weary night? Let them that list their luckless lot deplore. She was born free, not bound to any wight. And so would ever live, and love her own delight. Through such her stub-born stiffness and hard heart, many a wretch for want of remedy did languish long in life-consuming smart, and at the last through dreary dolour die. Whilst she, the lady of her liberty, did boast her bow-tie had such sovereign might, that with the onely twinkle of her eye, she could or save or spill whom she would hight. What could the gods do more, but do it more aright? But lo! the gods, that mortal follies view, did worthily revenge this maiden's pride, and, not regarding her so goodly hew, did laugh at her that many did deride. Whilst she did weep, of no man mercified. For on a day, when Cupid kept his court, as he is wont at each Saint Valentide, unto the which all lovers do resort, that of their love's success they there may make report. It fortuned then, that when the rules were read, in which the names of all love's folky were filed, that many there were missing, which were dead, or kept in bands, or from their loves exiled, or by some other violence despoiled. Which when as Cupid heard, he waxed wroth, and doubting to be wronged or beguiled, he bade his eyes to be unblindfold both, that he might see his men, and muster them by oath. Then found he many missing of his crew, which won't do suit and service to his might, of whom what was becomen no man knew. Therefore a jury was impanelled straight, t'enquire of them, whether by force, or sleight, or their own guilt, they were away conveyed, to whom foule infamy and fell despite gave evidence, that they were all betrayed, and murdered cruelly by a rebellious maid. Fair Mirabella was her name, whereby of all those crimes she there indicted was, all which when Cupid heard, he by and by, in great displeasure wild Acapius, should issue forth to attach that scornful lasse. The warrant straight was made, and therewithal a bailiff-errant forth in post did passe, whom they by name their Portimore did call, he which doth summon lovers to love's judgment hall. The damsel was attached, and shortly brought unto the bar whereas she was arraigned. But she thereto nude plead, nor answer aught, even for stub-born pride which her restrained. So judgment passed, as is by law ordained, in cases like which when at last she saw her stub-born heart, which love before disdained, gone stoop, and, falling down with humble awe, cried mercy, to abate the extremity of law. The son of Venus, who is myld by Kynd, but where he is provoked with peevishness, unto her prayers piteously inclined, and did the rigor of his doom repress. Yet not so freely, but that nathless, he unto her a penance did impose, which was, that through this world's wide wilderness she wander should in company of those, till she had saved so many loves as she did lose. So now she had been wandering 2 whole years throughout the world in this uncomely case, wasting her goodly hew in heavy tears, and her good days in dolorous disgrace. Yet had she not in all these 2 years' space saved but 2, yet in 2 years before, through her dispiteous pride, whilst love lacked place, she had destroyed 22 more. Aie me! How could her love make half amends therefore? And now she was upon the weary way, when as the gentle squire, with fair serene, met her in such misseeming foule array, the whiles that mighty man did her demean, with all the evil terms and cruel mien that he could make, and eke that angry full, which followed her, with cursed hands unclean, whipping her horse, did with his smarting tool oft whip her dainty self, and much augment her dule. Now aught it mote avail her to entreat the one or t'other better her to use. For both so wilful were and obstinate, that all her piteous plaint they did refuse, and rather did the more her beat and bruise. But most the former villain, which did lead her Tyrelling jade, was bent her to abuse, who, though she were with weariness nigh dead, yet would not let her light, nor rest a little stead. For he was stern and terrible by nature, and eke of person huge and hideous, exceeding much the measure of man's stature, and rather like a giant monstruous. Forsooth he was descended of the house of those old giants, which did wars darraign against the heaven in order batalus, and sib to great Orgoglio, which was slain by Arthur, when as Una's knight he did maintain. His looks were dreadful, and his fiery eyes, like two great beacons, glared bright and wide, glancing askew, as if his enemies he scorned in his overweening pride, and stalking stately, like a crane, did stride at every step upon the tiptoes high. And, all the way he went, on every side he gazed about and stared horribly, as if he with his looks would all men terrify. He wore no armor, any for none did care, as no wit dreading any living wight, but in a jacket, quilted richly rare. Upon checklaton, he was strangely dight, and on his head a roll of linen plight, like to the mores of Malabir, he wore, with which his locks, as black as pitchy night, were bound about and void from before. And in his hand a mighty iron club he bore. This was Disdain, who led that lady's horse through thick and thin, through mountains and through plains, compelling her, where she would not, by force, hailing her palfrey by the hempen reins. But that same fool, which most increased her pains, was Scorn, who having in his hand a whip, her therewith yerks, and still, when she complains, the more he laughs, and does her closely quip, to see her sore lament and bite her tender lip. Whose cruel handling when that squire beheld, and saw those villains her so vilely use, his gentle heart with indignation swelled, and could no longer bear so great abuse, as such a lady so to beat and bruise. But, to him stepping, such a stroke him lent, that forced him halter from his hand to loose, and maugre all his might back to relent. Else had he surely there been a slain, or foully shent. The villain, wroth for greeting him so sore, gathered himself together soon again, and with his iron baton which he bore, let drive at him so dreadfully amain, that for his safety he did him constrain, to give him ground, and shift to every side, rather than once his burden to sustain. For bootless thing him seemed to abide so mighty blows, or prove the puissance of his pride. Like as a mastiff having at a bay a salvage bull, whose cruel horns do threat desperate donger, if he them assay, traceth his ground, and round about doth beat, to spy where he may some advantage get. The whiles the beast doth rage and loudly roar, so did the squire, the whiles the carle did fret, and fume in his disdainful emwin the more, and oftentimes by Termagant and Mahound swore. Nathless so sharply still he him pursued, that at advantage him at last he took. When his foot slipped, that slip he dearly rued, and with his iron club to ground him strook, where still he lay, any out of swoon awook, till heavy hand the carle upon him laid, and bound him fast, though, when he up did look, and saw himself captived, he was dismayed. No power had to withstand any hope of any aid. Then up he made him rise, and forward fare, led in a rope which both his hands did bind. Naught that full for pity did him spare, but with his whip, him following behind, him often scourged, and forced his feet to fwnd. And otherwhiles with bitter mocks and mouse. He would him scorn. That to his gentle Mynd was much more grievous than the other's blows. Words sharply wound, but greatest grief of scorning grows. The fair Serena, when she saw him fall under that villain's club, then surely thought that slain he was, or made a wretched thrall, and fled away with all the speed she mought, to seek for safety, which long time she sought, and passed through many perils by the way, ere she again to Calidore was brought. The which discourse as now I must delay, till Mirabella's fortunes I do further say. Canto. Chapter 8. Prince Arthur overcomes disdain. Quites Mirabell from dread. Serena, found of salvages, by Calidore is freed. Ye gentle ladies, in whose sovereign power love hath the glory of his kingdom left, and hearts of men, as your eternal dower, in iron shens of liberty bereft, delivered hath into your hands by gift. Be well aware how ye the same do use, not to tyranny you lift, least, if men you of cruelty accuse, he from you take that chiefdom which ye do abuse. And as ye soft and tender are by kinda adorned with goodly gifts of beauty's grace, so be ye soft and tender eke in mind, but cruelty and hardness from you chase, that all your other praises will deface, and from you turn the love of men to hate. And sample take of Mirabella's case, who from the high degree of happy state fell into wretched woes, which she repented late, who after thraldom of the gentle squire, which she beheld with lamentable eye, was touched with compassion entire, and much lamented his calamity, that for her sake fell into misery, which booted not for prayers nor for threat, to hope for to release or mollify. For I the more that she did them entreat, the more they him misust, and cruelly did beat. So as they forward on their way did paw him still reviling and afflicting sore, they met Prince Arthur with Sir Aeneas. That was that courteous knight, whom he before, having subdued yet did to life restore Winky Face, to whom as they approached, they gon augment their cruelty, and him to punish more, scourging and hailing him more vehement, as if it them should grieve to see his punishment. The squire himself, when as he saw his lord, the witness of his wretchedness in place, was much ashamed that with an hempen cord he like a dog was led in captive case, and did his head for bashfulness abase, as loath to see or to be seen at all. Shame would be hid. But when as Aeneas beheld of two such villains thrall, his manly mind was much amoved therewithal, and to the prince thus said, See you, Sir Knight, the greatest shame that ever I yet saw, yond lady and her squire with foulé despite, a bust, against all reason and all law, without regard of pity or of awe. See, how they do that squire beat and revile. See, how they do the lady hail and draw. But, if ye please to lend me leave awhile, I will them soon acquite, and both of blame assoil. The prince assented. And then he, straightway, dismounting light, his shield about him threw, with which approaching thus he gone to say, Abide, ye caitiff treacherers untrue, that have with treason thralled unto you these two, unworthy of your wretched bands, and now your crime with cruelty pursue. Abide, and from them lay your loathly hands, or else abide the death that hard before you stands. The villain stayed not answer to invent, but with his iron club preparing way, his Mindy's sad message back unto him sent, the which descended with such dreadful sway, that seemed not the course thereof could stay, no more than lightning from the lofty sky, ne list the night the power thereof assay, whose doom was death. but, lightly slipping by, unwares defrauded his intended destiny. And, to requite him with the like again, with his sharp sword he fiercely at him flew, and strook so strongly, that the carle with pain saved himself, but that he there him slew. Yet saved not so, but that the bloud it drew, and gave his foe good hope of victory, who therewith fleshed upon him set anew, and with the second stroke thought certainly to have supplied the first, and paid the usury. But fortune answered not unto his call. For, as his hand was heaved up on height, the villain met him in the middle fall, and with his club bet back his bronderin bright, so forcibly, that with his own hands might rebeaten back upon himself again, he driven was to ground in self-despite, from whence ere he recovery could gain, he in his neck had set his foot with fell disdain. With that the full, which did that end await, came running in, and, whilst on ground he lay, laid heavy hands on him and held so straight, that down he kept him with his scornful sway, so as he could not weld him any way. The whiles that other villain went about, him to have bound and thralled without delay, the whiles the full did him revile and flout, threatening to yoke them to and tame their courage stout, as when a sturdy ploughman with his hind by strength have overthrown a stub-born stare, they down him hold, and fast with cords do bind, till they him force the buxom yoke to bear. So did these two this night oft tug and tear, which when the prince beheld, there standing by, he left his lofty steed to aid him near, and, buckling soon himself, gone fiercely fly upon that carle to save his friend from jeopardy. The villain, leaving him unto his mate, to be captived and handled as he list, himself addressed unto this new debate, and with his club him all about so blist, that he which way to turn him scarcely wist. Sometimes aloft he laid, sometimes alow, now here, now there, and oft him near he missed, so doubtfully, that hardly one could know whether more wary were to give or ward the blow. But yet the prince so well inured was, with such huge strokes, approved oft in fight, that way to them he gave forthright to paw, no would endure the donger of their might, but wait advantage when they down did light. At last the caitiff, after long discourse, when all his strokes he saw avoided quite, resolved in one t assemble all his force, and make one end of him without ruth or remorse. His dreadful hand he heaved up aloft, and with his dreadful instrument of ire, thought sure have pounded him to powder soft, or deep emboweled in the earth entire. But fortune did not with his will conspire, for, ere his stroke attained his intent, the noble child, preventing his desire, under his club with wary boldness went, and smote him on the knee that never yet was bent. It never yet was bent, and he bent it now. Alba the strokes so strong and puissant were, that seemed a marble pillar it could bow. But all that leg, which did his body bear, it cracked throughout, yet did no bloud appear, so as it was unable to support so huge a burden on such broken gear, but fell to ground, like to a lump of debt, whence he essayed to rise, but could not for his hurt. Eftsoons the prince to him full nimbly stepped, and lest he should recover foot again, his head meant from his shoulders to have swept, which when the lady saw, she cried amain, "Stay, stay, Sir Knight, for love of God abstain from that unwares ye weetless doe intend. Slay not that carle, though worthy to be slain, for more on him doth than himself depend. My life will by his death have lamentable end." He stayed his hand according her desire, yet nathemore him suffered to our eyes. But, still suppressing, gone of her inquire, what meaning mote those uncouth words, comparize? That in that villain's health her safety lies. That, were no might in man, nor heart in knights, which durst her dreaded rescue enterprise. Yet heavens themselves, that favour feeble rights, would for itself redress, and punish such despites. Then bursting forth in tears, which gushed fast, like many water streams, awhile she stayed, till the sharp passion being overpast, her tongue to her restored, then thus she said, Nor heavens, nor men, can me, most wretched maid, deliver from the doom of my desart, the which the God of love hath on me laid, and damned to endure this dire full smart, for penance of my proud and hard rebellious heart. In prime of youthly years, when first the flower of beauty gone to bud, and blossom delight, and nature me endued with plenteous dower of all her gifts, that pleased each living sight, I was beloved of many a gentle knight, and sued and sought with all the service due, full many a one for me deep groan and sight, and to the door of death for sorrow drew, complaining out on me that would not on them rue. But let them love that list, or live or die. Me list not die for any lover's duel. No list me leave my loved liberty, to pity him that list to play the fool. To love myself I learned had in school. Thus I triumphed long in lover's pain, and, sitting careless on the scorner's stool, did laugh at those that did lament and plain. But all is now repaid with interest again. For lo, the winged god that woundeth hearts, caused me be called to accompt therefore, and for revengement of those wrongful smarts, which I to others did inflict afore, adeemed me to endure this penance sore. That in this wise, and this unmeet array, with these two lewd companions, and no more, disdain and scorn, I through the world should stray, till I have saved so many as I erst did slay. Certes, said then the prince, the God is just, that taketh vengeance of his people's spoil. For were no law in love, but all that lust might them oppress, and painfully turmoil, his kingdom would continue but a while. But tell me, lady, wherefore do you bear this bottle thus before you with such toil, and eke this wallet at your back a rear, that for these carles to carry much more comely were? Here in this bottle, said the sorry maid, I put the tears of my contrition, till to the brim I have it full defrayed. And in this bag, which I behind me don, I put repentance for things past and gone. Yet is the bottle leak, and bag so torna, that all which I put in fouls out anon, and is behind me trodden down of scorn, who mocketh all my pain, and laughs the more I mourn. The infant hearkened wisely to her tale, and wondered much at Cupid's judgment wise, that could so meekly make proud hearts avail, and wreak himself on them that him despise. Then suffered he disdain up to arise, who was not able up himself to rear, by means his leg, through his late luckless prize, was cracked in twain, but by his foolish fear, was holpen up, who him supported standing near. But being up he looked again aloft, as if he never had received fall, and with stern eyebrows stared at him oft, as if he would have daunted him withal. And standing on his tiptoes, to see me tall, down on his golden feet he often gazed, as if such pride the other could appall, who was so far from being aught amazed, that he his looks despised, and his boast dispraised. Then turning back unto that captive thrall, who all this while stood there beside them bound, unwilling to be known or seen at all, he from those bands weaned him to have unwound. But when approaching near he plainly found, it was his own true groom, the gentle squire. He thereat waxed exceedingly astound, and him did oft embrace, and oft admire, ne could with seeing satisfy his great desire. Meanwhile the salvage man, when he beheld That huge great full oppressing t'other knight, whom with his weight unwieldy down he held. He flew upon him like a greedy kite, unto some carrion offered to his sight. And, down him plucking, with his nails and teeth, gone him to hail, and tear, and scratch, and bite. And, from him taking his own whip, therewith, so sore him scourgeth that the blood down followeth. And sure I ween, had not the lady's cry procured the prince his cruel hand to stay, he would with whipping him have done to die. But being checked he did abstain straightway, and let him rise. Then thus the prince gone say, Now, lady, sith your fortunes thus dispose, that if ye list have liberty ye may, unto yourself I freely leave to chose, whether I shall you leave, or from these villains lose. Ah! Nay, sir knight, said she, it may not be, but that I needs must by all means fulfill this penance, which enjoined is to me, least unto me betide a greater ill. Yet no less thanks to you for your good will. So humbly taking leave she turned aside. But Arthur with the rest went onward still, on his first quest, in which did him betide a great adventure, which did him from them divide. But first it falleth me by course to tell of fair Serena, who, as erst you heard, when first the gentle squire at variance fell, with those two carles, fled fast away, afeard of villainy to be to her inferred. So fresh the image of her former dread, yet dwelling in her eye, to her appeared, that every foot did tremble which did tread, and every body too, and to she for did read, through hills and dales, through bushes and through burrs. Long thus she fled, till that at last she thought herself now past the peril of her fears. Then looking round about, and seeing not which doubt of Donger to her offer mought, she from her palfrey lighted on the plain, and, sitting down, herself awhile bethought of her long travel and turmoiling pain, and often did of love, and oft of Lucy complain. And evermore she blamed Calepine, the good Sir Calepine, her own true knight, as only author of her woeful tine, for being of his love to her so light, as her to leave in such a piteous plight. Yet never turtle truer to his make. Then he was tried unto his lady bright, who all this while endured for her sake great peril of his life, and restless pains did take. Though when as all her plaints she had displayed, and well disburdened her in grieved breast, upon the gross herself adown she laid, where, being turred with travel, and oppressed with sorrow, she betook herself to rest. There whilst in Morpheus' bosom safe she lay, fearless of aught that mote her peace molest. False fortune did her safety betray unto a strange mischance that menaced her decay. In these wild deserts where she now abode, there dwelt a salvage nation, which did live of stealth and spoil, and making nightly road into their neighbors' borders. Any did give themselves to any trade, as for to drive the painful plough, or cattle for to breed, or by adventurous marchandise to thrive, but on the labors of poor men to feed, and serve their own necessities with others' need. Thereto they usty one most accursed order, to eat the flesh of men whom they mote find, and strongers to devour, which on their border were brought by error or by wreckful wind. A monstrous cruelty gainst course of kinda. They, towards evening wandering every way, to seek for booty, came by fortune blind. Whereas this lady, like a sheep astray, now drowned in the depth of sleep all fearless lay. Soon as they spied her, Lord, what glad full glee they made amongst themselves. But when her face, like the fair ivory shining they did see, each gone his fellow solace and embrace, For joy of such good hap by heavenly grace. Then gone they to devise what course to take. Whether to slay her there upon the place, or suffer her out of her sleep to wake, and then her eat a taunts, or many meals to make. The best advisement was, of bad, to let her sleep out her fill without encumberment. For sleep, they said, would make her battle better. Then when she wacked they all gave one consent, that, since by grace of God she there was sent, unto their God they would her sacrifice, whose share, her guiltless blood, they would present. But of her dainty flesh they did devise, to make a common feast, and feed with gourmandise. So round about her they themselves did place, upon the grass, and diversely dispose, as each thought best to spend the lingering space. Some with their eyes the daintiest morsels chose, some praise her paps, some praise her lips and nose, some whet their knives, and strip their elbows bare. The priest himself a garland doth compose, of finest flowers, and with full bussy care, his bloudy vessels wash, and holy fire prepare. The damsel wakes, then all ataunts upstart, and round about her flock, like many flies, whooping and hallowing on every part, as if they would have rent the brazen skies, which when she sees with ghastly grieffully eyes, her heart does quake, and deadly pallid hew benumbs her cheeks, then out aloud she cries, where none is nigh to hear that will her rue, and rends her golden locks, and snowy breasts embrew. But all boadies not, they hands upon her lay, and first they spoil her of her jewels dear, and afterwards of all her rich array, the which amongst them they in pieces tear, and of the prey each one a part doth bear. Now being naked, to their sordid eyes, the goodly treasures of nature appear, which as they view with lustful fantasies, each wisheth to himself, and to the rest envies. Her ivory neck, her alabaster breast, her paps, which like white silken pillows were, for love in soft delight thereon to rest, her tender sides, her bell lie white and clear, which like an altar did itself upera, to offer sacrifice divine thereon, her goodly thighs, whose glory did appear, like a triumphal arch, and thereupon the spoils of princes hanged which were in battle won. Those dainty parts, the dearlings of delight, which mote not be profaned of common eyes. Those villains viewed with loose lascivious sight, and closely tempted with their crafty spies. And some of them gone mongst themselves devise, thereof by force to take their beastly pleasure. But them the priest rebuking did advise, to dare not to pollute so sacred treasure. Vowed to the gods, religion held even thieves in measure. So, being stayed, they her from thence directed unto a little grove not far aside, in which an altar shortly they erected, to slay her on. And now the eventide, his broad black wings had through the heavens wide, by this dispread, that was the time ordained, for such a dismal deed, their guilt to hide. A few green turfs an altar soon they feigned, and decked it all with flowers which they nigh hand obtained. Though, when as all things ready were aright, te damsel was before the altar set, being already dead with fearful fright, to whom the priest with naked arms full net, approaching nigh, and murderous knife well whet, gone mutter close a certain secret charm, with other devilish ceremonies met. Which done, he gone aloft to advance his arm, whereat they shouted all, and made a loud alarm. Then gone the bagpipes and the horns to shrill, and shriek aloud, that, with the people's voice, confused, did the air with terror fill, and made the wood to tremble at the noise. The while she wailed, the more they did rejoice. Now mote ye understand that to this grove, Sir Calepine, by chance more than by choice. The self-same evening fortune hither drove, as he to seek Serena through the woods did rove. Long had he sought her, and through many a soil had travelled still on foot in Hevi arms. No aught was tired with his endless toil, no aught was feared of his certain harms. And now, all weetless of the wretched storms, in which his love was lost, he slept full fast. Till, being waked with these loud alarms, he lightly started up like one aghast, and, catching up his arms, straight to the noise forth passed. There by uncertain glims of starry night, and by the twinkling of their sacred fire, he mote perceive a little dawning sight of all which there was doing in that choir, 'mongst whom a woman spoiled of all attire. He spied lamenting her unlucky strife, and groaning sore from grieved heart entire. Eftsoons he saw one with a naked knife ready to launch her breast, and let out loved life. With that he thrusts into the thickest throng, and, even as his right hand adown descends, he him preventing lays on earth along, and sacrificeth to infernal fiends. Then to the rest his wrathful hand he bends, of whom he makes such havocy and such hew, that swarms of damned souls to hell he sends. The rest, that scape his sword and death eschew, fly like a flock of doves before a falcon's view, from them returning to that lady back, whom by the altar he doth sitting find, yet fearing death, and next to death the lack of clothes to cover what they ought by kind. He first her hands beginneth to unbind, and then to question of her present woe, and afterwards to char with speeches kind. But she, for naught that he could say or do, one word durst speak, or answer him a wit thereto. So inward shame of her uncomely case she did conceive, through care of womanhood, that though the night did cover her disgrace, yet she in so unwomanly a mood would not bewray the state in which she stood. So all that night to him unknown she passed. But day, that doth discover bad and good, and sowing, made her known to him at last. The end whereof I'll keep until another cast. Canto. Chapter 9. Calidore hosts with Melibea, and love's fair pastorelle. Corydon envies him, yet he, for ill, rewards him well. Now turn again my team, thou jolly swain, back to the furrow which I lately left. I lately left a furrow, one or twain, unpluffed, the which my coulter hath not cleft. Yet seemed the soil both fair and fruitful eft. As I it passed, that were too great a shame, that so rich fruit should be from us bereft. Besides the great dishonor and defame, which should befall to Calidore's immortal name. Great travel hath the gentle Calidore, and toil endured, sith I left him last, sowing the blatant beast, which I forbore to finish then, for other present hast. Full many paths and perils he hath passed, through hills, through dales, through forests, and through plains, in that same quest which fortune on him cast, which he achieved to his own great gains, reaping eternal glory of his restless pains. So sharply he the monster did pursue, that day nor night he suffered him to rest. Ne rested he himself, but nature's due, for dread of donger not to be redrest. If he for sloth forslacked so famous quest, him first from court he to the cities coursed, and from the cities to the towns him pressed, and from the towns into the country forced, and from the country back to private farms he scourced. From thence into the open fields he fled, whereas the herds were keeping of their neat, and shepherds singing to their flocks, that fed lays of sweet love and youth's delightful heat. Him thither eke, for all his fearful threat, he followed fast, and chased him so nie, That to the folds, where sheep at night do seat. And to the little cots, where shepherds lie. In winter's wrathful time, he forced him to fly. There on a day, as he pursued the chase, he chanced to spy a sort of shepherd grooms, playing on pipes and carolling apace, the whiles their beasts there in the budded brooms beside them fed, and nipped the tender blooms. For other worldly wealth they cared not, to whom Sir Calidore yet sweating comes, and them to tell him courteously besought, if such a beast they saw, which he had thither brought. They answered him that no such beast they saw, nor any wicked fiend that mote offend their hap-pie flocks, nor donger to them draw. But if that such there were, as none they kenned, they prayed high God them Faerie from them to send. Then one of them, him seeing so to sweat, after his rustic wise, that well he weened, off-red him drink to quench his thirsty heat. And, if he hungry were, him off-red eke to eat. The night was nothing nice, where was no need, and took their gentle offer, so adown. They prayed him sit, and gave him for to feed such homely what as serves the simple clown, that doth despise the dainties of the town. Though, having fed his fill, he there beside saw a fair damsel, which did wear a crown of sundry flores with silken ribbands tied, icled in homemade green that her own hands had dyed. Upon a little hillock she was placed, higher than all the rest, and round about environed with a girl goodly graced, of lovely lasses, and them all without the lusty shepherd swains sate in a rout, the which did pipe and sing her praises do, and oft rejoice, and oft for wonder shout, as if some miracle of heavenly HEW were down to them descended in that earthly view. And soothly sure she was full fair of face, and perfectly well shapt in every limb, which she did more augment with modest grace, and comely carriage of her countenance trim, that all the rest like lesser lamps did dim, who, her admiring as some heavenly wight, did for their sovereign goddess her esteem, and, carolling her name both day and night, the fairest pastorella her by name did hight. No was there heard, any was their shepherd swain, but her did honor, and eke many a one burnt in her love, and with sweet pleasing pain. Full many a night for her did sigh and groan, but most of all the shepherd Corydon for her did languish, and his dear life spend. Yet neither she for him nor other none did care a whit, any liking lend. Though mean her lot, yet higher did her mind ascend. Her while Sir Calidore there viewed well, and marked her rare demeanour, which him seemed so Faerie the mean of shepherds to excel, as that he in his mind her worthy deemed to be a prince's paragon esteemed. He was unware surprised in subtle bands of the blnd boy. Any thence could be redeemed by any skill out of his cruel hands, caught like the bird which gazing still on others stands. So stood he still long gazing thereupon, ne any will had thence to move away, although his quest were Faerie afore him gone. But after he had fed, yet did he stay, and sate there still, until the flying day was Faerie forth spent, discoursing diversly of sundry things as fell, to work delay. And evermore his speech he did apply to herds, but meant them to the damsel's fantasy. By this the moisty night approaching fast, her dewy humour gone on earth to shed, that warned the shepherds to their horns to hast their tender flocks, now being fully fed, for fear of wetting them before their bed. Then came to them a good old aged sire, whose silver locks bedecked his beard and head, with shepherd's hook in hand, and fit attire, that wiled the damsel rise. The day did now expire. He was, to weet, by common voice esteemed the father of the fairest pastorelle. And of herself in very deed so deemed. Yet was not so. But, as old stories tell, found her by fortune, which to him befell. In open fields an infant left alone. And, taking up, brought home and nursed well. As his own child. For other he had none. That she in tract of time accompted was his own. She at his bidding meekly did arise. And straight unto her little flock did fare. Then all the rest about her rose likewise. And each his sundry sheep with several care gathered together, and them homeward bare. Whilst every one with helping hands did strive amongst themselves, and did their labours share, to help fair Pastorella home to drive her fleecy flock. But Corydon most help did give. But Melibœ, so hight that good old man, now seeing Calidore left all alone, and night arrived hard at hand, began him to invite unto his simple home, which though it were a cottage clad with loam, and all things therein mean, yet better so, to lodge then in the salvage fields to roam. The knight full gladly soon agreed thereto, being his heart's own wish, and home with him did go. There he was welcomed of that honest sire, and of his aged beldame homely well, who him besought himself to disattire, and rest himself till supper time befell. By which home came the fairest pastorelle. After her flock she in their fold had tied, and supper ready dight they to it fell. With small ado, and nature satisfied, the which doth little crave contented to abide. Though when they had their hunger slaked well, and the fair made the table tiny away, the gentle knight, as he that did excel in courtesy and well could do and say, for so great kindness as he found that day, gone greatly thank his host and his good wife, and drawing thence his speech another way, gone highly to commend the happy life, which shepherds lead, without debate or bitter strife. How much, said he, more happy is the state, in which ye, father, here do dwell at ease, leading a life so free and fortunate, from all the tempests of these worldly seas, which toss the rest in dongerous disease, where wars, and wrecks, and wicked enmity, do them afflict, which no man can appease. That certes I your happiness envy, and wish my lot were placed in such felicity. Surely, my son, then answered he again, if happy, then it is in this intent, that having small yet do I not complain of want, any wish for more it to augment, but do myself with that I have content. So taught of nature, which doth little need of foreign helps to lives due nourishment. The fields my food, my flock my raiment breed. No better do I wear, no better do I feed. Therefore I do not any one envy, nor am envied of any one therefore. They, that have much, fear much to lose thereby. And store of cares doth follow riches' store. The little that I have grows daily more, without my care, but onely to attend it. My lambs do every year increase their score, and my flock's father daily doth amend it. What have I, but to praise Th Almighty that doth send it? To them that list the world's gay shows I leave, and to great ones such follies do forgive, which oft through pride do their own peril weave, and through ambition down themselves do drive to sad decay, that might contented live. Me no such cares nor cumbrous thoughts offend, no once my mind's unmoved quiet grieve, but all the night in silver sleep I spend, and all the day to what I list I do attend. Sometimes I hunt the fox, the vowed foe, unto my lambs, and him dislodge away. Sometime the fawn I practice from the doe, or from the goat her kidda, how to convey. Another while I baits and nets display, the birds to catch, or fishes to beguile. And when I weary am, I down do lay my limbs in every shade to rest from toil, and drink of every brook when thirst my throat doth boil. The time was once, in my first prime of years, when pride of youth forth pricked my desire, that I disdained amongst mine equal pairs to follow sheep and shepherd's base attire. For further fortune than I would inquire, and, leaving home, to royal court I sought, where I did sell myself for yearly hire, and in the prince's garden daily wrought. There I beheld such vainness as I never thought, with sight whereof soon cloyed, and long deluded, with idle hopes which them do entertain, after I had 10 years myself excluded from native home, and spent my youth in vain. I gone my follies to myself to plain, and this sweet peace, whose lacquer did then appear, though, back returning to my sheep again, I from thenceforth have learned to love more dear this lowly quiet life which I inherit here. Whilst thus he talked, the knight with greedy ear hung still upon his melting mouth attent, whose senseful words empierced his heart so near, that he was rapt with double ravishment, both of his speech, that wrought him great content, and also of the object of his view, on which his hungry eye was always bent, that twixt his pleasing tongue, and her fair hew, he lost himself, and like one half entranced grew, yet to occasion means to work his mind, and to insinuate his heart's desire. He thus replied, Now surely, sire, I find that all this world's gay shows, which we admire, be but vain shadows to this safe retire of life, which here in lowliness ye lead, fearless of foes, or fortune's wrackful ire, which tosseth states, and under foot doth tread the mighty ones, afraid of every change's dread. That even I, which daily do behold the glory of the great mongst whom I won, and now have proved what happiness ye hold in this small plot of your dominion, now loath great lordship and ambition, and wish heaven so much had graced me, as grant me live in like condition, or that my fortunes might transposed be from pitch of higher place unto this low degree. In vain, said then old Melibau, do men the heavens of their fortunes fault accuse, sith they know best what is the best for them, for they to each such fortune do diffuse, as they do know each can most aptly use. For not that which men covet most is best, nor that thing worst which men do most refuse, but fittest is, that all contented rest with that they hold, each hath his fortune in his breast. It is the emwind that mocketh good or ill, that mocketh wretch or happy, rich or poor. For some, that hath abundance at his will, hath not enough, but wants in greatest store, and other, that hath little, asks no more, but in that little is both rich and wise. For wisdom is most riches, fools therefore they are which fortunes do by vows devise, sith each unto himself his life may fortunize. Since then in each man's self, said Calidore, it is to fashion his own life's estate. Give leave awhile, good father, in this shore, to rest my bark, which hath been beaten late with storms of fortune and tempestuous fate, in seas of troubles and of toilsome pain, that, whether quite from them for to retrate, I shall resolve, or back to turn again, I may here with yourself some small repose obtain. Not that the burden of so bold a guest shall chargeful be, or change to you at all. For your mean food shall be my daily feast, and this your cabin both my bower and hall. Besides, for recompense hereof I shall you well reward, and golden guerdon give, that may perhaps you better much withal, and in this quiet make you safer live. So forth he drew much gold, and toward him it drive. But the good man, not tempted with the offer Of his rich mould, did thrust it Faerie away. And thus bespake, Sir Knight, your bounteous proffer. Be Faerie fro me. To whom ye ill display that mucky mass, the cause of men's decay. That mote impair my peace with dongers dread. But, if ye algates covet to essay this simple sort of life that shepherds lead, be it your own, our rudeness to yourself arid. So there that night Sir Calidore did dwell. And long while after, whilst him list remain, daily beholding the fair pastorelle, and feeding on the bait of his own bane, during which time he did her entertain with all kind courtesies he could invent, and every day, her company to gain. When to the field she went he with her went. So for to quench his fire he did it more augment. But she that never had acquainted been with such cant usage, fit for queens and kings, ne ever had such knightly service seen. But, being bred under base shepherds' wings, had ever learned to love the lowly things. Did little wit regard his courteous guise, but cared more for Colin's carolings than all that he could do, or ever devise. His lays, his loves, his looks, she did them all despise. Which Calidore perceiving, thought it best to change the manner of his lofty look, and doffing his bright arms himself ad rest in shepherd's weed, and in his hand he took, instead of steel-head spear, a shepherd's hook. That who had seen him then, would have bethought on Phrygian Paris by Plexippus brook, when he the love of Faerie Queene sought, what time the golden apple was unto him brought. So being clad unto the fields he went, with the fair pastorella every day, and kept her sheep with diligent attent, watching to drive the ravenous wolf away. The whilst at pleasure she mote sport and play, and every evening helping them to fold. And otherwhiles, for need, he did essay in his strong hand their rugged teats to hold, and out of them to praise the milk, love so much could. Which seeing Corydon, who her likewise long time had loved, and hopped her love to gain, he much was troubled at that stronger's guise, and many jealous thoughts conceived in vain, that this of all his labor and long pain should reap the harvest ere it ripened were. That made him scold, and pout, and oft complain of pastorelle to all the shepherds there, that she did love a stranger swain than him more dear. And ever, when he came in company, where Calidore was present, he would lure, and bite his lip, and even for jealousy was ready oft his own heart to devour, impatient of any paramour, who, on the other side, did see me so Faerie from malicing, or grudging his good hour, that all he could he graced him with her, ne ever shewed signa of rancour or of jar. And oft, when Corydon unto her brought, or little sparrows stolen from their nest, or wanton squirrels in the woods Faerie sought, or other dainty thing for her ad rest, he would commend his gift, and make the best. Yet she no whit his presence did regard, ne him could find to fancy in her breast. This newcome shepherd had his market marred. Old love is little worth when new is more preferred. One day, when as the shepherd swains together were met to make their sports and merry glee, as they are wont in fair sunshiny weather, the whiles their flocks in shadows shrouded be, they fell to dance. Then did they all agree that Colin Clout should pipe, as one most fit, and Calidore should lead the ring, as he that most in pastorelli's grace did sit. Thereat frowned Corydon, and his lip closely bit. But Calidore, of courteous inclination, took Corydon and set him in his place, that he should lead the dance, as was his fashion. For Corydon could dance, and trimly trace, and when as pastorella, him to grace, her flowery garland took from her own head, and plast on his, he did it soon displace. And did it put on Corydon's instead. Then Corydon walks frolic, that erst seemed dead. Another time, when as they did dispose to practice games and masteries to try, they for their judge did Pastorella chose. A garland was the meed of victory. There Corydon forth stepping openly did challenge Calidore to wrestling game. For he, through long and perfect industry, therein well practiced was, and in the same thought sure to avenge his grudge, and work his foe great shame. But Calidore he greatly did mistake, for he was strong and mightily stiff pight, that with one fall his neck he almost brake. And had he not upon him fallen light, his dearest joint he sure had broken quite. Then was the oaken crown by Pastorell given to Calidore as his due right. But he, that did in courtesy excel, gave it to Corydon, and said he won it well. Thus did the gentle knight himself abar amongst that rustic rout in all his deeds, that even they, the which his rivals were, could not maligny him, but commend him needs. For courtesy amongst the rudest breeds, goodwill and favor. So it surely wrought with this fair maid, and in her mind the seeds of perfect love did sow, that last forth brought the fruit of joy and bliss, though long time dearly bought. Thus Calidore continued their long time to win the love of the fair Pastorell, which having got, he used without crime or blameful blot, but managed so well, that he, of all the rest which there did dwell, was favored and to her grace commended. But what strange fortunes unto him befell, ere he attained the point by him intended, shall more conveniently in other place be ended. Canto. Chapter 10. Calidore sees the Graces dance to Colin's melody, the whiles his Pastorell is led into captivity, who now does follow the foule blatant beast, whilst Calidore does follow that fair maid, unmindful of his vow, and high beheast, which by the Faerie Queene was on him laid, that he should never leave, nor be delayed from chasing him, till he had it achieved. And now, entrapped of love, which him betrayed, he mindeth more how he may be relieved with grace from her, whose love his heart hath sore engrieved, that from henceforth he means no more to sow his former quest, so full of toil and pain. Another quest, another game in view, he hath, the guerdon of his love to gain, with whom he minds for ever to remain, and set his rest amongst the rustic sort, rather than hunt still after shadows vain of courtly favor, fed with light report of every blast, and sailing always in the port. Nasirtes mote he greatly blamed be, from so high step to stoop unto so low. For who had tasted once, as oft did he, the happy peace which there doth overflow, and prove the perfect pleasures which do grow amongst poor hinds, in hills, in woods, in dales, would never more delight in painted show of such false bliss, as there is set for stales. Tentrap unwary fools in their eternal bales. For what hath all that goodly glorious gaze, like to one sight which Calidore did view, the glance whereof their dimmed eyes would daze, that never more they should endure the shew of that sunshine that makes them look askew. No aught in all that world of beauties rare, save onely Gloriana's heavenly HEW, to which what can compare? Can it compare? The which, as cometh now by course, I will declare. One day, as he did wrong the fields abroad, whilst his fair Pastorella was elsewhere, he chanced to come, far from all people's troad, unto a place whose pleasaunce did appear to passe all others on the earth which were, for all that ever was by nature's skill devised to work delight was gathered there. and there by her were poured forth at fill. As if, this to adorn, she all the rest did pill. It was an hill plast in an open plain, that round about was bordered with a wood of matchless night, that seemed earth to disdain, in which all trees of honor stately stood, and did all winter as in summer bud, spreading pavilions for the birds to bower, which in their lower branches sung aloud, and in their tops the soaring hawk did tour, sitting like king of fowls in majesty and power, and at the foot thereof a gentle flood, his silver waves did softly tumble down, unmarred with ragged moss or filthy mud. Namote wild beasts, animote the ruder clown, thereto approach, any filth mote therein drown. But nymphs and fairies by the banks did sit, in the wood's shade which did the waters crown, keeping all noisome things away from it, and to the waters fall tuning their accents fit. And on the top thereof a spacious plain did spread itself, to serve to all delight, either to dance, when they to dance would fain, or else to course about their bases light. Naught there wanted which for pleasure might desired be, or thence to banish bale. So pleasantly the hill with equal height did see me to overlook the lowly vale. Therefore it rightly cleaped was Mount Astray. They say that Venus, when she did dispose herself to pleasance, used to resort unto this place, and therein to repose, and rest herself as in a gladsome port, or with the graces there to play and sport. That even her own Cytherin, though in it she used most to keep her royal court, and in her sovereign majesty to sit, she in regard hereof refused and thought unfit unto this place, when as the elfin knight approached, him seemed that the merry sound of a shrill pipe he playing heard on height, and many feet fast thumping hollow ground, that through the woods their echo did rebound. He nigher drew to weet what mote it be. There he a troop of ladies dancing found, full merrily, and making glad full glee. And in the midst a shepherd piping he did see. He durst not enter into open green, for dread of them unwares to be descried, for breaking of their dance, if he were seen. But in the covert of the wood did bide, beholding all, yet of them unespied. There he did see that pleased much his sight, that even he himself his eyes envied. 100 naked maidens lily white, all wronged in a ring and dancing in delight. All they without were wronged in a ring, and danced round. But in the midst of them 3 other ladies did both dance and sing, the whilst the rest them round about did hem, and like a girland did encompass a stem. And in the midst of those same 3 was placed another damsel, as a precious gem, amidst a ring most richly well enchased, that with her goodly presence all the rest much graced. Luke, how the crown, which Ariadne wore upon her ivory forehead, that same day that Theseus her unto his bridal bore, when the bold centaurs made that bloody fray, with the fierce lapiths which did them dismay, being now placed in the firmament, through the bright heaven doth her beams display, and is unto the stars an ornament, which round about her move in order excellent. Such was the beauty of this goodly band, whose sundry parts were here too long to tell. But she that in the midst of them did stand, seemed all the rest in beauty to excel, crowned with a rosy girland that right well did her beseem, and ever, as the crew about her danced, sweet flowers that far did smell, and fragrant odors they upon her threw. But most of all those 3 did her with gifts endue. Those were the Graces, daughters of delight, handmaids of Venus, which are wont to haunt upon this hill, and dance there day and night. Those 3 to men all gifts of grace do grant, and all that Venus in herself doth vaunt. is borrowed of them. But that fair one, that in the midst was placed paravant, was she to whom that shepherd pypt alone, that made him pipe so merrily, as never none. She was, to weet, that jolly shepherd's lassie, which piped there unto that merry rout. That jolly shepherd, which there piped, was poor Colin Clout, who knows not Colin Clout. He pypt apace, whilst they him danced about. Pipe, jolly shepherd, pipe thou now apace, unto thy love that made thee low to lout. Thy love is present there with thee in place. Thy love is there advanced to be another grace. Much wondered Calidore at this strange sight, whose like before his eye had never seen. And standing long astonished in sprite, and rapt with pleasaunce, wist not what to ween. Whether it were the train of beauty's queen, or nymphs, or fairies, or enchanted show, with which his eyes mote have deluded been. Therefore, resolving what it was to know, out of the wood he rose, and toward them did go. But, soon as he appeared to their view, they vanished all away out of his sight, and clean were gone, which way he never knew. All save the shepherd, who, for fell despite of that displeasure, broke his bagpipe quite, and made great moan for that unhappy turn. But Calidore, though no less sorry wight for that mishap, yet seeing him to mourn, drew near, that he the truth of all by him mote learn. And, first him greeting, thus unto him spake: Highly, jolly shepherd, which thy joyous days here leadest in this goodly merry-make, frequented of these gentle nymphs always, which to thee flock to hear thy lovely lays. Tell me, what mote these dainty damsels be, which here with thee do make their pleasant plays? Right happy thou that mayst them freely see. But why, when I them saw, fled they away from me? Not I so happy, answered then that swain, as thou unhappy, which them thence didst chase, whom by no means thou canst recall again. For, being gone, none can them bring in place, but whom they of themselves list so to grace. Right sorry I, said then Sir Calidore, that my ill fortune did them hence displace. But since things past none may now restore, tell me what were they all, whose lack of thee grieves so sore? Though gone that shepherd thus for to dilate, then wote, thou shepherd, whatsoever thou be, that all those ladies, which thou sawest late, are Venus damsels, all within her fee, but differing in honor and degree. They all are graces which on her depend, besides 1,000 more which ready be her to adorn, when so she forth doth wend. But those three in the midst do chief on her attend. They are the daughters of sky-ruling Jove, by him begot of fair Eurynome, the ocean's daughter, in this pleasant grove, as he, this way coming from feast full glee, of Thetis wedding with Chastity, in summer's shade himself here rested weary. The first of them hight mild Euphrosyne, next fair Aglaia, last Talia Mary. Sweet goddesses all three, which me in mirth do chary. These three on men all gracious gifts bestow, which deck the body or adorn the mind, to make them lovely or well-favored show. As comely carriage, entertainment kinda, sweet semblant, friendly offices that bind, and all the compliments of courtesy. They teach us how to each degree and kinda we should ourselves demean, to low, to high, to friends, to foes, which skill men call civility. Therefore they always smoothly see me to smile, that we likewise should mild and gentle be, and also naked are, that without guile, or false dissemblance all them plain may see, simple and true, from covert malice free, and eke themselves so in their daunts they bore, that two of them still froward seem to be, but one still towards shoot herself afore. That good should from us go, then come, in greater store. Such were those goddesses which ye did see. But that fourth maid, which there amidst them traced, who can ariad what creature mote she be? Whether a creature, or a goddess graced with heavenly gifts from heaven first enraced? But what so sure she worthy was to be the fourth with those three other placed. Yet was she certes but a countray lasse. Yet she all other countray lasses Faerie did passe. So Faerie, as doth the daughter of the day, all other lesser lights in light excel. So Faerie doth she in beautiful array above all other lasses bear the bell. No less in virtue that beseems her well doth she exceed the rest of all her race. For which the graces, that here want to dwell, have for more honor brought her to this place, and graced her so much to be another grace. Another grace she well deserves to be, in whom so many graces gathered are, excelling much the mean of her degree. Divine resemblance, beauty sovereign rare, firme chastity, that spite any blemish dare. All which she with such courtesy doth grace, that all her peres cannot with her compare, but quite are dimmed when she is in place. She made me often pipe, and now to pipe apace. Sun of the world, great glory of the sky, that all the earth doest lighten with thy rays. Great Gloriana, greatest majesty, pardon thy shepherd, mongst so many lays, as he hath sung of thee in all his days, to make one minime of thy poor handmaid, and underneath thy feet to place her praise, that when thy glory shall be Faerie displayed, to future age, of her this mention may be made. When thus that shepherd ended had his speech, said Calidore, now sure it irketh me, that to thy bliss I made this luckless breach, as now the author of thy bale to be, thus to bereave thy love's dear sight from thee. But, gentle shepherd, pardon thou my shame, who rashly sought that which I mote not see. Thus did the courteous knight excuse his blame, and to recomfort him all comely means did frame. In such discourses they together spent long time, as fit occasion forth them led, with which the knight himself did much content, and with delight his greedy fancy fed, both of his words, which he with reason read, and also of the place, whose pleasures rare, with such regard his senses ravished, that thence he had no will away to fare, but wished that with that shepherd he mote dwelling share. But that envenomed sting, the which of yore, his poisonous point deep fixed in his heart, had left, now gone afresh to rankle sore, and to renew the rigor of his smart, which to recure no skill of leech's art mote him avail, but to return again to his wound's worker, that with lovely dart, dinting his breast had bred his restless pain, like as the wounded whale to shore flies from the main. So, taking leave of that same gentle swain, he back returned to his rustic one, where his fair pastorella did remain, to whom, in sort as he at first begun, he daily did apply himself to don all do full service, void of thoughts impure, ne any pains any peril did he shun, by which he might her to his love allure, and liking in her yet untamed heart procure. And evermore the shepherd Corydon, whatever thing he did her to agrate, did strive to match with strong contention, and all his pains did closely emulate, whether it were to carol, as they sate, keeping their sheep, or games to exercise, or to present her with their labors late, through which if any grace chanced to our eyes, to him, the shepherd straight with jealousy did frise. One day, as they all three together went to the green wood to gather strawberries, there chanced to them a dangerous accident. A tigre forth out of the wood did rise, that with fell claws full of fierce gourmandise, and greedy mouth wide gaping like hell gate, did run at Pastorelle her to surprise. Whom she beholding, now all desolate, gone cry to them aloud to help her all too late. Which Corydon first hearing ran in hast to rescue her. But, when he saw the fiend, through cowherd fear he fled away as fast. Ne durst abide the donger of the end. His life he steemed dearer than his friend. But Calidore soon coming to her aid, when he the beast saw ready now to rend his love's dear spoil, in which his heart was prayed, he ran at him enraged, instead of being frayed. He had no weapon but his shepherd's hook, to serve the vengeance of his wrathful will, with which so sternly he the monster strook, that to the ground astonished he fell. Whence, ere he could recour, he did him quell. And, hewing off his head, he it presented before the feet of the fair Pastorelle, who, scarcely yet from former fear exempted, 1,000 times him thanked that had her death prevented. From that day forth she gone him to affect, and daily more her favour to augment. But Corydon for cowherd eyes reject, fit to keep sheep, unfit for love's content. The gentle heart scorns base disparagement. Yet Calidore did not despise him quite, but usty him friendly for further intent, that by his fellowship he colour might both his estate and love from skill of any wight. So well he would her, and so well he wrought her, with humble service, and with daily soot, that at the last unto his will he brought her, which he so wisely well did prosecute, that of his love he reaped the timely fruit, enjoyed long in close felicity, till fortune, fraught with malice, blind and brute, that envies lovers' long prosperity, blew up a bitter storm of foule adversity. It fortuned one day, when Calidore was hunting in the woods, as was his trade, a lawless people, brigands height of yore, that never usty to live by plough nor spade, but fed on spoil and booty, which they made upon their neighbours which did nigh them border. The dwelling of these shepherds did invade, and spoiled their houses, and themselves did murder, and drove away their flocks, with other much disorder. Amongst the rest, the which they then did prey, they spoiled old Meliby of all he had, and all his people captive led away. Mongst which this luckless made away was lad, fair Pastorella, sorrowful and sad. Most sorrowful, most sad, that ever sight, now made the spoil of thieves and brigands bad, which was the conquest of the gentlest knight that ever lived, and th only glory of his might. With them also was taken Corydon, and carried captive by those thieves away, who in the covert of the night, that none mote them descry, nor rescue from their prey, unto their dwelling did them close convey. Their dwelling in a little island was, covered with shrubby woods, in which no way appeared for people in nor out to paw, nor any footing find for overgrown graw. For underneath the ground their way was made, through hollow caves, that no man mote discover, for the thick shrubs, which did them always shade from view of living wight and covered over. But darkness dread and daily night did hover through all the inner parts, wherein they dwelt. No light Ned was with window, nor with lover, but with continual candlelight, which dealt a doubtful sense of things, not so well seen as felt. Hither those brigands brought their present prey, and kept them with continual watch and ward, meaning, so soon as they convenient may, for slaves to sell them for no small reward, to merchants, which them kept in bondage hard, or sold again. Now when fair Pastorelle into this place was brought, and kept with guard of griesly thieves, she thought herself in hell, where with such damned fiends she should in darkness dwell. But for to tell the doleful drariment and pitiful complaints which there she made, where day and night she not did but lament her wretched life shut up in deadly shade, and waste her goodly beauty, which did fade, like to a flower that feels no heat of sun, which may her feeble leaves with comfort glade. And what befell her in that thievish one, will in another canto better be begone. Canto. Chapter 11. The thieves fall out for Pastorelle. Whilst Melibea is slain, her Calidore from them redeems, and bringeth back again the joys of love, if they should ever last, without affliction or disquietness, that worldly chances do amongst them cast, would be on earth too great a blessedness, liker to heaven than mortal wretchedness. Therefore the winged God, to let men weet, that here on earth is no sure happiness. 1,000 sorceress hath tempered with one sweet, to make it seem more dear and dainty, as is meet, like as is now befallen to this fair maid, fair Pastorelle, of whom is now my song, who being now in dreadful darkness laid, amongst those thieves, which her in bondage strong detained, yet fortune, not with all this wrong, contented, greater mischief on her threw, and sorrows heaped on her in greater throng, that whoso hears her heaviness, would rue, and pity her sad plight, so chong from pleasant Hew. Whilst thus she in these hellish dens remained, wrapped in wretched cares and heart's unrest, it so befell, as fortune had ordained, that he which was their capitaine professed, and had the chief command of all the rest, one day, as he did all his prisoners view, with lustful eyes beheld that lovely guest, fair Pastorella, whose sad mournful Hew, like the fair morning clad in misty fog did shew, at sight whereof his barbarous heart was fired, and inly burnt with flames most raging what, that her alone he for his part desired, of all the other prey which they had got, and her in mind did to himself allot. From that day forth he kindness to her showed, and sought her love by all the means he mote. With looks, with words, with gifts he oft her wowed, and mixed threats among, and much unto her vowed. But all that ever he could do or say, her constant MND could not a whit remove, nor draw unto the lure of his lewd lay, to grunt him favor or afford him love. Yet ceased he not to so, and always prove, by which he mote accomplish his request, saying and doing all that mote behove. Ne day nor night he suffered her to rest, but her all night did watch, and all the day molest. At last, when him she so importune saw, fearing least he at length the reins would lend unto his lust, and make his will his law, sith in his power she was to foe or friend, she thought it best, for shadow to pretend some shew of favor, by him gracing small, that she thereby mote either freely wend, or at more ease continue there his thrall. A little well is lent that gaineth more withal. So from thenceforth, when love he to her made, with better terms she did him entertain, which gave him hope, and did him half persuade, that he in time her joyance should obtain. But when she saw through that small favors gain, that further than she willing was he pressed, she found no means to bar him, but to feign a sodane sickness which her sore oppressed, and made unfit to serve his lawless Mindy's behest, by means whereof she would not him permit once to approach to her in privity, but only mongst the rest by her to sit, mourning the rigor of her malady, and seeking all things meet for remedy. But she resolved no remedy to find, nor better chayar to shew in misery, till fortune would her captive bonds unbind. Her sickness was not of the body, but the mind, during which space that she thus sick did lie, it chanced a sort of merchants, which were wont to skim those coasts for bondmen there to buy, and by such traffic after gains to hunt. Arrived in this isle, though bare and blunt, t'inquire for slaves, where being ready met by some of these same thieves at the instant brunt, were brought unto their captain, who was set by his fair patient side with sorrowful regret, to whom they shewed how those merchants were arrived in place their bond slaves for to buy, and therefore prayed that those same captives there mote to them for their most commodity be sold, and mongst them shared equally. This their request the captain much appalled, yet could he not their just demand deny, and willed straight the slaves should forth be called, and sold for most advantage, not to be forestalled. Then forth the good old Melibot was brought, and Corydon with many other mo, whom they before in diverse spoils had caught, all which he to the merchant sale did show, till some, which did the sundry prisoners know, gone to inquire for that fair shepherdess, which with the rest they took not long ago, and gone her for me and feature to express, the more to augment her price through praise of comeliness. To whom the captain in full angry wise made answer, that the maid of whom they spake was his own purchase and his only prize, with which none had to do any aught partake, but he himself which did that conquest make. Little for him to have one silly lasse. Besides, through sickness now so wan and weak, that nothing meet in merchandise to passe. So shewed them her, to prove how pale and weak she was, the sight of whom, though now decayed and marred, and eke but hardly seen by candlelight, yet, like a diamond of rich regard, in doubtful shadow of the darksome night, with starry beams about her shining bright, these merchants' fixed eyes did so amaze, that what through wonder, and what through delight, a while on her they greedily did gaze, and did her greatly like, and did her greatly praise. At last when all the rest them off-read were, and prizes to them placed at their pleasure, they all refused in regard of her. No aught would buy, however prized with measure, withouten her, whose worth above all treasure they did esteem, and off-read store of gold. But then the captain, fraught with more displeasure, bade them be still. His love should not be sold. The rest take if they would, he her to him would hold. Therewith some other of the chiefest thieves boldly him bade such injury forbear. For that same maid, however it him grieves, should with the rest be sold before him thar, to make the prizes of the rest more dear. That with great rage he stoutly doth deny, and, fiercely drawing forth his blade, doth swear, that who so hardy hand on her doth lay, it dearly shall abye, and death for hand shall pay. Thus, as they words amongst them multiply, they fall to strokes, the fruit of too much talka, and the mad steel about doth fiercely fly, not sparing wight, any leaving any balky, but making way for death at large to walk, who, in the horror of the grisly night, in thousand dreadful shapes doth mongst them stalk, and makes huge havocy, whiles the candlelight out-quenched leaves no skill nor difference of white, like a sort of hungry dogs, emmet about some carcass by the common way, do fall together, striving each to get the greatest portion of the greedy prey. All on confused heaps themselves essay, and snatch, and bite, and rend, and tug, and tear, that who them sees would wonder at their fray, and who sees not would be afraid to hear. Such was the conflict of those cruel brigands there. But first of all their captives they do kill, lest they should join against the weaker side, or rise against the remnant at their will. Old Melibot is slain, and him beside his aged wife, with many others wide. But Corydon, escaping craftily, creeps forth of doors, whilst darkness him doth hide, and flies away as fast as he can hie. Ne stayeth leave to take before his friends do die. But Pastorella, woeful wretched Elfie, was by the captain all this while defended, who, minding more her safety than himself, his target always over her pretended, by means whereof, that mote not be amended, he at the length was slain and laid on ground, yet holding fast twixt both his arms extended, fair Pastorelle, who, with the self-same wound, launched through the arm, fell down with him in dreary swound. There lay she covered with confused prease of carcasses, which dying on her fell. Though, when as he was dead, the fray gone cease, and each to other calling did compel, to stay their cruel hands from slaughter fell. Sith they that were the cause of all were gone, thereto they all attents agreed well, and, lighting candles new, gone search anon. How many of their friends were slain, how many foen? Their captain there they cruelly found killed, and in his arms the dreary dying maid, like a sweet angel twixt two clouds uphiled. Her lovely light was dimmed and decayed, with cloud of death upon her eyes displayed. Yet did the cloud make even that dimmed light see me much more lovely in that darkness laid, and twixt the twinkling of her eyelids bright, to spark out little beams, like stars in foggy night. But when they moved the carcasses aside, they found that life did yet in her remain. Then all their helps they busily applied, to call the soul back to her home again, and wrought so well, with labor and long pain, that they to life recovered her at last, who, sighing sore, as if her heart in twain had riven bene and all her heartstrings brast, with dreary drooping eyne looked up like one aghast. There she beheld, that sore her grieved to see, her father and her friends about her lying, herself sole left a second spoil to be, of those, that, having saved her from dying, renewed her death by timely death denying. What now is left her but to wail and weep, wringing her hands, and ruefully loud crying? Ne cared she her wound in tears to steep, alba with all their might those brigands her did keep. But when they saw her now relived again, they left her so, in charge of one, the best of many worst, who with unkind disdain and cruel rigor her did much molest, scarce yielding her due food or timely rest, and scarcely suffering her in festered wound, that sore her pained, by any to be drayest. So leave we her in wretched thraldom bound, and turn we back to Calidore where we him found, who when he back returned from the wood, and saw his shepherd's cottage spoiled quite, and his love reft away, he wexed wood, and half enraged at that rueful sight, that even his heart, for very fell despite, and his own flesh he ready was to tear. He chafed, he grieved, he fretted, and he sight, and fared like a furious wild bear, whose whelps are stol'n away, she being otherwhere. No wight he found to whom he might complain, no wight he found of whom he might inquire, that more increased the anguish of his pain. He sought the woods, but no man could see there. He sought the plains, but could no tidings hear. The woods did not but echoes vain rebound. The plains all waste and empty did appear, where wont the shepherds oft their pipes resound, and feed an hundred flocks, there now not one he found. At last, as there he roamed up and down, he chanced one coming towards him to spy. That seemed to be some sorry simple clown, with ragged weeds, and locks upstaring high, as if he did from some late donger fly. And yet his fear did follow him behind, who as he unto him approached nigh, he mote perceive by signas which he did fwnd, that Corydon it was, the silly shepherd's hind. Though, to him running fast, he did not stay to greet him first, but asked where were the rest? Where Pastorelle? who full of fresh dismay, and gushing forth in tears, was so oppressed, that he no word could speak, but smit his breast, and up to heaven his eyes fast streaming through, whereat the knight amazed yet did not rest, but asked again, what meant that rueful Hew? Where was his pastorelle? Where all the other crew? Ah, well away, said he, then sighing sore, that ever I did live this day to see, this dismal day, and was not dead before I saw fair pastorella die. Die? Out, alas! Then Calidore did cry, how could the death dare ever her to quell? But read thou, shepherd, read what destiny, or other direful hap from heaven or hell, hath wrought this wicked deed, do fear away, and tell. Though, when the shepherd breathed had a while, he thus began, where shall I then commence this woeful tale? Or how those brigands vile, with cruel rage and dreadful violence, spoiled all our cots, and carried us from hence? Or how fair pastorelle should have been sold to merchants, but was saved with strong defence? Or how those thieves, whilst one sought her to hold, fell all at odds, and fought through fury fierce and bold? In that same conflict, woe is me, befell this fatal chance, this doleful accident, whose heavy tidings now I have to tell. First, all the captives, which they here had hent, were by them slain by general consent. Old Melibau and his good wife withal, these eyes saw die, and dearly did lament. But, when the lot to pastorelle did fall, their captain long withstood, and did her death forestall. But what could he gainst all them do alone? It could not boot, needs mote she die at last. I only scapt through great confusion of cries and clamours which amongst them passed, in dreadful darkness dreadfully aghast, that better were with them to have been dead, than here to see all desolate and wast, despoiled of those joys and jolly head, which with those gentle shepherds here I want to lead. When Calidore these rueful news had rout, his heart quite dead was with anguish great, and all his wits with dule were nigh distraught, that he his face, his head, his breast did beat, and death itself unto himself did threat, oft cursing heavens, that so cruel were to her, whose name he often did repeat, and wishing oft that he were present there, when she was slain, or had been to her succor near. But after grief a while had had his course, and spent itself in mourning, he at last began to mitigate his swelling source, and in his mind with better reason cast, how he might save her life, if life did last, or, if that dead, how he her death might wreak, sith otherwise he could not mend thing past, or if it to revenge he were too weak, then for to die with her, and his lives threed to break. Though Corydon he prayed, sith he well knew the ready way unto that thievish one, to wend with him, and be his conduct true, unto the place, to see what should be done. But he, whose heart through fear was late fordone, would not for aught be drawn to former dread, but by all means the donger known did shon. Yet Calidore so well him wrought with mead, and fair bespoke with words, that he at last agreed. So forth they go together, God before, both clad in shepherd's weeds agreeably, and both with shepherd's hooks, but Calidore had, underneath, him armed privily. Though, to the place when they approached nigh, they chanced, upon an hill not far away, some flocks of sheep and shepherds to espy, to whom they both agreed to take their way, in hope their news to learn, how they mote best assay. There did they find, that which they did not fear, the self-same flocks the which those thieves had reft, from Melibs and from themselves wilier, and certain of the thieves there by them left, the which, for want of beards, themselves then kept. Right well knew Corydon his own late sheep, and seeing them for tender pity wept. But when he saw the thieves which did them keep, his heart gone fail, alba he saw them all asleep. But Calidore recomforting his grief, though not his fear, for naught may fear dissuade, him hardly forward drew, whereas the T.F. lay sleeping soundly in the bushes' shade, whom Corydon him counselled to invade. Now all unwares, and take the spoil away. But he, that in his mind had closely made a further purpose, would not so them slay, but gently waking them gave them the time of day. Though, sitting down by them upon the green, of sundry things he purpose gone to feign, that he by them might certain tidings wean. Of Pastorelle, were she alive or slain? Mongst which the thieves them questioned again, what Mr. men, and eke from whence they were. To whom they answered, as did appertain, that they were poor hardgrooms, the which whilera had from their maisters fled, and now sought hire elsewhere. Whereof right glad they seemed, and offer made to hire them well if they their flocks would keep. For they themselves were evil grooms, they said, unwont with herds to watch, or pasture sheep, but to foray the land, or secure the deep. Thereto they soon agreed, and earnest took to keep their flocks for little hire and cheap. For they for better hire did shortly look. So there all day they bode, till light the sky forsook. Though, when as towards darksome night it drew, unto their hellish dens those thieves them brought, where shortly they in great acquaintance grew, and all the secrets of their entrails sought. There did they find, contrary to their thought, that Pastorelle yet lived, but all the rest were dead, right so as Corydon had taught. Whereof they both full glad and blithe did rest. But chiefly Calidore, whom grief had most posseused. At length, when they occasion fittest found, in dead of night, when all the thieves did rest, after a late foray, and slept full sound, Sir Calidore him armed as he thought best, having of late by diligent inquest provided him a sword of meanest sort, with which he straight went to the captain's nest. But Corydon durst not with him consort, ne durst abide behind, for dread of worse effort. When to the cave they came, they found it fast. But Calidore with huge resistless might the doors assailed, and the locks upbrast, with noise whereof the Duessa waking light unto the entrance ran, where the bold knight, encountering him with small resistance slew. The whiles fair Pastorelle through great affright was almost dead, misdoubting least of new. Some uproar were like that which lately she did view. But when as Calidore was comen in, and gone aloud for Pastorelle to call, knowing his voice, although not heard long sin, she sudden was revived therewithal, and wondrous joy felt in her spirit's thrall. Like him that being long in tempest tossed, looking each hour into death's mouth to fall, at length espies at hand the hap pie cost, on which he safety hopes that erst feared to be lost. Her gentle heart, that now long season past, had never joyance felt nor cheerful thought, began some smack of comfort new to taste, like life-will heat to numbed senses brought, and life to feel that long for death had sought. No less in heart rejoiced Calidore, when he her found, but, like to one distraught, and robbed of reason, towards her him bore, 1,000 times embraced, and kissed 1,000 more. But now by this, with noise of late uproar, the hue and cry was raised all about, and all the brigands flocking in great store, unto the cave gone priests, not having doubt of that was done, and entreed in a rout. But Calidore in th entry close did stand, and entertaining them with courage stout, still slew the foremost that came first to hand. So long till all the entry was with bodies manned. Though, when no more could nigh to him approach, he breathed his sword, and rested him till day. Which when he spied upon the earth Tean crotch, through the dead carcasses he made his way, mongst which he found a sword of better say, with which he forth went into open light, where all the rest for him did ready stay, and, fierce assailing him, with all their might, gone all upon him lay, there gone a dreadful fight. How many flies, in wattest summer's day, do seize upon some beast whose flesh is bare, that all the place with swarms do overlay, and with their little stings right felly fare. So many thieves about him swarming are, all which do him assail on every side, and sore oppress, any him doth spare. But he doth with his raging brawn divide their thickest troops, and round about him scattereth wide, like as a lion mongst an herd of deer, disperseth them to catch his choicest prey. So did he fly amongst them here and there, and all that near him came did hew and slay, till he had strode with bodies all the way, that none his donger daring to abide, fled from his wrath, and did themselves convey into their caves, their heads from death to hide. Ne any left that victory to him envied. Then, back returning to his dearest dear, he her got to recomfort all he might, with glad full speeches and with lovely cheer, and forth her bringing to the joyous light, whereof she long had lacked the wishful sight, devised all goodly means from her to drive the sad remembrance of her wretched plight. So her uneath at last he did revive, that long had lien dead, and made again alive. This done, into those thievish dens he went, and thence did all the spoils and treasures take, which they from many long had robbed and rent. But fortune now the victor's meed did make, of which the best he did his love betake, and also all those flocks, which they before had reft from Melips and from his make, he did them all to Corydon restore. So drove them all away, and his love with him bore. Canto. Chapter 12. Fair Pastorella by great hap her parents understands. Calidore doth the blatant beast subdue, and bind in bands, like as a ship, that through the ocean wide directs her course unto one certain coast, is met of many a counter wind and tide, with which her winged speed is let and crossed, and she herself in stormy surges tossed. Yet, making many a horde and many a bay, still winneth way, any hath her compasse lost. Right so it fares with me in this long way, whose course is often stayed, yet never is astray. For all that hitherto hath long delayed this gentle knight from sowing his first quest, though out of course, yet hath not been a missade, to shew the courtesy by him professed, even unto the lowest and the least. But now I come into my course again, to his achievement of the blatant beast, who all this while it will did range and reign, whilst none was him to stop, nor none him to restrain. Sir Calidore, when thus he now had rout fair Pastorella from those brigands' power, unto the castle of Belgrade her brought, whereof was lord the good Sir Bellamore, who whilome was, in his youth's freshest floor, a lusty knight as ever wielded spear, and had endured many a dreadful stour, in bloody battle for a lady dear, the fairest lady then of all that living were. Her name was Claribel, whose father hight the lord of many islands, Faerie renowned for his great riches and his greater might. He, through the wealth wherein he did abound, this daughter thought in wedlock to have bound unto the prince of Pictoland, bordering near. But she, whose sides before with secret wound of love to Bellamore empierced were, by all means shunned to match with any foreign fear. And Bellamore again so well her pleased, with daily service and attendance due. That of her love he was entirely seized, and closely did her wed, but known to few. Which when her father understood, he grew in so great rage that them in dong eon deep, without compassion cruelly he threw. Yet did so straightly them asunder keep, that neither could to company of each other creep. Nathless Sir Bellamour, whether through grace or secret gifts, so with his keepers wrought, that to his love sometimes he came in place, whereof her womb, unwist to white, was fraught, and in due time a maiden child forth brought, which she straightway, for dread least if her sire should know thereof to slay he would have sought, delivered to her handmaid, that for hire she should it cause be fostered under strange attire. The trusty damsel bearing it abroad into the empty fields, where living white mote not bewray the secret of her load, she forth gone lay unto the open light, the little babe to take thereof a sight, whom whilst she did with watery eyne behold, upon the little breast, like Christ all bright, she mote perceive a little purple mold, that like a rose her silken leaves did fair unfold. Well she it market, and pitied the more, yet could not remedy her wretched case, but, closing it again like as before, bedawed with tears there left it in the place, yet left not quite, but drew a little space behind the bushes, where she did her hide, to weet what mortal hand, or heaven's grace, would for the wretched infant's help provide. For which it loudly called, and pitifully cried. At length a shepherd, which thereby did keep his fleecy flock upon the plains around, led with the infant's cry that loud did weep, came to the place, where, when he rapt found abandoned spoil, he softly it unbound, and, seeing there that did him pity sore, he took it up and in his mantle wound, so home unto his honest wife it bore, who as her own it nursed, and named, evermore. Thus long continued Claribel a thrall, and Bellamour in bands, till that her sire departed life, and left unto them all. Then all the storms of fortune's former ire were turned, and they to freedom did retire. Thenceforth they joyed in happiness together, and lived long in peace and love entire, without disquiet or dislike of either, till time that Calidore brought Pastorella thither, both whom they goodly well did entertain. For Bellamour knew Calidore right well, and loved for his prowess, sith they twain long since had fought in field, als Claribel no less did tender the fair Pastorelle, seeing her weak and wan through durance long. There they a while together thus did dwell, in much delight, and many joys among, until the damsel gone to Wex more sound and strong, though gone Sir Calidore him to advise of his first quest, which he had long forlore. Asham to think how he that enterprise, the which the Faerie Queene had long afore bequeathed to him, Furslact had so sore, that much he feared least reproachful blame, with foule dishonour him mote blot therefore, besides the loss of so much loose and fame, as through the world thereby should glorify his name. Therefore, resolving to return in hast unto so great achievement, he bethought to leave his love, now puerile being past, with Claribel, whilst he that monster sought throughout the world, and to destruction brought. So taking leave of his fair Pastorelle, whom to recomfort all the means he wrought, with thanks to Bellamour and Claribel, he went forth on his quest, and did that him befell. But first, ere I do his adventures tell, in this exploit, me needeth to declare what did betide to the fair Pastorelle during his absence, left in heavy care, through daily mourning and nightly misfare. Yet did that ancient matrone all she might to cherish her with all things choice and rare. And her own handmaid, that Melissa hight, appointed to attend her duly day and night. Who in a morning, when this maiden fair was dighting her, having her snowy breast as yet not laced, nor her golden hair into their comely tresses duly dressed, chanced to espy upon her ivory chest the rosy mark which she remembered well, that little infant had, which forth she kest, the daughter of her lady Claribel, the which she bore the whiles in prison she did dwell, which well avishing, straight she gone to cast in her conceit full amwendi that this fair maid was that same infant which so long sith past she in the open fields had loosely laid, to fortune's spoil, unable it to aid. So, full of joy, straight forth she ran in hast unto her mistress, being half dismayed, to tell her how the heavens had her grasped, to save her childe, which in misfortune's mouth was plast. The sober mother seeing such her mood, yet knowing not what meant that so dane through, asked her, how mote her words be understood, and what the matter was that moved her so. My lief, said she, ye know that long ago, whilst ye in durance dwelt, ye to me gave a little maid, the which ye childed though the same again if now ye list to have. The same is yonder lady, whom high God did save. Much was the lady troubled at that speech, and gone to question straight, how she it knew. Most certain marks, said she, do me it teach. For on her breast I with these eyes did view the little purple rose which thereon grew, whereof her name ye then to her did give. Besides, her countenance and her likely hew, matched with equal years, do surely prove that yon same is your daughter sure, which yet doth live. The matrone stayed no langer to inquire, but forth in hast ran to the stronger maid, whom catching greedily, for great desire, rent up her breast, and bosom open laid, in which that rose she plainly saw displayed. Then, her embracing twixt her arms twain, she long so held, and softly weeping said, And livest thou, my daughter, now again? And art thou yet alive, whom dead I long did feign? Though further asking her of sundry things, and times comparing with their accidents, she found at last, by very certain signas, and speaking marks of past monuments, that this young maid, whom chanced to her presence, is her own daughter, her own infant dear. Though, wondering long at those so strange events, 1,000 times she her embraced near, with many a joyful kiss and many a melting tear. Whoever is the mother of one childe, which having thought long dead she finds alive, let her by proof of that which she hath filed in her own breast, this mother's joy describe. For other none such passion can contrive. Imperfect for me, as this good lady felt, when she so fair a daughter saw survive, as Pastorella was, that nigh she swelt for passing joy, which did all into pity melt. Thence running forth unto her loved lord, she unto him recounted all that fell, who, joining joy with her in one accord, acknowledged for his own fair Pastorelle. There leave we them in joy, and let us tell of Calidore, who, seeking all this while that monstrous beast by fin all force to quell, through every place with restless pain and toil, him followed by the tract of his outrageous spoil. Through all estates he found that he had passed, in which he many massacres had left, and to the clergy now was come at last, in which such spoil, such havocy, and such theft he wrought, that thence all goodness he bereft. That and less were to tell. The elfin knight, who now no place besides unsought had left, at length into a monastery did light, where he him found despoiling all with main and might. Into their cloisters now he broken had, through which the monks he chased here and there, and them pursued into their dorters sad, and searched all their cells and secrets near, in which what filth and ordure did appear, were irksome to report. Yet that foule beast, not sparing them, the more did toss and tear, and ransack all their denays from most to least, regarding not religion, nor their holy heast. From thence into the sacred church he broke, and robbed the chancel, and the desks down threw, and altars fouled, and blasphemy spoke, and images, for all their goodly hew, did cast to ground, whilst none was them to rue. So all confounded and disordered there. But, seeing Calidore, away he flew, knowing his fat all hand by former fear. But he him fast pursuing soon approached near. Him in a narrow place he overtook, and fierce assailing forced him turn again. Sternly he turned again, when he him strook with his sharp steel, and ran at him amain, with open mouth, that seemed to contain a full good peck within the utmost brim, all set with iron teeth in wrongs twain, that terrified his foes, and armed him, appearing like the mouth of Orcus griesly grim, and therein were 1,000 tongues impite, of sundry kins and sundry quality. Some were of dogs, that barked day and night, and some of cats, that rawling still did cry, and some of bears, that groaned continually, and some of tigers, that did see me to gren, and snarl at all that ever passed by. But most of them were tongues of mortal men, which spake reproachfully, not caring where nor when. And them amongst were mingled here and there the tongues of serpents, with 3 forked stings, that spat out poison and gorbloudy gear at all that came within his ravenings, and spake licentious words and hateful things, of good and bad alike, of low and high. Ne geezers spared he a whit, nor kings, but either blotted them with infamy, or bit them with his baneful teeth of injury. But Calidore, thereof no whit afraid, rencountered him with so impetuous might, that outrage of his violence he stayed, and bet aback, threatening in vain to bite, and spitting forth the poison of his spite, that foamed all about his bloody jaws. Though, rearing up his former feet on height, he ramped upon him with his ravenous paws, as if he would have rent him with his cruel claws. But he, right well aware, his rage to ward, did cast his shield atween, and, therewithal, putting his puissance forth, pursued so hard, that backward he enforced him to fall, and, being down, ere he knew help could call, his shield he on him threw, and fast down held, like as a bullock, that in bloudy stall of butcher's baleful hand to ground is felled, is forcibly kept down, till he be throughly quelled. Full cruelly the beast did rage and roar, to be down held, and mastered so with might, that he gone fret and foam out bloudy gore, striving in vain to rear himself upright. For still, the more he strove, the more the night did him suppress, and forcibly subdue. That made him almost mad for fell despite. He grind, he bit, he scratched, he venom threw, and fared like a fiend right horrible in hew, or like the hell-born hydra, which they feign, that great Alcides whilome overthrew. After that he had laboured long in vain, to crop his 1,000 heads, the which still new forth budded, and in greater number grew. Such was the fury of this hellish beast, whilst Calidore him under him down threw, who nathamore his heavy load released. But the more he ragged, the more his power increased. Though, when the beast saw he mote not avail, by force, he gone his 100 tongues apply, and sharply at him to revile and rail, with bitter terms of shameful infamy. oft interlacing many a forged lie, whose like he never once did speak, nor hear, nor ever thought things so unworthily. Yet did he not, for all that, him forbear, but strained him so straitly that he chalked him near. At last, when as he found his force to shrink, and rage to quail, he took a muzzle strong, of surest iron, made with many a link. Therewith he mured up his mouth along, and therein shut up his blasphemous tongue. For never more defaming gentle knight, or unto lovely lady doing wrong. And thereunto a great long shen he tight, with which he drew him forth, even in his own despite. Like as whilome that strong Tyrinthian swain brought forth with him the dreadful dog of hell, against his will fast bound in iron shen, and, roaring horribly, did him compel to see the hateful sun, that he might tell to griesly Pluto what on earth was done, and to the other damned ghosts which dwell for aye in darkness, which daylight doth shone. So led this knight his captive with like conquest won. Yet greatly did the beast repine at those strange bands, whose like till then he never bore, ne ever any durst till then impose. And chafed inly, seeing now no more him liberty was left allowed to roar. Yet durst he not draw back, nor once withstand the proved power of noble Calidore, but trembled underneath his mighty hand, and like a fearful dog him followed through the land. Him through all Faerie Land he followed so, as if he learned had obedience long, that all the people, whereso he did go, out of their towns did round about him throng, to see him lead that beast in bondage strong. And seeing it much wondered at the sight, and all such persons as he erst did wrong, rejoiced much to see his captive plight, and much admired the beast, but more admired the knight. Thus was this monster, by the maestring might of doughty Calidore, suppressed and tamed, that never more he mote in damage white, with his vile tongue, which many had defamed, and many causeless cause to be blamed. So did he eke long after this remain, until that, whether wicked fate so framed, or fault of men, he broke his iron shen, and got into the world at liberty again. Thenceforth more mischief and more scath he wrought to mortal men than he had done before, ne ever could, by any, more be brought into like bands, any mastered any more. Alba that, long time after Calidore, the good Sir Pelias him took in hand, and after him Sir Lamorak of yore, and all his brethren born in Britain land. Yet none of them could ever bring him into band. So now he wrongeth through the world again, and raggeth sore in each degree and state. Ne any is that may him now restrain. He growen is so great and strong of late, barking and biting all that him do bait. Alba they worthy blame, or clear of crime. Ne spareth he most learned wits to rate, ne spareth he the gentle poet's rhyme, but rends without regard of person or of time. Ne may this homely verse, of many meanest, hope to escape his venomous despite. More than my former writs, all were they cleanest from blameful blot, and free from all that white, with which some wicked tongues did it backbite, and bring into a mighty Perez displeasure, that never so deserved to endite. Therefore do you, my rhymes, keep better measure, and seek to please, that now is counted wise men's treasure. Mutability. The Legend of Constancy. Canto. Chapter 6. Proud change, not pleased in mortal things, beneath the moon to reign, pretends, as well of gods, as men, to be the sovereign. What man that sees the ever-whirling wheel of change, the which all mortal things doth sway, but that Thurby doth find, and plainly feel, how mutability in them doth play. Her cruel sports to many men's decay, which that to all may better yet appear. I will rehearse that whilome I heard say, how she at first herself began to rear 'gainst all the gods, and th empire sought from them to bear. But first, here falleth fittest to unfold her antique race and lineage ancient, as I have found it registered of old, in Faerie Land 'mongst records permanent. She was, to weet, a daughter by descent of those old Titans that did whilome strive with Saturn's son for heaven's regiment, whom though high Jove of kingdom did deprive, yet many of their stem long after did survive, and many of them afterwards obtained great power of Jove, and high authority, as Hecate, in whose almighty hand he placked all rule and principality, to be by her disposed diversely to gods and men, as she them list divide. And drad Bellona, that doth sound on high wars and alarums unto nations wide, that makes both heaven and earth to tremble at her pride. So likewise did this Titaness aspire rule and dominion to herself to gain, that as a goddess men might her admire, and heavenly honors yield, as to them twain. And first, on earth she sought it to obtain, where she such proof and sad examples shewed of her great power, to many one's great pain, that not men only, whom she soon subdued, but eke all other creatures her bad doings rued. For she the face of earthly things so changed, that all which nature had established first, in good estate, and in meet order ranged, she did pervert, and all their statutes burst, and all the world's fair frame, which none yet durst, of gods or men to alter or misguide, she altered quite, and made them all accursed, that God had blessed, and did at first provide, in that still happy state for ever to abide. Ne she the laws of nature onely break, but eke of justice, and of policy, and wrong of right, and bad of good did make, and death for life exchanged foolish lie, since which all living wights have learned to die, and all this world is waxen daily worse. O piteous work of mutability, by which we all are subject to that curse, and death, instead of life, have sucked from our nurse. And now, when all the earth she thus had brought to her behest, and thrall to her might, she gone to cast in her ambitious thought tatumpt the empire of the heavens' height, and Jove himself to shoulder from his right. And first, she passed the region of the air, and of the fire, whose substance thin and slight made no resistance, any could her contraire, but ready passage to her pleasure did prepare. Thence to the circle of the moon she clam, where Cynthia reigns in everlasting glory, to whose bright shining palace straight she came, all fairly decked with heaven's goodly story, whose silver gates, by which their sate and hoary old-aged sire, with hourglass in hand, hight time, she entreed, were he lief or sorry, ne stayed till she the highest stage had scanned, where Cynthia did sit, that never still did stand. Her sitting on an ivory throne she found, drawn of two steeds, one black, the other white, environed with 10,000 stars around, that duly her attended day and night. And by her side there ran her page, that hight Vesper, whom we the evening star intend, that with his torch still twinkling like twilight, her lightened all the way where she should wend, and joy to weary wandering travailers did lend. That when the hardy Titaness beheld the goodly building of her palace bright, made of the heaven's substance, and upheld with 1,000 crystal pillars of huge height, she gone to burn in her ambitious sprite, and to envy her that in such glory reigned. Eftsoon she cast by force and tortious might, her to displace, and to herself to have gained the kingdom of the night, and waters by her waned. Boldly she bid the goddess down descend, and let herself into that ivory throne. For she herself more worthy thereof wend, and better able it to guide alone. Whether to men, whose fall she did bemoan, or unto gods, whose state she did maligny, or to th infernal powers her need give loan. Of her fair light and bounty most benign, herself of all that rule she deemed most condign. But she, that had to her that sovereign seat, by highest Jove assigned, therein to bear night's burning lamp, regarded not her threat, ne yielded aught for favor or for fear, but with stern countenance and disdainful cheer, bending her horned brows, did put her back, and, boldly blaming her for coming there, bade her a taunts from heaven's coast to pack, or at her peril bide the wrathful thunder's rack. Yet Nathamore the giantess forbear, but boldly pressing on rout forth her hand, to pluck her down perforce from off her chair, and, therewith lifting up her golden wand, threatened to strike her if she did withstand. Whereat the stars, which round about her blazed, and eke the moon's bright wagon still did stand, all being with so bold attempt amazed, and on her uncouth habit and stern look still gazed. Meanwhile the lower world, which nothing knew of all that chanced here, was darkened quite, and eke the heavens, and all the heavenly crew of happy wights, now unpurveyed of light, were much afraid, and wondered at that sight, fearing least chaos broken had his shen, and brought again on them eternal night. But chiefly Mercury, that next doth reign, ran forth in haste unto the King of gods to plain. All ran together with a great outcry, to Jove's fair palace fixed in heaven's height, and, beating at his gates full earnestly, gone call to him aloud with all their might, to know what meant that sudden lack of light. The father of the gods, when this he heard, was troubled much at their so strange a fright, doubting lest Typhon were again upreared, or other his old foes that once him sorely feared. Eftsoons the son of Maia forth he sent, down to the circle of the moon, to know the cause of this so strange astonishment, and why she did her wonted course furs low, and if that any were on earth below, that did with charms or magic her molest, him to attache, and down to hell to throw. But if from heaven it were, then to arrest the author, and him bring before his presence pressed. The winged foot god so fast his plumes did beat, that soon he came whereas the Titaness was striving with fair Cynthia for her seat, at whose strange sight and haughty hardiness he wondered much, and feared her no less. Yet laying fear aside to do his charge, at last he bade her, with bold steadfastness, cease to molest the moon to walk at large, or come before high Jove her doings to discharge. And therewithal he on her shoulder laid his snaky-wreathed mace, whose awful power doth make both gods and hellish fiends afraid. Whereat the Titaness did sternly lower, and stoutly answered, that in evil hour he from his Jove such message to her brought, to bid her leave fair Cynthia's silver bower, sith she his Jove and him esteemed not, no more than Cynthia's self, but all their kingdoms sought. The heavens' herald stayed not to reply, but passed away, his doings to relate unto his lord, who now, in th highest sky, was placed in his principal estate, with all the gods about him congregate, to whom when Hermes had his message told, it did them all exceedingly amadi, save Jove, who, changing not his countenance bold, did unto them at length these speeches wise unfold. Hearken to me a while, ye heavenly powers. Ye may remember since th earth's cursed seed sought to assail the heavens' eternal towers, and to us all exceeding fear did breed, But, how we then defeated all their deed, ye all do know, and them destroyed quite. Yet not so quite, but that there did succeed an offspring of their blood, which did alight upon the fruitful earth, which doth us yet despite. Of that bad seed is this bold woman bred, that now with bold presumption doth aspire to thrust fair Phoebe from her silver bed, and eke ourselves from heaven's high empire, if that her might were matched to her desire. Wherefore it now behoves us to advise what way is best to drive her to retire, whether by open force, or counsel wise. Aid, ye sons of God, as best as ye can devise. So having said, he ceased. And with his brow, his black eyebrow, whose dumb fool dreaded beck, is wont to wield the world unto his vow, and even the highest powers of heaven to check, made signa to them in their degrees to speak, who straight gone cast their counsel grave and wise. Meanwhile Earth's daughter, thought she not did reck of Hermes' message, yet gone now advise what course were best to take in this hot bold emprise. Eftsoons she thus resolved, that whilst the gods, after return of Hermes' embassy, were troubled, and amongst themselves at odds, before they could new counsels rally, to set upon them in that ecstasy, and take what fortune, time, and place would lend. So forth she rose, and through the purest sky, to Jove's high palace straight cast to ascend, to prosecute her plot. Good onset bodes good end. She there arriving boldly in did pass, where all the gods she found in council close, all quite unarmed, as then their manner was. At sight of her they sudden all arose, in great amaze, any wist what way to chose. But Jove, all fearless, forked them to aby, and in his sovereign throne gone straight dispose himself, more full of grace and majesty, that mote and cheer his friends, and foes mote terrify. That when the haughty Titaness beheld, all were she fraught with pride and impudence, yet with the sight thereof was almost quelled, and, inly quaking, seemed as reft of sense, and void of speech in that drad audience, until that Jove himself herself bespake. Speak, thou friendly woman, speak with confidence. Whence art thou, and what dost thou here now make? What idle errand hast thou earth's mansion to forsake? She, half confused with his great command, yet gathering spirit of her nature's pride, him boldly answered thus to his demand. I am a daughter, by the mother's side, of her that is grandmother magnified, of all the gods, great earth, great chaos child. But by the fathers, be it not envied, I greater am in blood, whereon I build, than all the gods, though wrongfully from heaven exiled. For Titan, as ye all acknowledge must, was Saturn's elder brother by birthright, both sons of Uranus, but by unjust and guileful means, through Carabant's sleight, the younger thrust the elder from his right. Since which thou, Jove, injuriously hast held the heavens' rule from Titan's sons by might, and them to hellish dungeons down hast felled. Witness, ye heavens, the truth of all that I have telled. Whilst she thus spake, the gods, that gave good ear to her bold words, and marked well her grace, being of stature tall as any there, of all the gods, and beautiful of face, as any of the goddesses in place, stood all astonied, like a sort of steers, mongst whom some beast of strange and foreign race, unwares is chonked, far straying from his peers. So did their ghastly gaze bewray their hidden fears, till, having paused a while, Jove thus bespake. Will never mortal thought cease to aspire, in this bold sort to heaven claim to make, and touch celestial seats with earthly mire? I would have thought that bold Procrustes' hire, or Typhon's fall, or proud Ixion's pain, or great Prometheus' tasting of our ire, would have sufficed the rest for to restrain, and warned all men by their example to refrain. But now this offscum of that cursed fry dare to renew the like bold enterprise, and challenge th heritage of this our ski, whom what should hinder, but that we likewise should handle as the rest of her allies, and thunder drive to hell? With that, he shook his nectar-dawed locks, with which the skis and all the world beneath for terror quook, and eft his burning levin brand in hand he took. But when he looked on her lovely face, in which fair beams of beauty did appear, that could the greatest wrath soon turn to grace. Such sway doth beauty even in heaven bear. He stayed his hand, and, having chonged his chair, he thus again in milder wise began. But ah! If God should strive with flesh eifer, then shortly should the progeny of man be rooted out, if Jove should do still what he can. But thee, fair Titan's child, I rather ween, through some vain error, or inducement light, to see that mortal eyes have never seen, or through ensample of thy sister's might, Bellona, whose great glory thou dost spite, since thou hast seen her dreadful power bellow mongst wretched men, dismayed with her affright, to bandy crowns, and kingdoms to bestow. And sure thy worth no less than hers doth seem to show. But wot thou this, thou hardy Titaness, that not the worth of any living wight may challenge aught in heaven's interests, much less the title of old Titan's right. For we by conquest, of our sovereign might, and by eternal doom of fate's decree, have won the empire of the heavens bright, which to ourselves we hold, and to whom we shall worthy deem partakers of our bliss to be. Then cease thy idle claim, thou foolish girl, and seek by grace and goodness to obtain that place, from which by folly Titan fell. Thereto thou mayst perhaps, if so thou fain, have Jove thy gracious Lord and Sovereign. So having said, she thus to him replied. Cease, Saturn's son, to seek by proffers vain of idle hopes to allure me to thy side, for to betray my right before I have it tried. But thee, O Jove, no equal judge I deem of my desert, or of my due full right, that in thine own behalf mayst party all see me, but to the highest him, that is behight, Father of gods and men by equal might. To weet, the God of nature, I appeal. Thereat Jove waxed wroth, and in his sprite did inly grudge, yet did it well conceal, and bade Dan Phoebus scribe her appellation seal. Eftsoons the time and place appointed were, where all, both heavenly powers and earthly wights, before great nature's presence should appear, for trial of their titles and best rights. That was, to weet, upon the highest heights of Arlohill. Who knows not Arlohill? That is the highest head, in all men's sights, of my old father Mole, whom shepherds quill renowned hath with hymns fit for a rural skill. And, were it not ill-fitting for this file to sing of hills and woods mongst wars and nights, I would abate the stern essay of my style mongst these stern stounds to mingle soft delights, and tell how Arlo, through Diana's spites, being of old the best and fairest hill that was in all this holy island's heights, was made the most unpleasant and most ill. Meanwhile, O Clio, lend Calliope thy quill, whilome when Ireland flourished in fame of wealths and goodness, far above the rest of all that bear the British Islands name. The gods then used, for pleasure and for rest, oft to resort thereto, when seemed them best. But none of all therein more pleasure found than Cynthia, that is sovereign queen professed of woods and forests which therein abound, sprinkled with wholesome waters more than most on ground. But mongst them all, as fittest for her game, aether for chase of beasts with hound or bow, or for to shroud in shade from Phoebus' flame, or bathe in fountains that do freshly flow, or from high hills or from the dales below. She chose this Arlo, where she did resort, with all her nymphs enranged on a row, with whom the woody gods did oft consort. For with the nymphs the satyrs loved to play and sport. Amongst the which there was a nymph that hight Melana, daughter of old Father Mole, and sister unto Mulla fair and bright, unto whose bed false Bregag whilome stole. That shepherd Colin dearly did condole, and made her luckless loves well known to be. But this Melana, were she not so shoal, were no less fair and beautiful than she. Yet, as she is, a fairer flood may no man see. For, first, she springs out of two marble rocks, on which a grove of oaks high-mounted grows, that as a girland seemies to deck the locks of some fair bride, brought forth with pompous shows. Out of her bower, that many flowers strows. So through the flowery dales she tumbling down, through many woods and shady coverts flows, that on each side her silver Chanel crown, till to the plain she come, whose valleys she doth drown. In her sweet streams Diana used oft, after her sweaty chase and toilsome play, to bathe herself, and, after, on the soft and downy grass her dainty limbs to lay, in covert shade, where none behold her may. For much she hated sight of living eye. Foolish god Faunus, though full many a day he saw her clad, yet longed foolishly to see her naked mongst her nymphs in privity. No way he found to compasse his desire, but to corrupt Melana, this her maid, her to discover for some secret hire. So her with flattering words he first assayed, and after, pleasing gifts for her purveyed. Queen apples, and red cherries from the tree, with which he her allured, and betrayed, to tell what time he might her lady see, when she herself did bathe, that he might secret be. Thereto he promised, if she would him pleasure, with this small boon, to quit her with a better. To weet, that whereas she had out of measure long loved the Fanchin, who by naught did set her, that he would undertake for this to get her to be his love, and of him liked well. Besides all which, he vowed to be her debtor for many mo good turns then he would tell, the least of which this little pleasure should excel. The simple maid did yield to him anon, and eft him placed where he close might view, that never any saw, save only one, who, for his hire to so foolhardy do, was of his hounds devoured in hunters hew. Though, as her manner was on sunny day, Diana, with her nymphs about her, drew to this sweet spring, where, doffing her array, she bathed her lovely limbs, for Jove a likely prey. There Faunus saw that pleased much his eye, and made his heart to tickle in his breast, that, for great joy of somewhat he did spy, he could him not contain in silent rest, but, breaking forth in laughter, loud professed his foolish thought, a foolish fawn indeed, that couldst not hold thyself so hidden blessed, but wouldest needs thine own conceit arid. Babblers unworthy been of so divine a meed. The goddess, all abashed with that noise, in haste forth started from the guilty brook, and, running straight whereas she heard his voice, enclosed the bush about, and there him took, like darred lark, not daring up to look on her whose sight before so much he sought. Thenceforth they drew him by the horns, and shook nigh all to pieces, that they left him not. And then into the open light they forth him brought, like as an huswife, that with bussy care Thinks of her dairy to make wondrous gain. Finding whereas some wicked beast unware, that breaks into her dare house, there doth drain her creaming pans, and frustrate all her pain. Hath, in some snare or gin set close behind, entrapped him, and caught into her train. Then thinks what punishment were best assigned, and thousand deaths deviseth in her vengeful mind. So did Diana and her maidens all use silly Faunus, now within their bale. They mock and scorn him, and him foule miscall. Some by the nose him plucked, some by the tail, and by his goatish beard some did him highly. Yet he, poor soul, with patience all did bear, for naught against their wills might countervail. No aught he said, whatever he did hear, but, hanging down his head, did like a mome appear. At length, when they had flouted him their fill, they gone to cast what penance him to give. Some would have gelt him, but that same would spill the wood god's breed, which must for ever live. Others would through the river him have drive, and ducked deep, but that seemed penance light. But most agreed, and did this sentence give, him in deer's skin to clad, and in that plight, to hunt him with their hounds, himself save how he might. But Cynthia's self, more angry than the rest, thought not enough to punish him in sport, and of her shame to make a gamesome jest, but gone examine him in straighter sort, which of her nymphs, or other close consort, him thither brought, and her to him betrayed? He, much afeard, to her confessed short, that 'twas Melana which her so bewrayed. Then all attance their hands upon Melana laid, but him, according as they had decreed, with a deer's skin they covered, and then chast, with all their hounds that after him did speed. But he, more speedy, from them fled more fast than any deer, so sore him dread aghast. They after followed all with shrill outcry, shouting as they the heavens would have brast, that all the woods and dales, where he did fly, did ring again, and loud re-echo to the ski. So they him followed till they weary were, when, back returning to Molen again, they, by commandment of Diana, there her whelmed with stones. Yet Faunus, for her pain, of her beloved Fanchin did obtain, that her he would receive unto his bed. So now her waves passe through a pleasant plain, till with the Fanchin she herself do wed, and, both combined, themselves in one fair river spread. Nathless Diana, full of indignation, thenceforth abandoned her delicious brook, in whose sweet stream, before that bad occasion, so much delight to bathe her limbs she took. No only her, but also quite forsook all those fair forests about Arlo hid, and all that mountain, which doth overlook the richest champion that may else be rid, and the fair shore, in which are thousand salmons bred. Them all, and all that she so dear did weigh. Thenceforth she left, and, parting from the place, thereon an heavy hapless curse did lay. To weet, that wolves, where she was wont to space, should harbored be and all those woods deface, and thieves should rob and spoil that coast around. Since which, those woods, and all that goodly chase, doth to this day with wolves and thieves abound, which too true that land's indwellers since have found. Canto. Chapter 7. Pealing, from Iove, to nature's bar. Bold alteration pleads large evidence, but nature soon her righteous doom adds. Ah! Whither dost thou now, thou greater muse? Me from these woods and pleasing forests bring, and my frily spirit, that doth oft refuse this too high flight, unfit for her weak wing, lift up aloft, to tell of heaven's king, thy sovereign sire, his fortunate success, and victory in bigger notes to sing, which he obtained against that Titaness. that him of heaven's empire sought to dispossess? Yet, sith I needs must follow thy behest, do thou my weaker wit with skill inspire, fit for this turn, and in my feeble breast kindle fresh sparks of that immortal fire, which learned minds inflameth with desire of heavenly things, for who but thou alone, that art born of heaven and heavenly sire, can tell things done in heaven so long agone, so far past memory of man that may be known? Now, at the time that was before agreed, the gods assembled all on Arlo hill, as well those that are sprung of heavenly seed, as those that all the other world do fill, and rule both sea and land unto their will. Onely infernal powers might not appear, as well for horror of their countenance ill, as for unruly fiends which they did fear. Yet Pluto and Proserpina were present there, and thither also came all other creatures, whatever life or motion do retain, according to their sundry kinds of features, that Arlo scarcely could them all contain, so full they filled every hill and plain, and had not nature's sergeant, that is order, them well disposed by his bussy pane, and wronged Faerie abroad in every border, they would have caused much confusion and disorder. Then forth Iswed, great goddess, great Dame Nature, with goodly port and gracious majesty, being far greater and more tall of stature than any of the gods or powers on high, yet certes by her face and physiognomy, whether she man or woman inly were, that could not any creature well descry, for with a veil, that wimpled everywhere, her head and face was hid that mote to none appear, that, some do say, was so by skill devised, to hide the terror of her uncouth hew, from mortal eyes that should be sore agorized, for that her face did like a lion's shoe, that eye of white could not endure to view, but others tell that it so beauteous was, and round about such beams of splendor threw, that it the sun 1,000 times did pass, ne could be seen but like an image in a glass, that well may see men true. For well I ween, that this same day when she on Arlo sat, her garment was so bright and wondrous sheen, that my frily wit cannot devise to what it to compare, nor find like stuff to that, as those three sacred saints, though else most wise, yet on Mount Thabor quite their wits forgat, when they their glorious Lord in strange disguise transfigured saw. His garments so did daze their eyes. In a fair plain upon an equal hill, she placed was in a pavilion, not such as craftsmen by their idle skill are wont for princes' states to fashion, but earth herself, of her own motion, out of her fruitful bosom made to grow most dainty trees, that, shooting up anon, did see me to bow their blossoming heads full low, for homage unto her, and like a throne did show. So hard it is for any living wight all her array and vestments to tell, that old Dan Jeffery, in whose gentle sprite the pure well head of poesy did dwell, in his foals parley durst not with it mell, but it transferred to Elaine, who he thought had in his plaintive kin described it well, which who will read set forth so as it ought. Go seek he out that Elaine where he may be sought, and all the earth far underneath her feet was dight with flowers that voluntary grew out of the ground, and sent forth odors sweet. 10,000 mores of sundry scent and hew, that might delight the smell, or please the view, the which the nymphs from all the brooks thereby had gathered, they at her foot stole through, that richer seemed than any tapestry, that prince's bowers adorn with painted imagery, and Mole himself, to honor her the more, did deck himself in freshest fair attire, and his high head, that seemeth always hoar, With hard-kned frosts of former winter's ire. He with an oaken girland now did tire. As if the love of some new nymph, late seen, had in him kindled youthful fresh desire, and made him change his grey attire to green. Ah, gentle mole! Such joyance hath thee well beseen. Was never so great joyance since the day that all the gods whilome assembled were on Hemus hill in their divine array, to celebrate the Solemma Bridal Chayar. Twixt Peleus and Dame Thetis pointed there, where Phoebus' self, that god of poets' height, they say, did sing the spousal hymn full clear, that all the gods were ravished with delight of his celestial song, and music's wondrous might. This great-grandmother of all creatures bred, great nature, ever young, yet full of eld, still moving, yet unmoved from her stead, unseen of any, yet of all beheld. Thus sitting in her throne, as I have telled, before her came Dame Mutability, and, being low before her presence felled, with meek obeisance and humility, thus gone her plaintive plea with words to amplify. To thee, O greatest goddess, onely great, an humble suppliant low, I lowly fly, seeking for right, which I of thee entreat, who right to all dost deal indifferently, damning all wrong and tortious injury, which any of thy creatures do to other, oppressing them with power unequally. Sith of them all thou art the equal mother, and knittest each to each, as brother unto brother. To thee therefore of this same Jove I plain, and of his fellow gods that feign to be, that challenge to themselves the whole world's reign, of which the greatest part is due to me, and heaven itself by heritage in fee. For heaven and earth I both alike do deem, sith heaven and earth are both alike to thee, and gods no more than men thou doest esteem. For even the gods to thee, as men to gods, do see me. Then weigh, O sovereign goddess, by what right these gods do claim the world's whole sovereignty, and that is only due unto thy might, arrogate to themselves ambitiously. As for the gods' own principality, which Jove usurps unjustly, that to be my heritage Jove's self cannot deny, from my great-grandsire Titan unto me, derived by due descent, as is well known to thee. Yet maugre Jove, and all his gods beside, I do possess the world's most regiment, as if ye please it into parts divide, and every part's inholders to convent, shall to your eyes appear incontinent. And, first, the earth, great mother of us all, that only see me's unmoved and permanent, and unto mutability not thrall, yet is she chonged in part, and eke in general, for all that from her springs, and is abred. However fair it flourish for a time, yet see we soon decay, and, being dead, to turn again unto their earthly slime. Yet, out of their decay and mortal crime, we daily see new creatures to our eyes, and of their winter spring another prime, unlike in for me, and chonged by strange disguise. So turn they still about, and change in restless wise. As for her tenants, that is, man and beasts, the beasts we daily see massacred dy, as thralls and vassals unto men's behests, and men themselves do change continually, from youth to eld, from wealth to poverty, from good to bad, from bad to worst of all. Ne do their bodies only flit and fly, but eke their minds, which they immortal call, still change and vary thoughts, as new occasions fall. Ne is the water in more constant case, whether those same on high, or these below. For th ocean moveth still from place to place, and every river still doth ebby and flow. Ne any lake, that seems most still and slough, ne pool so small, that can his smoothness hold, When any wind doth under heaven blow, with which the clouds are also tossed and rolled, now like great hills, and straight like sluices them unfold. So likewise are all watery living wights, still tossed and turned with continual change, never abiding in their steadfast plights. The fish, still floating, do at random range, and never rest, but evermore exchange their dwelling places, as the streams them carry. Ne have the watery foals a certain grange, wherein to rest, any in one stead do tarry. But flitting still do fly, and still their places vary. Next is the air, which who feels not by sense. For of all sense it is the middle mean, to flit still, and with subtle influence of his thin spirit all creatures to maintain. In state of life? O weak life! That does lean on things so tickle as th unsteady air, which every hour is chonged and altered clean, with every blast that bloweth, foul or fair. The fair doth it prolong, the foul doth it impair. Therein the changes infinite behold, which to her creatures every minute chaunts. Now boiling hot, straight freezing deadly cold. Now fair sunshine, that makes all skip and daunts. Straight bitter storms, and baleful countenance, that makes them all to shiver and to shake. Rain, highly, and snow do pay them sad penance, and dreadful thunderclaps, that make them quake. With flames and flashing lights that thousand changes make. Last is the fire, which, though it live forever, ne can be quenched quite, yet every day we see his parts, so soon as they do sever, to lose their heat and shortly to decay. So makes himself his own consuming prey. Ne any living creatures doth he breed, but all that are of others bred doth slay, and with their death his cruel life doth feed, not leaving but their barren ashes without seed. Thus all these fower, the which the groundwork be of all the world and of all living wights, to thousand sorts of change we subject see. Yet are they chonged, by other wondrous sleights, into themselves, and lose their native mights. The fire to air, and air to water sheer, and water into earth, yet water fights with fire, and air with earth, approaching near. Yet all are in one body, and as one appear. So in them all reigns mutability. However these, that gods themselves do call, of them do claim the rule and sovereignty. As Vesta, of the fire ethereal. Vulcan, of this with us so usual. Ops, of the earth, and Juno, of the air. Neptune, of seas. And nymphs, of rivers all. For all those rivers to me subject are. And all the rest, which they usurp, be all my share. Which to approve and true, as I have told, vouchsafe, O goddess, to thy presence call. The rest which do the world in being hold, as times and seasons of the year that fall. Of all the which demand in general. Or judge thyself, by verdict of thine eye, whether to me they are not subject all. Nature did yield thereto, and by, bade order call them all before her majesty. So forth issued the seasons of the year. First, lusty spring, all dight in leaves of flowers, that freshly budded and new blossoms did bear, in which 1,000 birds had built their bowers, that sweetly sung to call forth paramours. And in his hand a javelin he did bear, and on his head, as fit for warlike stewards, a gilt engraven morion he did wear, that as some did him love, so others did him fear. Then came the jolly summer, being dight in a thin silken cassock colored green, that was unlined all, to be more light, and on his head a girland well beseen he wore, from which, as he had chafed been, the sweat did drop, and in his hand he bore a bow and shafts, as he in forest green had hunted late the libbard or the boar, and now would bathe his limbs with labor heated sore. Then came the autumn all in yellow clad, as though he joyed in his plenteous store, laden with fruits that made him laugh, full glad that he had banished hunger, which tofore had by the belly oft him pinched sore. Upon his head a wreath, that was enrolled with ears of corn of every sort, he bore, and in his hand a sickle he did hold, to reap the ripened fruits the which the earth had yold. Lastly, came winter clothed all in fries, chattering his teeth for cold that did him chill, whilst on his hoary beard his breath did freeze, and the dull drops, that from his purpled bill, as from a limbeck did adown distill. In his right hand a tipped staff he held, with which his feeble steps he stayed still, for he was faint with cold, and weak with eld, that scarce his loosed limbs he hable was to weld. These, marching softly, thus in order went, and after them the months all riding came. First, sturdy March, with brows full sternly bent, and armed strongly, rode upon a ram, the same which over Hellespontus swam. Yet in his hand a spade he also hent, and in a bag all sorts of seeds same, which on the earth he strode as he went, and filed her womb with fruitful hope of nourishment. Next came fresh April, full of lustihead, and wanton as a kid whose home new buds. Upon a bull he rode, the same which led Europa floating through Artegall floods. His horns were gilden all with golden studs, and garnished with garlands goodly dight, of all the fairest flores and freshest buds, which earth brings forth. And what he seemed in sight, with waves, through which he waited for his love's delight. Then came fair May, the fairest maid on ground, decked all with dainties of her season's pride, and throwing flores out of her lap around. Upon two brethren's shoulders she did ride, the twins of Leda, which on either side supported her like to their sovereign queen. Lord, how all creatures laughed when her they spied, and leapt and donked as they had ravished been. And Cupid's self about her fluttered all in green. And after her came jolly June, arrayed all in green leaves, as he a player were. Yet in his time he wrought as well as played, that by his plough irons mote right well appear. Upon a crab he rode, that him did bear, with crooked crawling steps and uncouth passe, and backward yode, as bargemen wont to fare, bending their force contrary to their face, like that ungracious crew which feigns demurest grace. Then came hot July boiling like to fire, that all his garments he had cast away. Upon a lion raging yet with ire, he boldly rode, and made him to obey. It was the beast that whilome did foray the Nemean forest, till Amphitrionide him slew, and with his hide did him array. Behind his back a scythe, and by his side, under his belt he bore a sickle circling wide. The 6th was August, being rich arrayed in garment all of gold down to the ground. Yet rode he not, but led a lovely maid forth by the lily hand, the which was crowned with cares of corn, and full her hand was found. That was the righteous Virgin, which of old lived here on earth, and plenty made abound. But after wrong was loved, and justice sold, she left unrighteous world, and was to heaven extolled. Next him September marched, eke on foot, yet was he heavy laden with the spoil of harvest's riches, which he made his boot, and him enricht with bounty of the soil. In his one hand, as fit for harvest's toil, he held a knife hook, and in other hand a pair of weights, with which he did assoil both more and less, where it in doubt did stand. And equal gave to each as justice duly scanned. Then came October full of merry glee. For yet his knoll was toddy of the must, which he was treading in the wine-fat sea, and of the joyous oil, whose gentle gust made him so frolic and so full of lust. Upon a dreadful scorpion he did ride, the same which by Diana's doom unjust slew great Orion. And eke by his side he had his ploughing share and coulter ready tied. Next was November, he full gross and fat, as fed with lard, and that right well might see me, for he had been a fatting hogs of late, that yet his brows with sweat did reek and steam. And yet the season was full sharp and bream. In planting eke he took no small delight, whereon he rode not easy was to deem, for it a dreadful centaur was in sight, the seed of Saturn and fair Nyes, Chiron hight. And after him came next the chill December. Yet he, through merry feasting which he made, and great bonfires, did not the cold remember. His Saviour's birth his mind so much did glad. Upon a shaggy bearded goat he rode, the same wherewith Dan Jove in tender years, they say, was nourished by Thid maid. And in his hand a broad deep bowl he bears, of which he freely drinks in health to all his peers. Then came old January, wrapped well in many weeds to keep the cold away. Yet did he quake and quiver, like to quell, and blow his nayless to warm them if he may, for they were numbed with holding all the day. An hatchet keen, with which he felled wood, and from the trees did lop the needless spray. Upon an huge great earth-pot steen he stood, from whose wide mouth there flowed forth the Romaine flood. And lastly came cold February, sitting in an old wagon, for he could not ride, drawn of 2 fishes, for the season fitting, which through the flood before did softly slide, and swim away, yet had he by his side his plough and harness fit to till the ground, and tools to prune the trees, before the pride of hasting prime did make them burgeon round. So passed the 12 months forth, and their due places found. And after these there came the day and night, riding together both with equal pace. One on a palfrey black, the other white. But night had covered her uncomely face with a black veil, and held in hand a mace, on top whereof the moon and stars were pight, and sleep and darkness round about did trace. But day did bear upon his scepter's height, the goodly sun encompassed all with beams bright. Then came the Houres, fair daughters of high Jove, night, the which were all endued with wondrous beauty fit to kindle love. But they were virgins all, and love eschewed that might forslack the charge to them foreshould by mighty Jove, who did them porters make of heaven's gate, whence all the gods issued, which they did daily watch, and nightly wake. By even turns any ever did their charge forsake. And after all came life, and lastly death. Death with most grim and griesly visage seen. Yet is he not but parting of the breath. No aught to see, but like a shade to wean. Unbodied, unsouled, unheard, unseen. But life was like a fair young lusty boy, such as they feigned Dan Cupid to have been, full of delightful health and lively joy, decked all with flowers, and wings of gold fit to employ. When these were past, thus gone the Titaness. Lo! Mighty Mother, now be judge, and say, whether in all thy creatures more or less change doth not reign and bear the greatest sway. For who sees not that time on all doth prey? But times do change and move continually, so nothing here long standeth in one stay. Wherefore this lower world who can deny, but to be subject still to mutability? Then thus gone Jove, right true it is, that these, and all things else that under heaven dwell, are chonged of time, Who doth them all disseize? Of being, but who is it, to me tell? That time himself doth move, and still compel to keep his course? Is not that namely we, which pour that virtue from our heavenly cell, that moves them all, and makes them changed be? So them we gods do rule, and in them also thee. To whom thus mutability, the things which we see not how they are moved and swayed, ye may attribute to yourselves as kings, and say, they by your secret power are made. But what we see not, who shall us persuade? But were they so, as ye them feign to be, moved by your might and ordered by your aid, yet what if I can prove, that even ye yourselves are likewise chonged, and subject unto me? And first, concerning her that is the first, even you, fair Cynthia, whom so much ye make Jove's dearest darling, she was bred and nursed on Cynthus hill, whence she her name did take. Then is she mortal born, howso ye crake. Besides, her face and countenance every day we changed see and sundry forms partake. Now horned, now round, now bright, now brown and grey. So that, as changeful as the moon, men used to say. Next Mercury, who though he less appear to change his hew, and always see me as one, yet he his course doth alter every year, and is of late far out of order gone. So Venus eke, that goodly paragon, though fair all night, yet is she dark all day. And Phoebus' self, who lightsome is alone, yet is he oft eclipsed by the way, and fills the dark-ned world with terror and dismay. Now Mars, that valiant man, is changed most, for he sometimes so far runs out of square, that he his way doth seem quite to have lost, and clean without his usual sphere to fare, that even these stargazers stonished are at sight thereof, and damn their lying books. So likewise grim Sir Saturn oft doth spare his stern aspect, and calm his crabbed looks. So many turning cranks these have, so many crooks. But you, Dan Jove, that only constant are, and king of all the rest, as ye do claim, are you not subject eke to this misfare? Then, let me ask you this withouten blame. Where were ye born? Some say in Crete by name, others in Thebes, and others otherwhere. But, wheresoever they comment the same, they all consent that ye begotten were, and born here in this world, any other can appear. Then are ye mortal born, and thrall to me, unless the kingdom of the sky ye make immortal and unchangeable to be. Besides, that power and virtue which ye spake, that ye here work, doth many changes take, and your own natures change. For each of you, that virtue have or this or that to make, is checked and changed from his nature true, by others' opposition or obliquid view. Besides, the sundry motions of your spheres, so sundry ways and fashions as clerks feign, some in short space, and some in longer years. What is the same but alteration plain? Only the starry ski doth still remain. Yet do the stars and cygnes therein still move, and even itself is moved, as wizards sane. But all that moveth doth mutation love. Therefore both you and them to me I subject prove. Then, since within this wide great universe, nothing doth firme and permanent appear, but all things tossed and turned by transverse, what then should let but I aloft should rear my trophy, and from all the triumph beer? Now judge then, O thou greatest goddess true, according as thyself doest see and hear, and unto me a doom that is my due. That is, the rule of all being argued by you. So having ended, silence long ensued. Nature to or fro spake for a space, but with firme eyes affixed the ground still viewed. Meanwhile all creatures, looking in her face, expecting th end of this so doubtful case, did hang in long suspense what would and so, to whether side should fall the sovereign place. At length she, looking up with cheerful view, the silence brake, and gave her doom in speeches few. I well consider all that ye have said, and find that all things steadfastness do hate, and changed be, yet, being rightly weighed, they are not changed from their first estate, but by their change their being do dilate, and turning to themselves at length again, do work their own perfection so by fate. Then over them change doth not rule and reign, but they reign over change, and do their states maintain. Cease therefore, daughter, further to aspire, and thee content thus to be arguelled by me. For thy decay thou seek'st by thy desire. But time shall come that all shall changed be, and from thenceforth none no more change shall see. So was the Titaness put down and wist, and Jove confirmed in his imperial see. Then was that whole assembly quite dismissed, and Nature's self did vanish, whither no man wist. Canto. Chapter 8. Unperfite. When I bethink me, on that speech wilier, of mutability, and well it way, me seemes, that though she all unworthy were, of the heaven's rule, yet, very sooth to say, in all things else she bears the greatest sway, which makes me loath this state of life so tickle, and love of things so vain to cast away, whose flowering pride, so fading and so fickle, short time shall soon cut down with his consuming sickle. Then gin I thike on that which nature said, of that same time when no more chance shall be, but steadfast rest of all things, firmly stayed upon the pillars of eternity. That is contraire to mutability. For all that moveth doth in change delight, but thenceforth all shall rest eternally with him that is the God of Sabaoth height. Oh, that great Sabaoth God! Grant me that Sabaoth sight.